This video is the result of 2 years of work. I've spent the last 2 years reviewing every single Arkham game. Why? Because I love the character and I grew up playing and replaying these games and they mean so much to me. So this video is the result of that. All of my Arkham reviews in one place. If you've seen the individual videos, then you can pat yourself on the back for being so supportive, but for those wanting to see an excessive breakdown of the series, welcome aboard. I understand that this video will likely be played in the background while you sleep, study, or anything else, so I've made sure that the louder parts of the video are turned down to prevent any startling. Spoilers ahead for the Arkham series. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey, and I hope you enjoy. Batman Arkham is a series that has undoubtedly influenced third-person action games more than any other superhero game. Spawning a number of sequels that have both surpassed and foiled fans' expectations, there's no question that Batman and superheroes in general in the video game medium have seen a new lease on life, and many would argue that this is due to the smash success of Batman Arkham Asylum. With the simplistic story of the Joker taking over a mental institution for the criminally insane, with complex narratives just under the surface, gameplay that while primitive is still as addicting as ever, and a presentation that still holds up to this day, Batman Arkham Asylum is a cornerstone in modern gaming, and its sequels have to varying degrees added to this legacy. Now I'm sure as a majority of you have seen, I have talked about nearly every Arkham game, barring Arkham VR, which is just too short for me to really say anything on, and included in this list of Arkham games I've talked about is Arkham Asylum, which may confuse some of you. And no, I'm not running out of ideas. The reason I'm talking about this game again is simply because when I did initially talk about this game, I was very new to that style of video, and as such, the video wasn't very good. By the time I got to the other Arkham games, I had a better idea of how to make these bad boys, and while they are by no means perfect now, I think there is a noticeable quality gap between my Arkham Asylum video and the rest of my Arkham videos. Most notably is that I did more to just describe the game than I did to actually give my thoughts on it. Hence why I felt it was necessary to actually take a deeper look at it here. So with that being said, let's actually take a look at Batman Arkham Asylum, and of course, like with all my other videos, this isn't an objective statement of the game's quality, and I don't believe that my opinion is fact, and I'd like to encourage friendly discussion about the game in the comments. If you disagree with some of my points, let me know why. We could probably both learn something from it. So without further ado, let's talk about Batman Arkham Asylum. In the year of our Lord, 2007, Rocksteady presented a rhythm-based fighting game to Eidos Entertainment, who had just in the year prior acquired the rights to create a new Batman video game. Considering the reputation of previous Batman games, it's especially surprising that as far as a cast and team goes, this game had the Avengers equivalent of support, with a story written by Paul Dini and Mark Hamill as the Joker, who never fails to deliver both hilarious and slightly terrifying lines. Paul Dini took note that a lot of Batman video games mimic the stories of other media, and wanted to instead create a completely original story. The entire game was built around offering a short, concise experience that would be enjoyable for anyone regardless of their knowledge of the characters. From my experience, I think this worked, because as a little 8-year-old, this was my first real exposure to Batman. Sure, I had known about the cartoons and the character in general, but the dark tones always kind of put me off. This game, however, turned me into the Batman fan I am today, though just to be clear, Spider-Man is still #1 in my heart. And I'm sure this is true for a lot of other people, as I rarely hear people saying that they don't like this game, and the critical reception to this game was just a shower of 9 out of 10s and claims that it's the best superhero game to be released at the time. Of course, a game like this would have a darker tone, as the source material here is absolutely demonic, and it honestly gives me the creeps. It still amazes me how well they adapted the feeling and atmosphere of Arkham Asylum to this game, and how even with another 4 Arkham games, the atmosphere here is yet to be matched. This game is absolutely action-packed, and for that reason, it can sometimes be tough to actually stop, smell the roses, and really appreciate these environments, which is where I believe we should turn our gaze.
Take me on home to the asylum. Never alone in the Asylum.
Every Arkham game has its strengths. Arkham City had its story and lore, Arkham Origins had its boss fights, and Arkham Knight had its refined combat and stealth, but Asylum has the atmosphere. Everything in this game has a supernatural, spiritual feel to it, from the setting itself, an asylum on an isolated island, being one of the spookiest locations to set a game in, which is just begging to be haunted. Pairing this with the villains housed here who actually do have supernatural abilities, and we get a setting that feels like it has a life of its own, and it is not happy with our presence. Something that stood out to me when I went through this game again was how aggressive and torturous it seemed. Chairs, cages, straitjackets, and large metal appendages that resemble the arms of a spider gave me the impression that the inhabitants here may not be the true monsters that we're told that they are. I mean, why else would there be a popular suicide spot where an inmate can jump into the rocks below? There is something in the water here, and it's almost like the island itself has a mind of its own and it's fighting back. The multiple cracks in the floor and in the walls, the rusted cages, the light bulbs that look like they are minutes away from burning out, come together to give the island a level of detail that is just as otherworldly as the asylum itself. The villains also inhabit this supernatural theme as mentioned, as the likes of Killer Croc tower over Bruce, and Poison Ivy is the catalyst for the island's biggest changes, and their designs are as aggressive as the island itself. Croc's scales, glowing eyes, and beastly roars remind me of the beastly roars I let out when Harley Quinn comes on screen, who is sporting a nurse outfit this time around, and damn! You guys know it's just a joke, right? And I'm not actually attracted to a collection of pixels and polygons. Right? The island and its inhabitants look like they have been to hell and back. The work that went into creating such an aesthetic is clear in every crevice of the island, and the way it progresses over the course of the game furthers this. The progression of the island fighting back is most prevalent here. When we arrive, everything is under control. The main antagonist is restrained, and this goes for a lot of the eventual foes like Killer Croc, who literally can't touch us. Then, seemingly on a dime, Joker is able to break free and through the help of the other inmates turn the island against Batman. The hallways that are trashed and the graffitied walls are just the beginning of this chaos. When in the exterior environments, we come across guards who, while being concerned of the situation, have a confidence about them that presents them as in control. Though after some more meddling, the secured exteriors become more dangerous as the armed guards patrolling the dirt paths are replaced by crooks with snipers, wandering inmates, and eventually the crazed lunatics are thrown in there, and even Ivy's plants. By the time your conclusion draws near, the exteriors of the island are more dangerous than the interiors, which contrasts the beginning of the game. You had to work through the intensive care unit, which was filled with falling elevators, armed men, and dead bodies at every turn. Finally making it outside where you can look over one of the three wings of the island, it felt like you finally have room to breathe. Though hours later, because of how aggressive the outside is, you take solace in the cramped environments and low-lit shadows. Another indicator of the island's strength is the mural outside of the visitor center. The painting of the Joker becomes more and more complete as the game goes on, and I feel it represents his hold on the island, as by the time the game comes to a close, we see the completed image. It is also fitting that in the final boss fight, that same mural is on the ground, the same ground that is destroyed by the end of the fight, symbolizing Batman's reacquired control. What's spookier is the distorted chime that plays every so often as you move through the asylum, which initially features communication from Quincy Sharp, the asylum's warden, but it is eventually taken over by the Joker, using it as a way to taunt and intimidate Batman. When Joker's in control, he can inform the armed inmates of Batman's presence and uses it to spy on Batman throughout the game, leading to this feeling of being watched all the time, and that's because you are. Your every move is being picked up by the Joker and instills this feeling of isolation as if the entire rogues gallery is watching you run around like a rat in a maze. Hell, even the claustrophobic vents, which force you into a first-person perspective, feel like a maze, as there are plenty of branching paths that lead to literally nothing, and I assume they are just there to disorient you, and it will. Getting lost in the asylum is not uncommon, as the tight corridors and many winding paths allow you to be easily turned around and distracted by what's in front of you. I think what blows my mind most is how the environments here all feel a part of the same island, and yet all have unique qualities. The exterior of the island acts as an overworld of sorts, and each of the buildings are akin to dungeons in their own respect. The Metroidvania style of this game's world is easy to see, as there are portions of each dungeon that cannot be accessed without a certain gadget, and getting a new gadget incites a revisit to said location. The cutscenes here, while being unfortunately pre-rendered, still look perfectly fine and allow us to experience some of the more cinematic moments of the game, such as when gliding into the Batcave. I think what is so incredible about this cutscene is that the very gliding presented here can be pulled off in real-time gameplay within this game's sequel. The voice acting here is top-notch as well, and the ominous soundtrack is just too good and too memorable to not at least mention once. The environments themselves look great too, from the overly sanitized and locked down medical facility to the Arkham Mansion. The penitentiary houses the island's crazed lunatics, and is full of tight corridors with vents and grates for the lunatics to jump through, catching you by surprise. The many cages of this environment seem inhumane at best, and the final room where we face Harley on an electrified floor and where we see cages that seem to house Mr. Freeze make me question what in God's name is going on here. Right across is the medical facility, which sees the restraining chairs I mentioned earlier. The environments here strike a strange balance between hyper-sanitized and unkempt age. The further you descend into the medical facility, the dodgier the experiments get, as the final boss, Bane, would have you believe. Intensive Treatment is a location you'll revisit in the game, as the first time you enter, you'll only explore about half of it, but the second time around there are a myriad of changes made to the environments you are familiar with to keep you engaged, as well as new rooms you can explore. One of which is an entrance to the sewers, which are important plot-wise but offer some interesting gameplay changes too. When in the underground, everything is quite close to falling apart, meaning you can't just rely on your grapnel gun to carry you everywhere. Instead, you have to use your platforming abilities, which, while not very complex, are never required of you long enough for you to actually get bored with them. I just appreciated that within this section, you have to put a little more thought into your movement. The Arkham Mansion is about the most normal looking environments in the game, and even then it has this haunted house atmosphere to it. Villains' attire and gear are on display here as if they are Quincy Sharp's trophies. With each major criminal he incarcerates, he's keeping a memento of the accomplishment. The Chronicles of Arkham reinforce this pride that Sharp takes and also reinforces the supernatural themes on the island. The Victorian design of the mansion lends itself well to its atmosphere, and little details like the door being much larger than your standard door makes it feel like you are in the dead center of the uncanny valley, wandering through a liminal space. The Botanical Gardens is the final frontier of the game, and it is one of my favorites and least favorite locations at the same time. On one hand, I think the level of detail here is awesome, and it perfectly represents the themes of the island fighting back that I mentioned earlier, but I also think that aesthetically, this place is just pretty boring. This is of course just a matter of what you like and don't like, so I won't hold it to the game, and I do appreciate, however, the way the plants eventually tear apart and take over the environment. The massive vines wrap around the Arkham Mansion, and it makes quick work of the Batcave, which is surprisingly present here too. Located just off of that popular suicide point for inmates, the Batcave is pretty basic, as it's just a few tables and a computer. And it's barely present in the game, however, I do like that despite this game taking place outside of Gotham, we still get all the staples of a Batman game. While I can appreciate the detail that went into this world, and it's a large reason why the game is so replayable, you won't always be able to take note of these design details or the massive handful of Easter eggs, typically tied to riddles, because it'll be focused more on the gameplay in front of you, and unfortunately, that gameplay sometimes conditions you to look through a lens where you can't really see that detail.
Anarchy ruled, it was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you, I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now.
The gameplay as a whole here, while ultimately primitive compared to the future entries in the series, is just as addictive here as it was over a decade ago. Coupled with expertly crafted animations that look fluid and even brutal in some cases, it's easy to immerse yourself at 9 PM, play for 10 minutes, and check the clock to see that it's 4 AM. I think the biggest issue with the combat here is the imprecision of it, and that is a theme that is present throughout the series. Stealth is surprisingly innovative and interesting, and everything in between, while by no means the best in the series, is a shockingly strong attempt considering it was Rocksteady's first try. The combat is boiled down to rhythm-based taps of square and triangle, and is one of the most satisfying combat systems I've ever used. It does of course get more complex with upgrades such as the special combo moves, which include the throw and the takedown. The throw is a reasonably useful tool for crowds, as if thrown in the right direction it can knock over a ton of enemies, but the takedown can completely knock out an enemy. This can be achieved by reaching a combo of 8, though with upgrades it gets lowered to 5. Pairing this with another upgrade, the critical strikes, which rewards you with twice the points a regular punch would, and you get a special takedown every 2 hits. If I glossed over this a little, it's just because I've now covered this system 3 separate times, and I don't want to bore you. I will say that once you unlock these aforementioned upgrades, which can be achieved quite early, the combat becomes brain dead easy. I do need to acknowledge, however, that despite the meme of me being awful at games being funny, I think I might just be too good for the combat. I've played through Arkham Asylum, City, Origins, and Knight on so many occasions now, and I've in my eyes mastered the combat. I'm not trying to sit here and get on a high horse and act like an epic gamer, but what I'm trying to say is I don't think I can really criticize the difficulty. For example, I can complete Dark Souls 2 without dying, or without a bonfire. And is that a testament to the game's difficulty, or a testament to my 300 hours of playtime? So with that being said, I still believe that these upgrades are just busted, but I won't go any further than that. I mentioned before that the combat was a little imprecise, and when I said that, I didn't mean that I would target an enemy and Batman would go somewhere else, but rather his animation would send him somewhere else. What I mean is that his takedown animation might be at a safe distance, but the animation itself would put Batman in the path of a raging titan. It was something that didn't happen too often, and it actually only happened once or twice, but it immediately gave me flashbacks to the Catwoman DLC from Arkham Knight, and I felt it was interesting to note that these problems were present in the series' infancy. Thankfully, the game very rarely puts you in a tight space, and don't get me wrong, when they do, I don't enjoy myself as much, but it was rare, and the only real time it bothered me was during the segment with the titans in the sewers. The arena was quite tight, and it really exemplified the wonky hitboxes on some attacks and the jank that can sometimes slip through the cracks here. Overall though, the game was perfectly fine as far as hitboxes and glitches go, on PC. We can talk about the remastered version of this game later. The enemy variety was recently varied here, which I enjoyed. The basic enemies go down through basic means, the cattle prod wielding enemies have to be hit from behind, and the knife enemies have to be stunned to be damaged. The biggest combat quirk that this game has that is near exclusive is the titans. These hulking masses will charge at you and do a significant amount of damage, though if there is a gap, they may throw a body at you too. On their own, these mini-boss-esque enemies are a piece of cake, but when there are enemies mixed in, it becomes a little more complicated. Now you have to juggle the charging titan with 10 other enemies trying to get a piece of you, but in this context, upon taking down one of the titan's 3 health bars, you can ride them, and it's super simple as you just steer them haphazardly with the stick, but I'd be a liar if I didn't say this was way too much fun. I like the mix-ups that these different enemies provided, and it made the combat as a whole more enjoyable, which while lacking the complexity of the newer games, at least has all the basics except one last thing. You can't cancel attacks. In the sequels, you'd be able to cancel a punch to do a counter, however here, you have to finish the animation before you can counter. Some would say this is a poor choice because you'd end up with a situation where you can't counter in time, and while I agree that for the conditioned player it can be a tough thing to adjust to, it made me think about who I was attacking a little bit more. For example, even before the blue lightning appears over an enemy's head, they'll move into an attacking position, and once you notice this, you can see who's going to make their next attack much sooner, and rather than wait for the counter or just start punching random thugs, you can punch the thug that is planning on attacking you. If you ignore this, you will inevitably end up in a position where you may not be able to counter in time. I enjoyed that this subtle change made a huge difference into how I saw the fight, and it made me think more and pay more attention. There is a slight issue with this though. When you do execute an attack, regardless of the timing, or so it seems, there is a variance in windup. When attacking an enemy, the punch will sometimes be lightning fast, or it'll be so slow that I wonder how it has any power at all. When making the on-the-fly decision-making that the game encourages with how you can't cancel attacks, you can find yourself getting hit purely because your animation took a strangely long time to complete. I found that this was most easily noticeable with the Joker, who, surprise by the way, is playable in the game's challenge maps, but I'll get to those later. For now, let's flip to the other side of this coin and look at how the Bat handles himself in the dark. Stealth is much like combat, primitive but addictive in the same breath, yet the replayability here is higher than it is in the combat. I think this is because stealth is much closer to a puzzle than anything else and rewards patience and forethought. While combat can be considered a puzzle, the puzzle at hand is one that requires quick thinking and quick execution. Stealth, on the other hand, will leave you spending in some cases a minute or two plotting just how you're gonna take out the room. The enjoyable part is the execution just as much as it is the planning. Making use of your gadgets to make the criminals tremble in fear is something that seems to never get old, even within future entries to the series, and that's because of another unique and well-executed mechanic here: the fear system. As the tension in the room rises, the thugs will have an increased heart rate, eventually becoming visibly shaky, and their dialogue reflects their transition from having a goal of guarding the room to having a goal that is just survive. They'll begin checking behind them frequently and checking grates too. When a body is found, the most fearful will exclaim that it's every man for himself and begin ignoring his fellow men that need his help. This system made me feel like a hunter, an eagle swooping down to catch its prey, or maybe a bat swooping down to catch its prey, I don't know. Regardless, despite being extremely outnumbered, the game gives you all the tools necessary to control the room, and making the right plays to bait an enemy into a vulnerable position is just as addictive as the combat is. An aspect I found interesting is that if the guards don't notice that someone is missing, the Joker most certainly will, and he'll alert them too. The tools mentioned earlier are your gadgets, and they can have varying degrees of usefulness, with the explosive gel and grapnel gun being the most useful and the batarangs being borderline unused throughout my playthrough. The explosive gel, which can be sprayed up to 3 different times before being detonated, can be sprayed on a weak surface, and whatever enemy is on the other end of that surface will be knocked out once the gel is detonated. Though just the explosion alone won't knock them out, but rather knock them down briefly. The bat claw is pretty situational, but really satisfying to pull off. It can be used to pull objects, and in a stealth context can be used to pull enemies over a railing, causing them to non-lethally snap their necks. The line launcher can be used to boot enemies in the head, which will stun them. Not very useful in stealth, but it works for traversal. The batarangs can be used to knock down an enemy for a short time, and can be used to hit switches around the asylum as well. These were not very useful for me because whenever someone is knocked down from a batarang, anyone within a reasonable proximity will take notice and head over to help their friend, meaning that swooping in to finish the job is a tight process. If the enemy is by himself though, it's just more efficient to swoop behind him and take him down silently. The most significant tool that I've yet to bring up is detective mode. Yet another facet of this game that served as an inspiration for many other games. Through the push of a button, you enter a new lens that allows you to see through walls, highlighting enemies, interactables, and points of interest. Your environments enter a simplified X-ray-esque view to better highlight the important stuff. I think that this is a really cool way to give us an advantage in stealth and equip us with the knowledge necessary to control the room, but I think the downside to this is that the player is taught in a way to heavily rely on it. Obviously, you're conditioned essentially from the get-go to spend most of your time in stealth scenarios within this mode, but you also track trails through this perspective. You have to stay in detective mode to follow the trail of Frank Bull's alcohol, and it causes you to miss out on some of the larger details within the asylum. I wonder why we couldn't just have the normal pop-ups present in detective mode, but in our real view. It could allow us to not only follow the trail, but also take in the environments. It's not just trails that require you to jump into detective mode, but also things like finding a source of power, finding interactables, and finding secrets. Even something as simple as traversing the exterior of the island requires you to somewhat depend on detective mode, as when the snipers are present, you can only see when and where they are locked onto you when you're in detective mode. I've gotten a few comments now across my Arkham videos from some of you saying that it felt like you spent most of the game in detective mode, and why wouldn't you? I think a remedy for this though would have been if they reworked detective mode entirely to be more limited. Now, I'm gonna go on a huge tangent here, but I've had this thought for a while, and this is potentially my final opportunity to indulge myself, so allow me. Imagine if rather than using an X-ray vision as a template, they base it off of sonar, you know, like a bat. Imagine when in the sonar mode, you can see the world through the sound bouncing off of the surrounding environments, akin to how it was portrayed in The Dark Knight. You could pick up on subtle sounds such as enemy footsteps, but your footsteps would be too loud and cause your vision to be distorted. This would force you to only enter this mode when stationary, preventing the player from relying on it and giving you a greater reason to use the vantage points in stealth, and also allow you to take in the environments more. Of course, on top of the gadgets and abilities I listed, there are a number of upgrades to go along with them, which can be purchased through your acquired Wayne Tech points, which are earned from doing just about anything. The combat upgrades mentioned earlier were referred to as busted, but I don't think this applies to the upgrades for stealth and gadgets. The first stealth upgrade you should invest into is the inverted takedown, where upon perched atop a gargoyle, you can hang upside down, and lower down to grab a thug and hang him from the gargoyle. The imagery alone of a shadowy figure stalking these guys looking like Dracula is so creepy, but in the best way possible. That is, unfortunately, the only upgrade for stealth, which is a little disappointing, but we can at least upgrade our gadgets. For example, we can, instead of throwing one batarang, throw 2, and even 3 eventually, which is, like, whatever, man. I think it's cool, but it was so situational that I don't even remember the last time I used them outside of getting footage for this video. I mean, you can use them to knock down groups of enemies, swooping down to take one out, but in almost every stealth scenario, there is 1 or 2 thugs that are completely separated from whatever duo is on the map. The explosive gel can receive an upgrade where you can detonate the gels individually rather than the default, which detonates them all one after another, and a further one that causes it to detonate when an enemy is within its radius. The sonic batarang has a heartbeat monitor decoy on it that will attract a nearby guard. Pretty useful if an enemy is in a tricky spot, but not much else. That is if you don't upgrade it one more time, which allows it to take down an enemy. And if you think that this might be a little overpowered, fear not. These upgrades, or at least most of them, have a cooldown. So yes, you could just spam the sonic batarangs to take out a room without being seen, but it would take a hell of a long time. Outside of stealth, there are the basic upgrades like extra health, extra power and range on the cryptographic sequencer, and a remote control batarang, which, while an interesting idea, I saw very little use for. The upgrades here, as mentioned earlier, are not that deep, and I wish there was a little bit more, especially in the stealth department. I think it could have been interesting to allow us to use the cryptographic sequencer to deactivate an inmate's heartbeat monitor, allowing us to take him out without anyone hearing about it. I am somewhat torn though, because the main campaign will take you no more than 8 hours, so perhaps I'm asking too much from such a small game. Fortunately, there is one mix-up with stealth where you have to enter a room and sneak past a handful of inmates before you can take them out, and I really like that Rocksteady not only gave us some variation, but only did it once as to not make this type of stealth annoying. Another one and done concept they used was strapping bombs to the gargoyles, which was equally interesting. If you are wanting to attempt some of the early game scenarios with late game upgrades, then you can tackle the challenge maps. I've never really touched on the challenge maps in any of my Arkham videos, simply because they never really grabbed me for very long outside of the trophies tied to them. I'd much rather just replay the game and experience these set pieces within the context of the story. Regardless, I can at least commend the sizable amount of challenge maps here that feature some of the best set pieces from the campaign, and they have challenges associated with them tied to your score and how you take down your foes. Some of the harder combat challenges can be really tough to get 3 stars on, and it's great, except the way you unlock them definitely isn't. You can unlock these bad boys by completing some of the 240 Riddler challenges, and I also haven't talked much about this in my other Arkham videos. Anywho, there are hundreds of these trophies, destructible teeth, riddles, interviews, and chronicles of Arkham hidden around the map, and some of them are tied to the challenge maps. The game does throw you a bone by telling you which specific challenge contains a reward, but sometimes that reward is a challenge or a character trophy. I guess they have to incentivize you to collect these things somehow, and to be fair, the Riddler challenge that unlocks a challenge map is typically close to that location within the asylum, meaning you'll have around half of them if you grab any that are directly in your way. And truth be told, I know some people get annoyed about the Riddler trophies, and I can understand why. It's tedious as hell, and I would have liked the option to ignore it. Keeping things like the Chronicles of Arkham and the interview tapes under the umbrella of Riddler challenges turns collecting the other challenges and subsequently the other collectibles into a chore, when in reality these interview tapes and chronicles are interesting enough to be collected on their own. Specifically, those tapes and chronicles were a ton of fun to listen to. There are a number of these interview tapes around the island which compile the interviews of the villains and the psychiatrists at Arkham, and they give you a greater idea of the inmate's mindset, which were spooky to say the least.
Can you make me normal? Normal is a poor choice of words. No one's really normal, are they? Figured as much. So, how about this, Doc? You let me go now, and I won't eat you. You don't really eat people. It's just an urban myth. Oh, you think? Keep believing that, Doc.
Regardless, these collectibles were pretty interesting, but their tandem to the Riddler challenges and challenge maps made them a little more tedious than I had hoped. Something I mentioned about the challenge maps was that on both the PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4, you can play as the Joker, which was a really awesome decision, and it's just another reason why I grew up as a PlayStation fanboy. Joker controls the exact same, and the animations combat-wise are the only real distinction when it comes to combat, though it's enough of a distinction to make it pretty fun. In stealth, he has a more limited but still enjoyable moveset consisting of some chattering teeth, which upon detonation will kill a guard, a gun, like that's it, it's just a gun, and his spectacles that act as a stationary detective mode. His takedowns are pretty fun, but there isn't too much here that separates him from the dark and brooding counterpart, and that's fine in my eyes. Now, you may have also noticed I'm playing the original release of Arkham Asylum, which I'm doing on PC, instead of the remaster on the PlayStation 4. The reason for that is because I just don't think the remaster looks all that good. Sure, the lighting in the game looks great, but the 30 FPS capped frame rate and the touch-ups made to the many faces look a little off. The color correction is also just not very pleasant to look at in some cases, and considering that the Game of the Year edition is cheaper, I think it's really a no-brainer. And I think this goes for Arkham City too. Outside of the challenge maps are the equally enjoyable individual levels and segments within the game, such as the boss fights.
I've waited a long time for this, Bats. Let's start the party with a bang.
The first to cover is against a Titan. I don't think this counts as a boss fight, but I wanted to bring up the fact that this scenario does a fantastic job of teaching the player how to properly deal with these enemies in an open and controlled environment, without any variables. Bane ends up being the more advanced Titan, and his fight is quite intuitive. His moveset is nearly the exact same as a Titan's, except now the aforementioned variables are taken into account. There's now a huge amount of enemies that swarm you, and this fight teaches you how to deal with the Titans while also avoiding the enemies, which will be useful since this enemy composition will reappear in many different forms throughout your playthrough. The Scarecrow nightmares are easily the most unique parts of this game, as I see you in a psychedelic stealth section where the tables are turned and you are the prey, in stark contrast to the typical Predator scenarios. In here, Scarecrow shoots a deadly gaze across the map, and merely being spotted results in death. These end up serving as a bit of a side-scrolling segment, and the visuals alone make this enjoyable, but mechanically they make use of some newly acquired gadgets too. There were some mix-ups here, such as where you have to fight some enemies while staying out of Scarecrow's gaze, though his sightline rarely shifts, meaning you could just bait the enemies away from the light. Eventually, in the final battle against Crane, you fight some more enemies, and this time there is a Titan enemy thrown in. These guys went down right after dodging them, and it made it pretty easy, and in all honesty, pretty lame. I think this could have been done better if the Titans took more time to go down. For example, perhaps the Titans can only be destroyed by pulling their spine out of their backs with the Bat Claw after they are stunned. This could flip the typical way that we deal with Titans on its head. The usual strategy sees you focusing on the Titan, as when their health bar is down, you can hop on top of them and thin out the large number of goons that are typically surrounding them. However, here, hypothetically, taking out their spines would function the same as pulling the grate out of a vent, and trying to do that while a bunch of other enemies are on you is going to be really difficult, so dealing with the enemies first would be most optimal. Something I praised earlier was how the first Titan you face shows you how to defeat Bane later on. Well, if we were to have this spine-pulling idea, it would give the player some familiarity when defeating the final boss, who also goes down from a bat claw to the back. I would have also liked to see a stealth scenario where you have to defeat some enemies in a room while having to move around Scarecrow's rotating gaze, though I think my wishes may be too ambitious here. Overall, these nightmares took the unsettling atmosphere of Arkham Asylum and turned it into flat-out horror in possibly the most memorable way they could, and it served as some of my favorite moments of the game, with each encounter getting crazier and crazier. The first just sees you with mild hallucinations, and the final sees a fake crash, a roll reversed intro, a middle stick, and a fake game over screen. I'd go on, but it's better to just experience these for yourself, and a lot of others already talked about how great these are. The next is Killer Croc, which is less of a fight and more of a game of cat and mouse, or I guess Croc and Bat. You enter the enclosed sewers to grab a particular spore, used in curing those injected with the Titan Serum. You have to cross a pathway floating on the water, but as you move, the ripples in the water will let Killer Croc know where you are, and he'll attempt to ambush you every now and then. You actually can't damage or defeat Croc, but rather you have to activate his shock collar to prevent him from sinking his teeth into you. I love the atmosphere in this fight, and I really like the intersections within this literal maze, as when you hear that terrifying music that plays when Croc begins his assault, you have to rapidly check around to see where he is, and the panic is just beautiful to play through. The many groans and dialogue lines add to this, but it's not the only tool up Croc's sleeve, as he'll begin destroying the walkways and you'll have to run away from it. I felt that this wasn't very challenging, but because of how the encounter was executed, there is still an element of anxiety as you sneak through the sewer system. The penultimate boss fight is against Poison Ivy and her kaiju plant. However, I found this fight quite boring, despite its interesting design and scale. It sees her in a giant plant with two vines acting as arms, which can set traps on the floor, summon some brainwash guards, and shoot some, pollen thing at you. If caught in the trap, it'll do some significant damage, and trying to defeat the enemies while avoiding said traps can be tricky. Eventually, she changes her stance and starts shooting more projectiles at you. The way you defeat Ivy is by throwing batarangs at her. Since dodging the projectiles is as simple as double tapping X, you can just evade, batarang, rinse and repeat until she goes back to her previous stance. It made the boss fight pretty mechanically boring in my eyes, and because of that, it was a little forgettable. The final fight is against the Joker. Just you, him, and oh yeah, he took the Titan formula, so he's a hulking beast, and he's been a heavy point of criticism for years now. I said this before and I'll say it again, I don't really get the hate here. A lot of people criticize the design of Joker and the idea of a roid rage clown, and while I agree it's a far out idea, I think it fits perfectly fine within the plot. Regardless, I believe that the fight itself mechanically is the real issue. So let's go back to what I enjoyed about Bane for a second. I enjoyed that he is the culmination of the Titan battles, except now with Bane there are some enemies which act as added variables. So once you know how to fight Bane, you know how to fight the Titans. So with the Joker fight, you just fight enemies head on, then fight the Joker, then enemies, and so on. It's a literal step back, as not only do you not actively fight back against him, but you fight the variables on your own, boiling the fight down to just running in a circle, fighting not even a large amount of goons, and then using the Bat Claw. It doesn't feel at all like a natural progression of the mechanics or even a final exam of your knowledge culminating in a single scenario. What if instead we had a moment where we're in a tight space with the hulking Joker akin to the Bane fight in Origins, where we have to use our explosive gel to bring the walls down on him, pull boxes down on him with the Bat Claw, and so on. Imagine further if they took the safety net away from you, detective mode. You could find whatever reason to get rid of it, be it a jammer or whatever, but taking away detective mode would put the player in a greater sense of danger. They'd have to use the sound of Joker's massive footsteps and his many taunts to get an idea of where he is. It would take a game that consistently walks the line between thriller and horror and send it over the deep end. As you finish that stealth boss fight, you could transition into a second phase where you can face off against a weakened Titan Joker, and it could function similarly to the other Titan fights. It would also work thematically, as the gameplay of Arkham typically sees Batman in the position of predator, and the boss fights typically see him in the position of prey, so being able to get both of these in one fight would satisfy that. Just to clarify, I'm also not a game designer, so please take what I say with a huge grain of salt. I don't think that Rocksteady is just sitting in their office with a big red button labeled Fun Boss Fight that they can just press whenever. Overall though, the boss fights were a lot of fun, and much like many of the other aspects of this game, it is primitive and it is outshined by the rest of the series. But that doesn't stop it from being fun in its own right and standing on its own amongst the quadrilogy. Another aspect in which this game stands apart is in the game's spirit. This is a strange thing to nail down, but it's the culmination of the budget, the design, the environments, and nearly everything else under the narrative that make you feel like you are playing a passion project. That maybe didn't have the best graphics or even the best gameplay, but I'll be damned if this game didn't have the heart.
We'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing.
The spirit of this game is present in every nook and cranny, as is the spirit of Arkham. The plot on the surface is simple, and it really is, but the lore expands much further than the plot, which is why I enjoy it. The story of Arkham Asylum on this particular night is what's on front display, but just beneath it is the history of Arkham, and that's why despite the story being short and simple at a surface level, it's still enjoyable, as it feels like it's taking place in a pre-established world. The plot begins on this same sentiment, as there is no exposition, context, or even a title card, with the closest we get to a title card is the camera panning up at the top of the gates, which read Arkham Asylum. All we know is that Batman has yet again captured Joker, quite easily this time too, and he's taking him to Arkham Asylum, a clash of modern technology and historic medicine, only for the Clown Prince of Crime to break out in an awfully convenient fashion. Upon chasing him down, we see that this has been a plan long in the making, and that things like Batman not being allowed further into the intensive treatment and the temporary transfer of Blackgate prisoners to the island was all part of Joker's master plan. And while the logistics of this plan are not entirely explained on the surface, they don't really need to be in my eyes. We track down Joker and see a new hulking mass similar to Bane that is most certainly right-handed. Joker of course escapes, and while we have our hands full, Commissioner Gordon is kidnapped by Frank Bowles, another cog in Joker's machine. We track him down, and when we do, we have a run-in with Bane, who refers to Dr. Young, a previously rescued doctor, as Bruja, which translates to witch. This causes us to look into Dr. Young a little bit more, and we find out that she was working on a formula for a new strain of Titan, and the person funding it is Jack White, one of Joker's many pseudonyms. Dr. Young became wary of the experiments of which she performed on Bane, and this caused Joker to initiate his plan to take over the island, finish the tests himself, and create an army of Titans. As we work through the mansion to find Dr. Young, we see her taken hostage by Victor Zsasz, and she dies right before we can get much out of her. But through a gloating Harley Quinn, we know where to find more info. After tracking her down and defeating her, we're given the next step, which is to head to the Botanical Gardens to potentially find a cure to the Titan Serum, as we see that the Joker has put it in Gotham's water supply. We head to Ivy and she tells us that the only spore capable of being used in the cure is in Killer Croc's lair. We grab that and return to Ivy, defeat her, and confront Joker. After explaining that his entire night has essentially been foiled by Batman, he injects himself with the Titan formula, and we get that all too infamous boss fight culminating in Batman spraying explosive gel on his hand, allowing him to throw an explosive punch to Joker's face, and that's about it. Now I have to mention again that the Titan Joker didn't bother me much. Some have argued that it clashes tonally with the rest of the game, but I don't really see it that way. The game has hulking monsters all throughout it, and a basic one-on-one fight against regular old Joker wouldn't satisfy the logical conclusion of all the Titan formula nonsense. I also think that's just as crazy as a comic book conclusion should be, and for myself, it was important to remember that this game was heavily inspired by said comic books, and this is reflected in the game's expertly crafted UI. It wasn't until Arkham City and most notably in Arkham Knight that the games really started to feel less like comic book games and more like Arkham games. The progression of the story itself felt natural, and while it seemed like the game suffered from feeling like a wild goose chase in retrospect, in gameplay it felt perfectly fine, aside from the portion where the game makes you return to the Arkham Mansion just to talk to Cash before entering the sewers. I felt that this was a point where the progression stumbled a bit, though I think it was done to allow you to see the effects that the plants have on the island. As funny enough, right after Batman tells Ivy not to do anything, she starts going batshit crazy on the island, and her plants destroyed just about every inch of it, even the Batcave. I think the reason a story as simple as this works is because while it may be quite short and straightforward, it's dense. You hear a lot of people criticizing AAA games such as Assassin's Creed for being a mile wide but an inch deep, and I feel that a game like Arkham Asylum is the antithesis of that when it comes to its narrative. There are literally hundreds of collectibles that reference characters within the universe and give you extended backstories on said characters. Finding audio tapes for Victor Zsasz makes him all the more terrifying, as he slowly turns the tides of these patient interviews, becoming the one who controls the conversation and even plots to kill the very doctor trying to treat him. Scanning riddles for the radio, which plays voice lines from Jack Ryder, a prominent reporter in Batman comics, is so unnecessary, but it's a fine detail that just sweetens the world. Other little details like the gas present before you enter a Scarecrow sequence that upon walking into them will cause Batman to cough, walking into the visiting room after each encounter and seeing what the Joker has to say about all of it. Hell, you can, through spraying explosive gel on seemingly random walls within the Warden's office, find a hidden room with the proposal of Arkham City, which is easily my favorite Easter egg in the game. There are hundreds of secrets here that expand the world, and covering these little details will take ages, so I'll stop myself here. The most notable audio tapes you can find are not quite audio tapes, but are chronicles that, when deciphered, share the story of Amadeus Arkham, the Asylum's founder, who is long dead by the time the story occurs. Amadeus Arkham, son of the dementia-ridden Elizabeth Arkham, watched his mother struggle with mental health, and it drove him to a career in psychiatry. One of his former patients, by the name of Mad Dog, killed Arkham's wife and daughter, with the daughter having the name Mad Dog carved into her chest. Arkham then opened the Elizabeth Arkham Asylum and personally treated Mad Dog, but after 6 months of treatment and seeing no improvements, he killed him, framing it as an accident, and this served as a catalyst into his nosedive into the very madness he spent his life trying to destroy. He eventually felt it was his duty to cleanse Gotham of the madness it seemed to so easily breed, and eventually he became a patient at his own asylum. Now, the Chronicles of Arkham are quite strange to decipher because despite Amadeus being dead, there are a number of chronicles that are in parts of the asylum built after his death. I initially thought this was an oversight, but it's actually due to the revelation that occurs as you further scan the chronicles. Some of the audio logs begin describing someone who delivers patients to the island. Some of the new guests are Killer Croc, Poison Ivy, and even the Joker. The revelation is that Quincy Sharp experiences a split personality disorder and begins seeing himself as the spirit of Arkham, believing that the spirit of Arkham was talking to him. He began stalking his patients and killing them. In some of the chronicles, we can see points where Sharp is watching Harley Quinn being seduced by the Joker. Planning then to kill the Joker, it seems Sharp had a slight change of heart and just couldn't go through with it. It's all very confusing, but really interesting. I think what is most interesting about this Spirit of Arkham is that it's less of the actual spirit of Amadeus Arkham, but more his mindset and ideology that affects people. When Sharp felt that the patients should be killed to cleanse Gotham, that was the Spirit of Arkham. You could say that the Spirit of Arkham is present within Hugo Strange, who also wanted his legacy to be the ultimate destruction of Gotham's criminals. The Arkham Knight has the same ideology that at some point you just have to kill those who are incurable. The Spirit of Arkham is the ideological opposite of Batman, and the game doesn't necessarily come to a conclusion on which ideology is correct, but leaves enough food for thought to satisfy me. I think that the culmination of this game's gameplay, story, and most importantly, its atmosphere, is a product that is far greater than the sum of its parts. It wasn't perfect for sure, but I think it says a lot about a game when even after 3 sequels and years of improvements, it can still stand on its own and is enjoyable outside of those sequels. It is a representation of the game's foundation and the series' roots, but it also proves that the gameplay of the Arkham series is something that is enjoyable at its core. Its combat is simple in its execution and mechanics, but regardless, it entertains for the full runtime and even some challenge maps. The stealth shares this sentiment too. There's only one stealth upgrade here, but the foundation they set of being able to pick away at a room as the tension rises is so fun that the core mechanics didn't need any changes in the sequels. Only more bells and whistles. The story was simple for sure, but future games were able to provide more expansive plots with the same amount of passion put into them, and even more collectibles for better or worse. I think one thing that was never nailed quite the same in future entries was the atmosphere. And to be fair, that's because I and a lot of others would say that they near perfected it here. And rather than bring that same horror-like aesthetic, they took a different direction, with varying results. I think that the atmosphere is the biggest reason why Arkham Asylum is still worth playing or replaying today. On top of that, the game is fortunately small enough that it seems just about everything is so tightly knit, and that's something future games could not achieve to the same extent, as the sequels brought more ambitious narratives and mechanics that inevitably led to greater flaws, but with the silver lining of having greater strengths, leaving Arkham Asylum ultimately the smallest and least ambitious of the quadrilogy, and yet the most consistent in the series. It only makes sense that a game like this be compared to other video games even to this day, as it served as such an influence on gaming as a whole. Arkham Asylum laid the groundwork for one of the most popular and arguably best AAA series as of making this video, with fans still wanting more. And that's why I believe it is an isolated, expertly crafted, nostalgic, horrifying masterpiece.
There's nothing like a comeback, is there, Matt? Let's go again.
Batman Arkham Asylum was a really great game, and a lot of people, including myself, were patiently anticipating its sequel. It had great characters, a fun map, and gameplay that is still addictive to this day. Topping such a great product is not an easy task, however, somehow Rocksteady took what made Arkham Asylum so good and improved on and expanded upon it in every single way. The combat had more depth, the map was greatly expanded, the story was longer and more complex, and the boss fight saw a significant upgrade. That, however, does not mean that there are not some problems. Batman Arkham City is one of the most requested videos on my channel, and that's for a few reasons. The first is likely because it's the most popular Arkham game and is widely considered to be one of the best superhero video games ever made. The other reason is because it's not my favorite. Now, I know this is probably one of my more unpopular opinions, but I want to clarify that it's not like I don't like Arkham City, nor do I think it's terrible by any means. I just don't think it's the masterpiece a lot of people make it out to be. I believe that while on paper, everything here is excellent, but when it all comes together within the context of the game, it appears to be lesser than the sum of its parts. It's not like everything here is excellent, but most things here are fantastic, and I overall rank this game highly amongst the games I've played, even if I don't rank it the highest within the Arkham series. I have mentioned in previous videos where I rank some of the Arkham games, and a lot of you know that generally speaking, Arkham Knight is my favorite and Origins is up there too. I will try and give a definitive ranking of these games at the end of this series, as the order of my list has changed quite a bit. While the main campaign was a lot of fun, it was unfortunately bogged down by some really repetitive gameplay and a plot that felt more like a wild goose chase rather than accomplishing a grander goal. The world, while being fleshed out lore-wise and while it looks very aesthetically pleasing, traversing the world is made to be quite boring by the end of the game due to its strange horseshoe design. All of this left me feeling really torn on whether or not I really liked Arkham City because it felt like the highs were so high, but the lows were so low. Regardless, I'll give my thoughts on the game and try to explain my praises and grievances to the best of my ability. Of course, a reminder that anything I say here is my opinion, and I don't think you're wrong for disagreeing, and in fact, I'd love to have a discussion with you guys and see what you think. So with that being said, let's get into my thoughts on Arkham City, and of course, spoilers ahead. First off, let's talk about the presentation. This game, even to this day on PC, is gorgeous. Sure, it's not the most technically impressive, but it has an excellent art style and it fits in with its updated UI. Characters' faces look great and there's an incredible amount of detail on the character models. Batman's suit, like in previous games, gets more and more torn apart as the game goes on, and I appreciated that a lot. The sound design here was great as well, as I could hear the leather squeaking with every movement while playing as Catwoman, and Batman's boots hitting the ground were just as satisfying as about everything else, from the gadgets to the sound of getting Batman's fist lodged in someone's fupa. It's not just the sound of Batman non-lethally slamming a riot shield into a thug's throat that pleases, but the actual animation of it too. Batman and Catwoman's many flips and flying kicks look amazing, and most of them have a good punch to them, and they look like they have some impact. There are a few animations, however, that look like Batman is just giving them a love tap, such as when countering with a weapon. You can't pick up weapons here like you could in Arkham Knight, but when you counter or take down an enemy that's using a weapon, you perform a little animation where you briefly use their weapon against them, and these look great, but unfortunately, some of them look like they have no impact whatsoever. Take this one from Catwoman where she spins around an enemy and barely taps him with her elbow. Thankfully, everything else here looks good, and the cutscenes are animated expertly. I think I would argue that the original version of this game on PC at least looks better than the remaster on PS4. The remaster version has a lot of strange looking faces, so if you can, play this on PC. Another thing to mention is that this game runs really well on newer parts, and I unfortunately only encountered this one bug during my main campaign playthrough. Well, it's not an unfortunate thing, but I was hoping to have at least a couple of funny bugs to show you guys. One funny thing I can mention though is, for some reason, Batman has taken a bit of a brutal approach to crime fighting. He's now sterilizing the criminals of Arkham City, one cringeworthy crotch punch at a time. The character models here look fantastic too, such as the Dark Knight himself, the Joker who looks like hell, and Catwoman, who's the real reason I played this game on PC. Because on PC, we get jiggle physics, baby. I also gotta make an announcement here, boys. I know a lot of you wanna know what I think of our friend Harley, and I gotta be honest, I'm not feeling it here. I mean, Asylum, yes sir, okay? Knight, damn! Here, But seriously, all the characters here look fantastic and they all have unique designs, ranging from the intimidating Mr. Freeze to the different thugs that litter the streets. I appreciate that there are some various thugs based on what quote-unquote faction they're part of. It helps spice up the combat as you aren't looking at the same enemies the whole time, even if these enemies fight the same. As far as Arkham City itself, wow. I really like most of it. The literal city with a menacing wonder tower looming over all of it was a joy to glide around in, as it really seemed like the world was tailored for the new gliding mechanics and the grapple boost. You can't zip around here like you could in Arkham Knight, but I never felt the need to, as the map wasn't big enough to warrant such speed. The buildings here look like they're falling apart, and it really looks like a city that's been housing criminals. Damaged cars and destroyed streets do a lot for the atmosphere here, and I appreciated that the Joker's district, that resembles an amusement park out of a horror movie, didn't really feel out of place. If you watch both my Assassin's Creed Revelations video and my Batman Arkham Origins video, then you know a big thing that makes an open world fun and memorable for me is the world's landmarks and familiarity. Origins felt unfamiliar because there were no clear landmarks and you can never get a good angle of the town. Here, however, there's the near opposite, as there are plenty of landmarks and the map as a whole is near ingrained into my head, and I could recreate it from memory pretty accurately if you put me up to it. I think the reason for this is because in every district of the map, there's some sort of large building or landmark that has some sort of significance to the world and the player. These landmarks for me were the museum, the courthouse, Ace Chemicals, the GCPD building, the steel mill, and of course Wonder Tower. We spend a lot of time in the museum while chasing down the Penguin and have to return to that location on multiple occasions. Ace Chemicals is unforgettable as that's where we first suited up in Arkham City, and we had to scale the building on our own without any gadgets. The courthouse is where we take out Two-Face and rescue Catwoman, GCPD is where one of the best moments of the entire game is, and the steel mill is another location we return to on multiple occasions. Wonder Tower is a building that has a lot of plot significance and gameplay significance, but it's also easily the biggest building in the entire game and can be seen from just about any point on the map. It also helps that generally speaking there are no copy and paste of buildings here, and it helps these landmarks stand out. I also felt like the map was such a perfect size, as there were no buildings or portions of the map that didn't have something to be done, be that a side quest, main quest, or God forbid one of the near 300 Riddler trophies. I appreciated that these larger buildings like the church serve as a good starting point when gliding, or a good spot to hit a nice grapple boost to keep your glide going. When you're so high up, you can often see a lot of the buildings from a bat's eye view, and I think this also helped with the map feeling more familiar. I appreciated that by the time I had finished the game and begun my side quest cleanup, I knew the map well enough to the point where if I knew there was a side quest at, say, the toy factory, I wouldn't have to mark it on my map. While it's one thing to have a city with a lot of buildings and landmarks, I also think it's essential to have a city with depth, and Arkham City achieves this 100%. What I mean by depth is that most of these landmark buildings have full-fledged interiors, and even the city itself has a very in-depth sewer system that expands over a large portion of it. All the landmarks I mentioned earlier have have a ton of content within them that take place even outside the primary campaign, such as in the side quests, Riddler trophies, and much like every other Arkham game, there's a ton of Easter eggs to be found here too. And these Easter eggs were really good for making the world feel like it had some depth to it. Take this bridge right before the steel mill, for example. Just laying on the ground there is Scarecrow's mask. Or at the beginning of the game, as you walk through the processing center for Arkham City, you can see a familiar face there. Not everything in this game is entirely grounded in realism, as some sections like the Ra's al Ghul level look like a new take on the Scarecrow nightmare sequences seen in Arkham Asylum, and visually they're equally fantastical and enjoyable. I would say my only issue with the map is Wonder Tower. It's smack dab in the center of the map and it has a wall surrounding it that you cannot glide over. Meaning if you're at the steel mill and you have to go to the museum, you either have to trek through the sewers or glide all the way around. I wish you could glide over the Wonder Tower walls, as going from one end to the other is pretty boring and you're gonna do it on multiple occasions. I also felt like the map looked a little too dark and dirty, but those are really my only issues with the map, and other than that, I just subjectively didn't enjoy the aesthetic of it. I've never been a massive fan of dark cities with garbage cluttering the streets, but I don't really want to criticize the game for that because Arkham City was meant to be this location that was barely holding on, and the game achieves that with flying colors. Flying colors of black, brown, and gray, that is. I'd also like to draw attention to an excellent design choice when it came to the waypoint markers. When following a marker from, say, the steel mill to the museum, the marker will be set to the corner of where you turn rather than on your destination. And once you pass that corner, the game will move the marker to the next corner you have to pass until you enter the quadrant of the map that contains your destination. For a veteran of both the series and the game, I can say that I didn't find this super useful, but for a beginner, I'm sure it'd be great. I also appreciated that this game seems pretty accessible for beginners, but that does not mean the gameplay here is at all boring or easy. I played this game on hard mode and once on New Game Plus, and I found the game was relatively challenging, especially in the stealth department. Now, when it comes to the stealth and the combat, I'm not going to describe it in the same depth as I did in both my Arkham Origins and Arkham Knight video. This is primarily because Arkham Origins gameplay-wise is very similar to the gameplay of Arkham City with just minor tweaks. That's a general theme you'll see here with the gameplay. The gameplay here is, as you would imagine, very similar to the other games, so I apologize if I skim over some stuff, but it's because I've probably talked about it in more than one video by now. So firstly, I want to start by acknowledging that the traversal here is great, as the grapnel boost and the diving mechanics are incredible, and while it is a staple in the series now, we can't forget that this was the game to introduce such a fantastic and well executed, albeit simple, mechanic. As I mentioned before, while the speed isn't as fast as Arkham Knight, it wasn't slow enough to feel sluggish, and Batman's top speed is perfectly acceptable here. Anywho, the combat here is as good as ever. It lacks speed in some cases, however, as sometimes for seemingly no reason, Batman will do a massive wind-up for some of his attacks. I would often time my attacks to where I could hit someone then quickly counter for efficiency's sake, but this would fail if I got one of the slower animations. Fortunately, this is one of the few criticisms I have with the combat, with the others being the mini-boss enemies. These guys can attack you no matter what animations you're locked in, so if, for example, you're putting the beat down on them and you have to counter an enemy, the counter animation could be longer than usual, and this would cause you to get hit by the mini-boss. I had multiple scenarios in which I was in this exact predicament, and it always resulted in massive damage, and it made these mini-bosses more of a pain than anything. I feel like it would have been better if while countering these enemies you have some sort of frames of invulnerability. This mirrors an issue I had with the Catwoman DLC from Arkham Knight. The animations for some of your takedowns and counters led to you being stuck on the electrified floor, and I was very disappointed seeing something similar here. The combat here though was pretty challenging, which I appreciated. However, there is an issue, which is present in nearly every other Arkham game, and that is with one of the combat upgrades. As you upgrade yourself, you'll unlock different special combo moves. When you get a combo of 8 or more, you can perform a special move. One of these is a special takedown, another is a swarm of bats that stuns all the enemies within a vicinity, and the third is a batarang takedown which can knock out any enemies that are on the ground. When timed correctly, you can wipe an entire room with this upgrade, and it near broke the game when I got it. Especially when mixed with critical hits and the upgrade that lowers the special combo requirement to 5 rather than 8, I felt like it was absolutely broken. For those unfamiliar, when attacking with a rhythm and pressing square directly after your last attack, you'll perform what's called a critical attack. It'll do more damage and it'll count as 2 hits for your combo. When in combat, you perform light attacks and counters until you reach a combo of 3 or higher, in which case you'll start doing heavy attacks that knock the enemy over. This can be bypassed by starting a fight with a running attack, as this attack will count as a heavy attack, and if you perform 2 critical hits directly after this, it means you can get this takedown in only 3 hits, and it can lead to combat scenarios being far too easy. I think my issue that I have while making this criticism is that I'm not sure if these upgrades really do make combat that easy, or if I'm just good enough at the combat. I'm not trying to sit here and act like I'm a pro gamer, but I've played every Arkham game at least 3 times, and in the case of Arkham Knight, 8 times, and for City, I just finished my 6th playthrough. So what I'm trying to say is, maybe I'm cracked. I don't know. I did, however, appreciate that there are a few scenarios where you are heavily outnumbered, and it served as a pretty decent challenge for someone as familiar with the game as myself. There's some new enemies here, such as the brutes that need to be taken down through a stun and a beatdown, and these enemies were a fantastic mix-up, and they ended up being a staple in the series. This doesn't mean that there aren't the Titan-fueled enemies from Asylum here too, however, but they only make brief appearances, which I personally appreciated, as it came across as more of a nod or callback to Asylum rather than a wholly reused concept. Another significant change that was made here is with the knife-wielding enemies. In Asylum, you had to stun these guys with your cape, but now you can just flat out attack them. You won't be able to counter them though, and will instead have to just dodge out of the way. That is until you unlock a fantastic upgrade that allows you to take them down if you dodge each individual swipe. The way you do this is by pressing down on triangle as they swing their knife or sword and releasing in between swings. It takes some time to get it right, but it's in my eyes one of the most rewarding aspects of the combat because it requires good rhythm and timing to pull it off while keeping a high combo going. It was immensely satisfying to do this with the ninjas too, as they swing their swords fast as hell. And since we're on the topic of enemies, I'll talk about the mini-bosses. These are the Ambervici twins, and they were conjoined at their sides but got split at the beginning of Arkham City by Hush. Funny thing about them, one wields a hammer and one wields a sickle, and they're from the USSR. Get it? I thought it was pretty smart, but regardless, gameplay-wise, these guys are a pretty cool addition. They move slowly, but these guys hit really hard, and they also hit their friends, so evading over an enemy right as the big boy is about to swing his weapon will leave a couple of the enemies on the floor. Taking out these guys is as simple as just mashing square, however, so the challenge typically comes from the larger number of enemies surrounding them. I found that the combat was really good here, and as mentioned in other videos, mechanics like the critical hits and the free flow focus allow you to play differently, and they discourage button mashing. Another thing I didn't mention was that you can now quick fire gadgets when in combat, meaning that you can fire a grappling hook at an enemy and pull them towards you while also ripping whatever weapon they have out of their hands. You can quick fire a myriad of gadgets like your batarangs, and they help spice up the combat. I also appreciated that there was a reason to use these different moves, as just sticking with attacks and counters while getting the job done for sure might not finish the fight as efficiently and definitely not with enough style. For me personally, I really enjoyed the feeling of running into a room and taking everyone down in a matter of seconds, and it rewarded my precise button presses and more in-depth understanding of the combat. I know that these techniques have been discussed in other videos, but I want to at least credit the game for introducing a new layer of depth to the series. I should mention that a new layer of depth was also added to the stealth. Not necessarily in the different tactics you have, but in the variety of environments and enemies here. One thing I have to admit that I noticed here right off the bat was it felt like enemies could really do some damage with the guns, which is something I didn't feel in Arkham Asylum. The usual mix-ups from previous games, such as the enemies with heartbeat monitors, are here, but there are plenty of other mix-ups that kept the stealth enjoyable and exciting for me. Within Arkham City, you'll see enemies with jammers that prevent you from using detective vision, and there's also enemies that will plant landmines on the ground. I found the layouts of the stealth segments here to be top-notch, as they broke out of the commonplace box with gargoyle style. And there are specific highlights, such as the final stealth scenario at the peak of Wonder City, and it was equally as challenging as it was fun to play. There are no vantage points when inside, and the enemies don't often patrol outside, so using the gargoyles out there won't be a huge help. You'll have to have full understanding of the stealth system and the enemy AI in order to get out alive, and on top of the handful of enemies in the room, you also have Hugo Strange watching over the entire map, and he'll let his thugs know your exact location. For me, this was the peak stealth-wise, but it's not the only high point in the stealth level design, as I found the scenario that takes place upon returning to the steel mill later in the game to be a good challenge too. My only issue with the stealth is the smoke pellets. When you aim a smoke pellet, there's a graphic that shows where it's going to land, but it's a little inaccurate. As shown here, I was going to make a smoke screen down below and take the two thugs out that were grouped up, but despite being aimed right at them, the smoke pellet decided to land directly at my feet, causing me to drop in front of the enemies, basically begging for a bullet in the chest. Other than that, I had no issues with the stealth, and they're easily my favorite parts of the game. There is one example of how incredible the stealth is, and this example I think a lot of you are going to agree with. Of course, I'm talking about Mr. Freeze. So with that being said, let's talk about some of the boss fights. One of the things I really appreciate about this boss fight actually takes place before the battle itself. Early in the story, you have to try and find Mr. Freeze, and when looking in his lab at GCPD, you find that Penguin's thugs have been keeping it on lockdown. This serves as a great opportunity for you to learn the environment and get to know the ins and outs of the place for when the real fight here comes around. By the time you fight Mr. Freeze, you'll already have a decent idea of the room's layout and can use that to your advantage, and holy hell will you need to. I know you've heard about a million people talk about how good this fight is, but it really is fantastic, as it puts every tool in your stealth arsenal to the test. For those unaware, Mr. Freeze can't be fought head-on, and as such needs to be taken down with some good old sneaking. However, Freeze is smarter than the average bear, and he'll learn from your attacks. Attack him from behind, he'll activate these sub-zero thrusters, preventing any direct attacks from behind. Attack from a railing, he'll freeze the railings, causing you to immediately slip off. I could literally spend a page talking about all the ways you can take this guy down, but the point is that you need extensive knowledge of all your stealth abilities and the environment around you to finish this fight, assuming you are playing on the more formidable difficulties. See, on easy mode, freeze requires only 3 takedowns, normal requires 5, and hard requires 8. New Game Plus, however, requires 9, and that's where the real challenge is. I genuinely believe that this fight is best experienced on New Game Plus, as you have at that point had an entire playthrough to hone your skills, and this fight is less about timing and skill but more about knowledge, which really accentuates Batman's detective side. The boss fights being really good is a common theme here, and while they might not be as good as some of the fights in Arkham Origins, it doesn't mean that they aren't well worth your time. Take the Ra's al Ghul fight for example, which sees you in a psychedelic state fighting at first a giant Ra's, which will try and shoot blades and shurikens at you. After getting through that phase, you have to take down a bunch of his henchmen to finally get a good hit in, and the whole fight was a perfect time. The way the game switches between reality and the dream state made it much more climactic, and it was a good challenge combat-wise, as there's just so many enemies on you. The first boss fight of sorts that you'll come against is Solomon Grundy, and while it's a bit of a ridiculous battle, it was a lot of fun, but mechanically speaking, I didn't get much from it. I didn't feel like it really tested any of my skills other than my ability to quickfire my gadgets and evade. I don't want to hold that against the game too much, however, as it is the first official boss fight, so I wouldn't really expect it to kick a new player's ass. Regardless, the visuals alone were enough to make this at least entertaining on multiple playthroughs. The final boss fight is against Clayface, and it was a lot of fun, even if it mechanically didn't stray too far from the status quo. I like that when Clayface does his roll attack, you can bait him into running into some of the explosives at the corners of the theater, causing colossal damage. I also think that this fight is pretty impressive because we get to see Batman wield a sword, and my god, it's a badass high point for the game and the series as a whole. I felt like it really showed the amount of effort that went into this game, as they designed a completely new moveset for the Caped Crusader when wielding the sword of his fallen loved one, which was not necessary in the slightest, but here we are. Overall though, I liked the boss fights a lot, and I felt that they were satisfying gameplay wise, but I do wish that there was some more depth in some of them. In the Solomon Grundy fight, for example, it would have been cool if instead of using explosive gel on the rotators for the 3rd time, maybe have them lose power, and in order to restore the power you have to head over to a generator and flip a big lever. But doing so will take a few seconds, and that wouldn't be a problem if Solomon Grundy wasn't still chasing you around. But because there isn't any power, Solomon Grundy would be in a weakened state, and as such can be stunned by performing an ultra stun and then a beatdown, allowing you the time necessary to flip the power back on. Of course, take what I say with a grain of salt because I'm not a game designer or anything, but I just don't want to criticize the fights for being basic without giving an example of what would make it better for myself. I want to mention another aspect of this game before we move on, and that would be the Catwoman DLC. I want to talk about the other pieces of DLC at the end of this video too, however, I figure I should mention it here because this DLC directly relates to the game's story and is arguably integral to the game. So, without further ado, Catwoman controls the same as Batman and plays essentially the same as well when it comes to her combat. Her animations are totally different though, and her gadget selection is unfortunately limited. Catwoman, generally speaking, is a faster character, however, a lot of her takedown animations are more sluggish, which made some encounters a little frustrating. Overall, combat-wise, she was a lot of fun to use, and it served as a pretty good counter to Batman. Stealth is where Catwoman sees the most considerable difference, as she obviously doesn't have a cape and she can't get up to the gargoyles as fast as Batman since she doesn't have a grappling hook. She also doesn't have the myriad of gadgets that the Caped Crusader does. She does have the equivalent of detective mode through her nifty goggles, but other than that, there are a few differences. I did, however, enjoy her limited moveset as it felt like it was more challenging. Plus, again, the new animations made it a lot of fun and a good mix-up for me. I think an elegant difference with Catwoman compared to Batman is the way she moves, and not this way. What I'm talking about is the way she traverses Arkham City. She uses her claws to jump up walls, and the speed at which she moves is dictated by the rhythm of your taps. Every time she latches onto a wall, you can tap a button for her to jump to the next one. However, if you do it too early or too late, then you'll be slowed down. I appreciated this because it made traversal a little more complicated than Batman's, and in the case of stealth, if you need to quickly jump away, having the right timing will be very beneficial, especially when it only takes a few bullets to get killed. The length Catwoman can go with that whip is also fantastic, as in some cases you cover ground faster than the Caped Crusader himself. Catwoman's boss fight against Two-Face was a pretty good one, if a bit tricky. I've never enjoyed the fights where you just have to take down an enemy multiple times, but it was okay here, I guess. You essentially have to take down Two-Face like any other thug, with the only difference being his large health bar, which will require multiple takedowns. I'm not really sure how they could do a Two-Face boss fight that is stealth-based super well, but regardless, I felt like it was pretty eh. So overall, I really enjoyed Catwoman's inclusion, and despite her portions of the story being very brief and not very innovative, I still enjoyed playing as her and felt her addition was a fantastic choice on Rocksteady's end. I think the main campaign does a great job of offering some fun levels and set pieces, but the side quests are really where this game nails it for me, but also where it really kills it for me. I have a similar issue here that I did in the side missions in Arkham Knight, being that there were just a few that were really cool and a lot more that felt Firstly, let's start with the acts of violence. When gliding around the city, you may hear the sobbing of a man nearby, and if you follow the sound, you'll come across a political prisoner being harassed by an inmate. They all look the same, sound the same, and function the same. I wish they had added some variety to these encounters, or at least some more enemies. It's always just one guy beating up the same politician, and it got super boring really fast. I wish I had more to say, but that's seriously all there is to this side quest, so I figure I'll leave it at that. Next up is the AR training. The first couple of these should be done as soon as possible, as it not only gets you familiar with the new gliding mechanics, but it unlocks a grapnel boost. Further challenges really test your skills, and I felt like a champ because I did them all first try, except this one. Damn. I liked how challenging these were, and I hope we see more challenges like this in future Batman games, be that Gotham Knights or any other Batman IP. The Enigma Conundrum is a pretty challenging side quest as it not only tests your wit, but it also tests your patience. I like finding the Riddler trophies and all, but man if there isn't way too many of them here. Half of these things aren't even puzzles either, they're just popping balloons. Fortunately, the gauntlets that you have to come across to rescue the hostages are a lot of fun, and a few really had me racking my brain. However, it's worth skipping this, and that's precisely what I did. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but for most of the games I review, I try to 100% them. And I want to clarify that while I didn't do it on this particular save file, I have 100% Arkham City as proven here with the trophy list. With that being said, I'm not spending another 10 hours finishing this quest and getting the footage of the Riddler being taken down. Overall though, while it wasn't the most fun, there were some really good challenges here. I think the side quest is best approached by just picking up whatever trophies you come across and doing the hostage rooms, as that's where all the content is. Seeing the Riddler finally get taken down, as it is a little satisfying, isn't really worth the time. Our next side mission takes place at the old toy factory located just outside of the steel mill. When we get in there, we run into Bane, and a pretty passive Bane too. He tells us that he's quite angry with all the chaos that's been caused by Titan and wants to destroy all the remnants of it. Batman agrees to destroy 6 of them while Bane destroys the other 6. Upon destroying them, you return to Bane and we get ambushed by some goons, and in a really awesome turn, we end up fighting alongside Bane. This is really one of the best moments side quest wise in this game, and I'm delighted they let us team up with a villain that we have fought in previous games. After defeating the goons, we find out that Bane just wanted us to destroy the Titan because he wanted to make sure only he could have it, and then we take him down in a cutscene. After that, it's case closed, and generally speaking, I really enjoyed the brief moment where we teamed up with the hulked out luchador. Next up is the side quest with Victor Zsasz. It sees you tracking down phones and listening to a story he tells in order to triangulate his location within Arkham City. My only issue with this quest is that it took upwards of 10-ish minutes for one of these phones to ring, even on multiple laps of Arkham City. This side quest ended up taking me an hour or so, and while yes, I could have done it in between other side quests, I unfortunately left it for last. Regardless, the story Zsasz tells here is pretty compelling, and I actually looked forward to seeing what he had to say next. Taking him down, however, took all of 30 seconds, and it just sees you walking up to him and pressing triangle. It was super underwhelming, and while I understand that having a boss fight with Zsasz wouldn't be very practical, it still ultimately felt pretty lame just to press a button. Another side quest sees you doing Mr. Freeze a favor and finding his wife. Yeah, that's it. You just walk into a room, lodge a boot in someone's ribcage, and leave. Fortunately, you can come back and find Freeze and he'll thank you for your service, which was pretty nice. However, this side mission was ultimately pretty basic. Just go here, fight X, win. The next side quest sees Batman coming across some bodies that seem to have had their faces removed. We have to do some medical scans to find out what happened to the victims, and upon doing this for a handful of victims, we find out the location of the killer. Once inside, we see Hush, and he unwraps his face to show that he looks near identical to Bruce Wayne. He essentially leaves, and it just sets up his return in Arkham Knight, and we all know how that went. I like this side quest a lot, as the detective side of Batman has always appealed to me. I also appreciated that Barbara actually questions Batman at one point.
I've been thinking about the identity theft case. Don't get angry. But how can you actually be sure that it wasn't you who killed those people? I mean, they were your fingerprints at the scene.
What did you say?
Not intentionally, but clearly you're not well. That place is full of maniacs who could take advantage of a situation like that. Think about it. What if Crane got to you again? You know Strange's reputation. Maybe he planted the idea back when you met him. I don't like it, but...
It wasn't me. I'm sure it wasn't.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry. Well, you know.
You may have remembered seeing a familiar face in the beginning of the game as you went through the processing block.
You're on my list. Bang.
Well, that's Deadshot, and he has a knack for using aimbot. His quest sees you tracking his shots and eventually having a boss fight against him, which again was also pretty lame. You just walk up and again, press triangle. I didn't enjoy this boss fight, if you even want to call it that, because it was just so short. They could have had this fight take place indoors and see you try to sneak around Deadshot while trying to disable his gun or something of the sorts. At different points around the map, you'll see a mysterious figure watching you, and every time you run into him, he makes a glyph on the floor and disappears. After finding him 3 times, you can confront him at the church, where he'll talk about the end of Batman and how he'll need to essentially pass the torch pretty soon. This side quest was pretty boring, as it just saw you looking around for the guy and not doing much else. After saving Vicky Vale, we're told that Alfred has manufactured a cure and is waiting at a drop point. However, upon getting there, we get knocked out. When we wake up, we're in a strange miniature world on top of a massive clock reminiscent of the Scarecrow segments from Asylum. After a pretty interesting combat section, we take down the Mad Hatter and break out of hypnosis. I liked this mission a lot and felt that while gameplay wise it was pretty basic, the aesthetic twist made it quite enjoyable for me. I'm going to leave the next 2 for last, and first up is the Freeze upgrade, which you can find in the Steel Mill. All you do is walk into the room and take out a large number of thugs. Yeah, that's it. And the next one is way better because it's the same thing, except there's like 3 enemies this time. After you beat them, you literally just walk in and get the upgrade from the surviving undercover cops. So as you can imagine, these side quests really just didn't do it for me. Sure, the Mad Hatter, Bane, and AR training missions were a ton of fun, but all the other ones felt pretty boring because they didn't do anything interesting gameplay-wise. Aside from the Riddler challenges, but for God's sakes, I'm not scrounging around for all 300 of those bastards. Everything else just didn't interest me or didn't do anything new gameplay-wise. Hell, a lot of them had near to no gameplay at all. A lot of the side missions suffer from the issue of padding. The main campaign is guilty of this too in the case of Penguin's Museum, where you have to disable 3 jammers. They all have a few thugs guarding them, and when you clear out the room, you have to do the same animation on 3 different sides of the jammer, meaning that you have to walk up to a jammer and press X 9 times in total. I found this particular part to be boring as hell, and it made multiple playthroughs a bit of a slog. The upside is you have a myriad of different skins to use for both after the main story, New Game Plus, and in the challenge mode. The challenge mode here is the same as it is in nearly all the other games, where you can drop into a combat or stealth scenario to try and achieve a high score. They were pretty fun, and adding different modifiers made it extra challenging. So now that we've covered just about everything in the main game, let's talk about the story. First, let's do a summary. After the events of Arkham Asylum, Hugo Strange and Quincy Sharp pitched the idea of Arkham City, a cut-off portion of Gotham that holds criminals and isolates them. Unfortunately, many innocent people are thrown into Arkham City, and this includes Bruce Wayne, who is not having a great time because Hugo Strange knows his identity. On top of that, Hugo Strange is always teasing a big surprise under the name of Protocol 10. Meanwhile, Catwoman is trying to steal something from Harvey Dent but gets caught and kidnapped. Bruce, after being greeted into Arkham City by the Penguin, suits up and rescues Catwoman. After investigating the nearby church, we run into Harley Quinn and eventually track down the Joker at the Steel Mill. He isn't looking too good, and upon further inspection, we get knocked out by the real Joker. Upon waking up, we see that the Joker is indeed sick, and he has transferred some of his blood into Batman, meaning that they'll both die very soon. We then switch to Catwoman, who wants to break into Hugo Strange's vault and needs Poison Ivy's help to make it happen. We track her down and have some negotiations, and during such negotiations, we switch back to Batman. Batman seeks out Mr. Freeze's help, but finds out that he's trapped in the museum with the Penguin. After stopping the Penguin, Solomon Grundy, and saving Mr. Freeze, he finds out that he needs a restorative substance for the cure. He decides to track down a member of the League of Shadows and meets his old love, Talia al Ghul, daughter of Ra's al Ghul. After completing the trials set before him, he confronts Ra's al Ghul and takes a sample of his blood to use for the cure. After returning to Freeze, we see that his wife, in cryostasis, has been kidnapped, and he won't help Batman until he gets his wife back. This obviously doesn't bode well with Batman, and it results in a fight, and upon beating him, Batman sees that the cure was stolen during the scuffle. Batman goes back to the Steel Mill, and upon confronting the now healthy Joker, gets pinned under some rubble. As he passes out, he sees that Talia is offering the Lazarus Pit, a pit that essentially gives the user eternal life, to the Joker in exchange for sparing Batman. Switching for the final time to Catwoman, we're inside the vault and we see the big security cameras telling us that Batman is in a lot of trouble. But we can't just leave the guy, so we'll have to get rich some other day. After being rescued, we find out that Protocol 10 is a plan to kill every inmate in Arkham City. Batman wants to go after Talia first, but is convinced otherwise by Oracle and Alfred. After finding out that Hugo Strange is on top of Wonder Tower, Bruce confronts him and finds out that Ra's al Ghul is behind the whole operation. After dealing with both of them and stopping Protocol 10, we see that the Joker has Talia hostage at the movie theater. Upon getting there, we find out the Joker has not yet reached the cure, and the healthy Joker has actually been Clayface in disguise. Talia gets shot, and after defeating Clayface, Batman holds the cure in his hands. Joker decides to stab him, which makes him drop the cure, sealing the Joker's fate. Batman carries the Joker's body out of Arkham City, and that's where the story pretty much ends. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I'm not a huge fan of the story here. My main issue is that it feels like a massive wild goose chase, and it felt like I accomplished very little by the end of the story. I mean, all we did was stop Protocol 10 and get a cure. The thing is, we get that cure by getting over one roadblock after another. We need Freeze to make the cure, but he's at the museum. We have to get to Freeze, but we have to defeat the Penguin in order to get to his suit. We have Freeze, but he says we need Ra's al Ghul's blood. We go get his blood, but now Freeze got angry and the cure is stolen. We confront the Joker to get the cure, but Rebel falls on us and we have to give chase again. We need to catch Joker and Talia, but Protocol 10 is happening and we need to fix that first. Okay, now we have the cure, but first we have to defeat Clayface, and then we finally get the cure. It just felt like we spent the whole campaign chasing a Twinkie on a stick with the cure being barely within reach the entire time. Not only that, but it felt like some of these moments and plot points were wholly brushed off. Hugo Strange knows Batman's secret identity and does absolutely nothing with it. Hell, he barely even holds it over his head. Sure, he uses that knowledge to get Batman thrown into Arkham City, but for what purpose? If Strange wanted to take him out, he could have just had him executed. I doubt Strange threw him into Arkham City hoping he would be trapped there for a bit and wouldn't try and stop anything. If he wants Bruce in Arkham City, then his only intention would be to kill him. Protocol 10 is a failsafe that involves executing everyone in Arkham City, including Bruce. So why would he not kill Batman immediately, and why would he not use his identity to his advantage? Obviously, there is a point where I have to realize that this is a game and they have to leave room for the hero to succeed, and the game wouldn't be too fun if Batman got domed in the head in the first 5 minutes. But then why make Strange so threatening? They could have easily just had Strange throw Bruce Wayne into Arkham City purely because he was getting into politics, or maybe because he had too much influence, and just say that Strange didn't know that Bruce is Batman. Instead, Strange gets one-on-one with Bruce just to taunt him with his secrets, and nothing comes of it. It makes it seem like Rocksteady was trying to add artificial stakes to the story, because let's be honest, having a hero's identity revealed is a pretty cop-out way to add stakes. I think this further because there's no real reason as to how or why Strange found out this information outside of being quote-unquote really smart. I was just left feeling like Hugo didn't really pose much of a threat. And on top of that, he didn't do much story-wise other than taunt Protocol 10 and execute it. Even the execution of Protocol 10 didn't feel very impactful because we didn't really see the effects of it outside of a few buildings getting rockets shot at them and a few thugs dead on the floor. If we had at least a cutscene that showed in detail the damage caused, then it could have had more impact. Hell, even Batman didn't care about it, as he would rather chase Talia al Ghul than bother saving the city. Talia's a whole nother story, as she just sort of shows up out of nowhere and we're told that her and Bruce are still in love. It feels like she only shows up to fill a damsel in distress role, as that's the only thing she does plot-wise aside from saving Batman, which she doesn't really do. It's more Catwoman that saves Batman. But why not have some more mention of her and maybe give us a backstory briefing rather than just alluding to it? It just makes the Talia and Bruce side plot feel so disconnected. Furthering this is the way the Joker just kind of shows up after you finish taking down Strange. He literally starts a broadcast and says, "Okay, time to come get me," and it just felt really tacked on to the end. Okay, apologies for ranting a bit there, but those were the things that really bugged me when it came to the story. And again, I mean no disrespect if you enjoyed the story by any means. Fortunately, there are a lot of things here that I liked. For example, the characters. Now, I know I just ranted about some of the characters, but there's a lot of detail here when it comes to how these characters are portrayed, and on top of that, there's a ton of detail for even minor characters. Characters like Two-Face, for example, despite playing such a small role, is portrayed so well. Listen to some of his lines and you can see that his two sides are fighting for the spotlight. He'll typically say something in a very politician-like manner in a Harvey Dent-sounding voice, but then he'll switch to a more sinister tone to reflect the villain Two-Face inside of him.
To join with us, to create a new force in Arkham, and take this place for ourselves.
I also appreciated that there are a bunch of side characters that show up here, like when you leave Wonder City after defeating Ra's al Ghul. If you go back through the sewers and hit this switch, then you'll see a little cameo from Killer Croc. This is the only point in the game where you can see this. When fighting Mr. Freeze, upon punching his face a few times, his head will switch to the head of the Joker. For those who've played Arkham Knight, then you know that the Joker plays a significant role within Batman's mind and often appears as a hallucination. In fact, he appears in the exact same way when fighting the Arkham Knight. I think this scene is so cool because it really shows that they had the trilogy planned essentially from the get-go. This could also be why Batman took Joker's death so hard, as he probably kept seeing the guy around, and I would have liked it if the game touched on this topic. Batman, after still seeing hallucinations of the Joker, could be paranoid that the Joker is still actually alive and the dead body he brought out was maybe another fake. Regardless, I felt like this is one of my favorite moments by far. I could seriously go on and on about the different small awesome moments in the game, but unfortunately, it all falls apart in my eyes once these short scenes are looked at in the grand scheme of things. I felt like each objective was its own episode of a TV show. In the context of that particular episode or the segment of the game, it made sense and it was pretty fun, but when all the stories are connected, it not only feels disconnected but drawn out, which is strange as the main story only took me 4 hours, and that's including including dying a few times. Finally, I want to say that the Joker's death was quite impactful and in my eyes well done. However, I feel like Arkham Origins and Knight ruined the impact of that death, as in those games, the Joker is still center stage and it ends up just undermining his death. So in strictly the context of this game, the death was great, but in the context of the whole series, I couldn't care less about the Joker dying because all he's really doing is shedding his physical form. I did like the twist with the Joker, however, as it seems so out of nowhere and a good twist, but when playing through the game a second time, you realize that they teased the living hell out of it. It really makes that New Game Plus playthrough so much better, as you're looking at all the details with a different perspective now. I overall felt like the story was pretty dull, even if it does have some memorable moments. I don't think the story is that bad, I just found myself not caring and feeling annoyed when I did care. I think the moment-to-moment gameplay and storyline is a ton of fun, but as a whole story, there's too many issues I just can't look past. Please let me know if I'm missing something here, because it seems like a lot of you think Arkham City is the best story out of the franchise, but I found myself not enjoying the stories as much as the other games. So if I'm missing something, and maybe that's why my perception of this is all messed up, please feel free to let me know. So I usually talk about the DLC for these games in a different video, however, I feel like I should talk about Harley Quinn's Revenge here, as it's a shorter DLC and my thoughts are not as extensive. So for starters, I like the length of this DLC. It took me about 45 minutes, however, that is including when my game crashed and I did die a few times, so take that with a grain of salt. I really enjoyed the voice acting for starters. Batman sounds upset, not his typical anger or firmness, but just in pain. It's one thing to have some characters say, "Hey Batman, you're sounding funny," but it really goes the extra mile when you as the player can just sense it from the line's delivery. I really like the new-ish enemy designs here too, especially the ones for the Titan and the Wonder City bots. The portion of Arkham City we're allowed in has a fair amount of changes to it to make it feel fresh enough, but the secret hideout where this DLC takes place makes up for the little changes, as it's not only a whole new environment, but an interesting one too. The room that has an open face leading to the ocean as the moon illuminated the entire place was one of my favorite set pieces, and all the hallways made me feel like I was getting lost in Arkham Asylum again. The music here also felt a little spookier than usual, but I could just be imagining that. One of the really cool things about this DLC is that you get to play as Robin, and I really enjoyed it, as while he controls the same as Batman, stealth with him is a little more fun thanks to the snap flash, and using his staff in combat was fresh enough to keep me entertained. I also enjoyed switching between Batman and Robin, as it recounted the events leading to Batman's capture and the events afterwards. Fighting the Wonder City bots is about as different as gameplay gets here, but there isn't much to it. They're just beefed up regular enemies. Their attacks are also not telegraphed by the lightning over your head, so while the idea is cool, I'm glad it was reserved for this one segment, as it probably would have gotten old fast. The story takes place a few weeks after the events in the main game and sees Batman going into the steel mill to rescue some cops that have been held hostage by Harley Quinn. Batman shows up but gets caught, and so Robin has to come save the day. That's pretty much all there is story-wise when it comes to the overarching plot, but it's the little interactions here that make it worth your time. Seeing the way guards will chit-chat over if Batman really killed the Joker and the cops wondering what's wrong with him is really where this DLC shines. The only part I didn't enjoy was near the beginning, where as Batman you need to go around the steel mill interrogating enemies in order to access Harley Quinn's hideout. It reminded me of the padding with the museum, and it frustrated me further that two of the guards I was supposed to take out were glitched within buildings and boxes, forcing me to reset. I also think the final cutscene bugged out a little bit. I haven't read much about the DLC being particularly buggy, so I could have just gotten unlucky here. Overall, this DLC was fun, and while it may not have innovated or done much in the sense of story development, I believe that's the best way for DLC to be done. In order to keep the DLC from feeling necessary, it has to supplement the plot and its gameplay, and that's exactly what it does here. I do still think it's worth the money, but it's not like Arkham City's Game of the Year edition is very expensive as it is. So, in the end, I enjoyed Arkham City a lot. I might not have enjoyed it as much as, say, Origins, and definitely not as much as Knight, but I still liked it a lot. It took literally every aspect of Arkham Asylum and did it again, but better. Well, mostly better. The combat saw expansions that would become a staple in the series, and the gliding is still as fun as ever. The world design here is top notch, even if that big tower in the middle of it is a huge pain to get around. Stealth here is just as good as the combat, but what really made it stand out was its level design that saw you in some exciting locales with different quirks and aesthetics. The boss fights, while not being too bad in Arkham Asylum, are in a whole nother league here, and while some of them aren't the best in the series, some most definitely are. The side quests that were added were hit or miss for me, but ultimately they're still an excuse for more of the gameplay loop we've come to love so much. The story isn't my favorite, and I know I'll probably get a lot of flack for that, but the different inconsistencies and plot points that either don't get resolved or go anywhere led me feeling disappointed, and coupled with the story's wild goose chase design, even annoyed at times. I will admit though that Joker twist was pretty good, especially when considering that some characters' involvements were established in previous games, and considering how much they teased it within the story. I think as far as Arkham City goes, it really makes you feel like the Batman Okay, I can't say that with a straight face. It really makes you feel like you're playing as Batman, and as far as gameplay goes, it feels like there's nothing missing, even if there are a few things that really should be missing. Arkham City also did a really good job of setting up the future plot points of Arkham Knight, and with Gotham Knights and Suicide Squad in development, it's clear we won't be getting another Batman game like this for a while. And I'm okay with that. Now that I have in some form or another covered all the Batman games, I'm ready for something new. A lot of the comments on the Gotham Knights trailer show that people just want more Arkham games, and while I get where they're coming from because, come on, the series is great, I'd rather see a series stop and quote-unquote die than to be dragged out and milked dry. The series has such a special place in my heart because it was one of my first introductions to the Batman character, and I now realize that I was very spoiled, and even if the game isn't perfect, it's damn near close. Chances are if you're interested in video games or Batman, then you've heard of the explosive success of the Arkham trilogy. When Arkham Asylum was announced, there was a lot of skepticism and overall anxiety surrounding the game's release because, at the time, quality superhero games were a scarce commodity. When the game came out, it was like the whole world, including my younger self, let out a sigh of relief and then subsequently a roaring cheer. It had established a combat system that rewarded rhythm and a stealth system that rewarded skill and patience. Couple this with the setting of the game, which resembled a haunted island both literally and figuratively, and you have a game that set the bar for all other action games to come after, whether they were superhero-based or not. Following up such an impactful game would prove to be a tall order, and upon the release of Arkham Asylum's sequel, Arkham City, we knew that we had again been blessed with a quality Arkham game. The combat and stealth were expanded upon, the size and scope of the story and world also saw some improvements. At this point, the game's developers Rocksteady were 2 for 2, and were steadily working on the final entry to the Arkham series, Batman Arkham Knight. Upon Arkham Knight's release, it was immediately surrounded by controversy to the point that it nearly overshadowed the game itself. Problems with the story and the fans' test for the Batmobile were hoisted as high as possible while letting the extensive, improved, and perfected stealth and combat to rot with the game's other fantastic traits such as the graphics and animations that still look good over half a decade later. I made a video on my channel attempting to point out where Arkham Knight succeeds, and you can find that video in the description. So you may have noticed that I left a particular Batman game out, and since you've read the title and thumbnail, then you know where I'm going with this. People often refer to the Arkham games as the Arkham trilogy, being Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and Arkham Knight. The reason for this is because of the release and reputation of Batman Arkham Origins. Arkham Origins was developed by Warner Bros. Montreal and released in the long period between Arkham City and Arkham Knight, while Rocksteady developed the series finale. Since its release, it has been seen as this ugly duck in the series, and it still has its fair share of hate. In fairness, it's not like people were grabbing their torches and pitchforks claiming it was a terrible game, but there was and still is a sense of disappointment. Of course, this game isn't perfect, and I don't want this video to only talk about the strengths of this game, but also examine where the game went wrong and what impacts it had on the game itself. I also want to clarify that this video is just my thoughts and opinions. I don't mean this as a shield from criticism, but as a reminder that it's okay to disagree. So please don't think that I'm trying to present myself as woke or superior just because I like a video game. I do, however, want this video to ignite some sort of respectful and friendly discussion, so let's try and respect each other's opinions and not insult each other in the comments section. So with that being said, let's take a look at Batman Arkham Origins. I think as far as graphics go, they were pretty good. I don't want to speak too much on it because as far as the lighting and texture quality goes, it all looks acceptable. Not necessarily top of the line for the standards of the time in which this game came out or even today's standards, but ultimately it works. I played on PC and I found that the game ran quite well with little frame drops. However, my game crashed twice while doing side quests, and I had one instance of a cutscene in which I fell through the map.
Alright, only one more of those suckers left. Gotta say, working together is kind of fun. I mean, we're actually getting stuff done. And my dad thinks I'm just sitting in his office texting and watching TV. If only he knew.
So while playing on PC wasn't the worst experience, I was told by a few of you lovely viewers that the game was near bug-free on consoles, so if you can, it would be best to play this on your Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3. Character designs look awesome, with some villains like Black Mask looking just as you imagine they would, and characters like Batman, Joker, and Bane having redesigns that will surely please. Batman's suit is much heavier than in previous games, with more plated armor rather than the spandex we see in Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. We also have new voice actors for both the Batman and the Joker by Roger Craig Smith and Troy Baker respectively. Troy Baker does a pretty good job as the Joker, but Roger Craig Smith absolutely kills it as Batman. I actually enjoy his performance more than Kevin Conroy's performance as the Dark Knight in Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. Maybe not as good as Conroy's performance in Arkham Knight, but Roger Craig Smith still definitely knocks it out of the park here.
Not out of jealousy, not out of anger. You did it because you're a small, selfish, malicious...
Sir, is everything all right? Your vital signs are rather erratic.
One thing I must mention is that the choice to have some pre-rendered cutscenes in the game was, in my opinion, not a great choice. While they may have looked decent at the time, it unfortunately aged like a jug of milk in the sun. Compressed and near mosaic visuals are the most egregious examples of the antithesis of eye candy. Locking the frame rate to 30 FPS can on one hand allow these pre-rendered cutscenes to have a cinematic feel, however, when contrasted with the slick 60 FPS gameplay, it comes across as all too jarring. Since we are on the topic of cutscenes, we should talk about the cutscenes rendered in real time. These cutscenes look really good, with the camera angles doing a spectacular job at intensifying the fear of God that the Caped Crusader likes to put into his foes. The camera likes to move in a slick motion for cutscenes, but one thing that doesn't always move smoothly are the characters. In some of the dialogue interactions, characters will snap their head to where they need to be for the animation, and it comes off as really jarring as seen here. It doesn't happen so much as to annoy or affect your experience, however, it did happen often enough for me to at least mention it here. Lip syncing and just about everything else was quite good, however, it's neither exceptional nor detestable. The dialogue scenes unfortunately still suffer from the talking head syndrome seen in previous Arkham games, but it was a slight improvement over the previous games. As far as gameplay animations go, it definitely shares animations from both Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. The recycling of both ideas and animations is unfortunately a trend that shows up a lot in this game. This of course isn't a new phenomenon, as Arkham City recycled animations from Arkham Asylum while adding all new animations, and the same can be said for Arkham Origins. I will try to point them out as they become relevant rather than dedicate an entire section to it. Basic attacks and counters are reused, but there's some new ones mixed in with the flurries of punches and flying kicks. Bruce within the context of this game is still new to the whole vigilante thing, and his anger often gets the best of him, which is shown through the brutal animations. This also applies to the stealth and traversal. Like I said before, I don't want to focus on the graphics and animations too much, so I'll clarify and confirm that no matter what you do in this game, be that beating down thugs through combat or stealth, or evading the slithering Copperhead as she slinks and slips through pipes, it's gonna look pretty good. As far as the combat goes, it functions just as it did in Arkham Asylum and Arkham City, however here in Origins, there's a refined sense of flow and brutality here. While there are a few new moves for Batman to perform, he does have at least one new gadget, which is this game's version of the line launcher, which is obtained from Deathstroke. It works like the tethers in Just Cause 3. You shoot one end of the tether to an enemy and the other end to another enemy, or an interactable. New enemy types are introduced here too, such as the martial artists. These guys can actually counter your attacks, and if you want to take them down, you will have to counter their counters. These enemies solved a big issue with the Arkham franchise, which is the good old button mashing criticism. The game does reward you for punching with a certain rhythm, however, now you have to counter with timing, as when these martial artists attack you, they'll play a number of different animations with different counter timings associated with them, meaning that you need to be somewhat patient when trying to counter them. Failing to counter in time will of course leave you with a few bruises, and spamming triangle will reset your combo. I like the way these martial artist enemies spice up the combat, as they help me break the habit of just spamming the hell out of triangle when seeing that incoming attack icon. There are also venom-infused enemies that serve to be like a little baby Bane. To clarify, venom is a precursor chemical to Titan. These guys can charge at you, and upon doing so will lock you from behind, and you have to mash A in order to get out. Meanwhile, other thugs will try to attack you while you're in this lock. In order to take these guys down though, you have to perform either 2 beatdowns or 2 special combo takedowns. Upon doing so, they'll come down from their enraged state and can be subsequently taken down as though they were a normal enemy. There's one more gadget that you get throughout your playthrough, and it acts as quite the double-edged sword. The Electrocutioner's gloves are a tool that becomes charged the more you attack enemies, with higher combos offering more efficient charging. Once it hits its threshold, you can unleash a barrage of electrifying slaps that leave enemies down for a longer time and ignore defenses such as armor or riot shields. On top of that, this gadget can be a lifesaver in boss fights, as it does additional damage to your foes. So while on one hand, it's a super useful tool for when you're overwhelmed, and even more useful for when you want to quickly clear out a room or a group of enemies surrounding a boss, but it unfortunately serves as an instant win method. So many encounters and even boss fights can be cheesed by just spamming the shock gloves, and that's assuming you don't have any of the upgrades. With upgrades, it became so powerful that I ended up just not using it in order to keep myself challenged. This is not me trying to get on my high horse about needing a challenge in video games, but it's a matter of feeling like I was cheating or lowering the difficulty. Thankfully, it really felt like the enemy's AI in this game has seen a more aggressive alteration, as enemies will not hesitate to swarm you and throw multiple punches. Arkham Asylum and Arkham City often felt like the guards were just surrounding you and each taking their sweet time to telegraph an attack. They definitely still telegraph their attacks, however it seems like they follow through with their attacks in a faster fashion, which could be jarring for some diehard Arkham Asylum and Arkham City fans. My only real issue with the combat is its lack of innovation. I just felt like I wanted more of it. The new mechanics and gadgets they added were a great addition, however, I felt like some more mechanics would not have hurt. I assume the reason the improvements in the game are so limited is because Rocksteady were already adding these improvements to Arkham Knight, and Warner Bros. Montreal was probably restricted with what they could and couldn't add, as Arkham Knight, in my opinion, exhausted all the possible enemy types. This unfortunately doesn't change the fact that there could have been some newer changes made to the combat. Fortunately though, that doesn't change the fact that there were still some good improvements to the combat, and the combat overall still feels as good as ever. I would say that the combat in this game is just as good as Arkham City, but not necessarily better. The changes made to the combat make it feel a tad bit more fresh, but not enough for me to make a definitive statement on which game has the best combat pre-Arkham Knight. Stealth follows this theme of having slight alterations that ultimately improve on the gameplay. The mechanics you loved from older games, such as the inverted takedowns and the instant loud takedowns, are here and function just as you remember it, but the only real changes are dependent on your new gadgets, being the concussion grenade and the new line launcher. The line launcher works much like the way it did in combat, and it can be used to tether enemies together. You could also tether an enemy to a propane tank, leading to a totally non-lethal explosion that coats the area in a thick cloud of smoke. One thing that this game does have which somewhat separates itself from the other Arkham games is of course the levels where the stealth takes place. Different settings such as the Gotham Bank offer different vantage points, and the aesthetics and predator rooms within the hotel are fantastic. I wish I had more to say about the stealth, but unfortunately there isn't much to say at all. It's similar enough to Arkham Asylum and Arkham City that it still feels spectacular and it's a ton of fun, but it doesn't do much to separate itself from the other games. While the different settings were nice and offered a great change of scenery, the gameplay itself is ultimately the same. I want to clarify that this is not a bad thing by any means, but I wouldn't say it's a point in the game's favor. It's just more of what you loved. The traversal in this game is again much like Arkham City, as you have the grapple boost. I know that canonically speaking, Batman shouldn't have the boost until Arkham City, but I'm totally okay with him having it here as it's borderline essential for moving around and it would hinder the game if we didn't have it. One of the many issues I had with Arkham City was the design of the world. It had this horseshoe design that made backtracking, which happened quite frequently, a bit of a pain since the glider never went too fast. Thankfully, I never thought that I would want this in a Batman game, with the cape being one of the most iconic modes of traversal, but the fast travel system is a welcome addition. The map this time around is more in the shape of a bone, with two major islands being connected by a long bridge, and while getting from point A to point B isn't too slow, it feels beyond sluggish when you compare it to Arkham Knight's gliding, which saw you moving faster than the Batmobile. Since we are on the topic of the map, I should let you know that you probably found a portion of this map quite familiar, and that is because it's the same portion of Gotham present in Arkham City. This portion of the map, however, hasn't been nearly destroyed like it was in Arkham City. I found that the map was familiar enough with recognizable landmarks such as the Ace Chemicals building, however, there are enough changes to where it feels different. Of course, there is also an entire brand new island for you to explore, however, well, there isn't much to explore. A lot of the building's rooftops are strangely inaccessible to the Dark Knight, and the entire city can really feel like a maze even on a New Game Plus. I imagine the reason for this is that there are so many buildings that are too tall to be grappled to. Having tall buildings in an open world is fine, as they can serve as a landmark for players learning the map. However, when a majority of the buildings cannot be seen from above, it means your view is almost always obstructed by a building. I think this is what prevents you from feeling familiar with the map to its fullest extent. As much as I don't like the design of Arkham City's open world, I have to admit that the layout was burned into my brain with major landmarks defining each district after a single playthrough. I believe another thing that hinders this world and the design is that all the buildings look very samey. Well, the buildings themselves don't look the same, but everything is covered in a thick layer of snow. Every building has a layer of white on the top, and this goes for the ground too, and while it looks great, it didn't do the world any favors when it comes to distinguishing the different buildings and districts. I think this could have been solved had the streets and buildings of Gotham been given some more characteristics to separate themselves. They could have lifted the snow a little bit so that the different rooftops and the streets are a little more visible, and maybe some more neon signs would help. If each district had its own style, it would be able to keep the map more recognizable and subsequently more memorable. The only parts I do remember are some of the different landmarks and of course the massive bridge which separates the two islands. Now, I'm not saying that the map design is bad, but I think compared to the older games, it's probably the worst of the bunch. Again, just because it is in my opinion the weakest of the maps doesn't mean that it's bad, but merely it's a 7 or an 8 out of 10, while Arkham Asylum and Arkham City has a map that's like a 9 or a 10 out of 10. I still enjoyed roaming around the world, but I actually found myself using fast travel a lot more than I thought I would, as the gliding just felt a little slow. I assumed the reason the gliding was slow was because the game would need to load all the buildings as you enter new areas, and entering these new areas too fast could cause some performance issues. Unfortunately, having the fast travel didn't encourage me to explore the map as much, but at the same time, going back and forth across that bridge was a huge pain. When fast traveling, there is a quick cutscene, unfortunately pre-rendered, that shows you grappling up to the Batwing, and there's a loading screen where we see Batman sitting in the Batwing, and I don't know why, but it just felt so funny to imagine what Batman's doing in there. What's he listening to? Regardless, fast travel is a welcome addition, and I hope it shows up in future games. The interiors of the buildings look great, and despite good-looking Arkham interiors being expected, I still think it's worth praising. The hotel lobbies and the miniature carnival the Joker builds within the Gotham Hotel look awesome. Penguin's ocean-bound hideout The Final Offer looks like it's splitting apart at the seams, and the portion of the game at Blackgate Prison and parts of GCPD really instilled that claustrophobic feeling that we saw most notably in Arkham Asylum. Each district has its own major interior that can be seen as the area's dungeon, and working through these is awesome as it gives you some tight-knit settings and environments for you to sneak around. So while the open world itself may not be as memorable as others, the interior environments more than make up for it. The gadgets you would normally expect from Arkham Asylum, like the explosive gel and the triple batarangs, make an appearance, and even gadgets from Arkham City are here too, like the before mentioned grapnel boost and the freeze grenade. Origins did still try to fit the gadgets in without breaking too much continuity, so the freeze grenade is instead the glue grenade. I personally didn't mind this because I feel that if they kept certain gadgets from the player due to the continuity, the game would ultimately feel pretty limited. It already feels limited in the traversal department, so thankfully they made the grapnel boost available from the start, even though I believe it shouldn't technically be there. Boss fights, however, are where this game really shines. There are quite a few original bosses and some that feel a little too familiar. Deathstroke was easily my favorite boss fight in the game, however there were clear elements of it borrowed from the Ra's al Ghul fight in Arkham City. I also think that figuring out the battle can be a little strange for new players. When I first played this game, I just sort of fumbled through the fight by countering and punching, and despite my 13-year-old self just spamming through the fight, it still looked like I knew exactly what I was doing, even if I barely understood the mechanics of the game. Nowadays, however, I understand that there is a lot more complexity to the fight outside of the flashy animations. Deathstroke doesn't like to be cornered, and as such he'll flip you over if you get too close to a wall. In order to keep the pressure on, you want to try and position yourself in a way that keeps him as far away from a wall as possible so that whatever combo you get going can continue for as long as possible. If you get a high enough combo, performing a special combo takedown can do a larger amount of damage to the assassin, and performing multiple counters in a row with good timing will result in the same. I appreciated that if you simply spam triangle, it would fail the pseudo quicktime event. Eventually, Deathstroke even uses the line launcher, which is pretty cool as it shows you how you could possibly use it in battle. He does eventually attack you with a flurry of sword swipes, and this almost looks like a one-to-one copy of the same move that Ra's al Ghul pulled on you in Arkham City, and it's unfortunately dealt with the same way in that you just tap triangle. That, however, is my only criticism with the fight, and even then, it doesn't change the fact that this fight was awesome. Another great fight was the beginning fight against Killer Croc. Killer Croc's boss fight was interesting because it was in direct contrast to the encounter we had with Croc in Arkham Asylum. In Arkham Asylum, we needed to sneak around and evade Croc, while in this encounter we take him head on and use his own tactics against him. You win the fight by stunning and performing a beatdown on him until eventually he tries to throw an explosive barrel at you, which you can literally blow up in his face if you throw some batarangs at him. This fight was thankfully easy enough mechanically to be approachable for beginners, as it literally happens within the first 10 minutes of gameplay, but on subsequent playthroughs, when you know what you're doing, you can end this fight quite quickly. When testing different graphic settings and recording settings for my PC, I replayed the first 10 minutes of the game about 7 times, so I can say from experience that this fight is definitely still entertaining upon multiple playthroughs. Copperhead, while being a really neat villain, has a pretty basic horde-like boss fight. On the bright side, the visuals surrounding this fight were nice, and it was reasonably challenging too, but nothing special. Bane is a boss you fight 3 times. Well, technically twice. The first 2 times you fight him, he functions the exact same way, but the 3rd time you face him is really interesting. Before I get ahead of myself, let's talk about the first way you fight him. It's a classic one-on-one duel within a library that eventually leads to a rooftop. His fight is quite basic as he charges up with his venom, and you take him down by waiting for him to tire himself out, then ultra stunning him so you can beat him down. I do have a slight issue with his charging attack. When he juices himself up with the venom, he begins to charge at you, and you're supposed to double tap X to jump out of the way. However, he often tracks you far too well. If you move too early, then he'll adjust his charge and hit you. However, if you try to evade too late, then you just won't get out of the way in time. I feel like the window for you to properly dodge this attack is too small, and ended up just avoiding it altogether by just doing laps around the hulked out luchador. The second time you encounter Bane, it's the same fight as in the library, but this time in a different setting. However, the 3rd time you encounter him, instead of being in a close encounter toe-to-toe with the venomized supervillain, it's a stealth-based boss fight akin to the Mr. Freeze boss fight in Arkham City. Due to an overdose of venom, Bane becomes a massive muscular monstrosity and will absolutely maul us if we don't stick to the vents and corners. I enjoyed that because Bane can essentially delete your health bar, and since he's so massive, this fight ends up being pretty intense and at one point even pretty scary. Once Bane's health gets low enough, a jammer will prevent you from using detective vision, and when this happens, you can only trust the booming sound of his footsteps to tell where he is. I wish the whole fight was like this, as the anxiety I felt when hiding an event and not knowing exactly where Bane was, only for him to show up and pull my ass out, only to throw me across the hallway, was like nothing else in the Arkham series. This is because Bane, despite being right out of his mind, is still pretty smart, and he'll check the floor grates and the vents to find out where you are, and not being able to see if he's right outside where you're hiding is just, I'm telling you man, it's good. Firefly is a pretty good boss fight as it takes place on a near destroyed Gotham bridge. While the setting surrounding this boss fight is spectacular, the actual method of taking this boss down is a combination of just throwing glue grenades and batarangs. It'd be cool if there were propane tanks lying around the map, and you could use your line launcher to tether it to Firefly, allowing for him to be stunned. Upon stunning him, perhaps you could lose control and land on the ground, leaving an opening for you to perform a beatdown. Overall though, this fight was really good. Unfortunately, despite the plot of this game surrounding 8 assassins coming after the Dark Knight's pointy-eared head, we only fight 5 of them. Well, 6 if you count Electrocutioner, and I mean that wasn't really a fight despite it being hilarious. Deadshot and Shiva are left as side quests, and not very good ones at that. The side quests in this game are for the most part pretty short. Deadshot is a matter of reconstructing a crime scene and then heading to the Gotham Bank where he has a hostage. This boss fight unfortunately uses the same tactic as the Two-Face boss fight in Arkham City, in that it has respawning enemies. I found it pretty annoying to be honest, since it sort of removed any point in taking down the thugs surrounding Deadshot in the first place. Deadshot goes down relatively easy outside of the respawning enemies, and this side quest as a whole was just okay if a little short. Shiva is an assassin that does not in fact want to kill you, but test you to see if you're worthy to join the League of Assassins. Her tests are pretty neat, if again pretty short, and her boss fight is pretty whatever. Sorry for not going into too much detail, but as far as her boss fight goes, there isn't much which separates her from a normal enemy aside from her large health bar and the ability to dodge most of your attacks. Penguin has some weapon caches hidden around the city, and taking them out will further your relationship with Barbara Gordon, but unfortunately the side mission generally feels like busy work. It doesn't take too long, but I was only in it for the dialogue. Upon finishing this mission, you unlock a mission from Commissioner Gordon. Here you have to round up some escaped prison inmates, and again this feels much like busy work, but the dialogue is pretty much what you're here for. Unfortunately for me, the mission bugged out. Whenever there was dialogue, I ended up just hearing Batman get cut off.
Go. 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 Go.
So, yeah, not a ton of fun for me. Black Mask has some drug stashes around the city, and this quest is quite similar to the Penguin's weapon cache side quest. After destroying all of Black Mask's stashes, you find him in the church, which just felt like a normal encounter since Black Mask goes down like a normal thug. This theme persists into the Bird side quest, which sees you dropping into these massive gang fights which are being fought over Venom. After stopping a few of these scuffles, you eventually encounter Bird, who is Bane's lieutenant. He again goes down like any other enemy, so for me the side quest felt pretty basic. Anarchy is a villain not yet seen in an Arkham game, and I enjoyed his character and his side mission. His side mission sees you having to stop the bombs planted around the city, and upon doing so you face off against him in the courthouse, and despite having a health bar, he goes down in about half a second. The reason I liked his character is because he, much like a few others, challenges Batman's goals and motivations. He explains that all Batman does is take the law into his own hands so he can throw criminals into a justice system that clearly doesn't work and doesn't keep criminals behind bars.
You're a hypocrite, running around dispensing justice, telling people what they can and can't do. You're ensuring Gotham's freedom, provided it conforms to your twisted view.
The prisons don't serve as a place for rehabilitation, but instead as a place where criminals are thrown into for a short period of time while the guards are just as bad as the criminals themselves. When taking down some of the escaped inmates, they explain that Blackgate prison is a hellhole and that they're just abused there.
Do you know what they'll do to me back at Blackgate? The guards are worse than the prisoners.
Party's over. You're going back to Blackgate.
Please, no! It's horrible there! Don't send me back!
I've really enjoyed this theme throughout the game of the justice system being broken. It felt like it paralleled some of the discussions around rehabilitation within our own world. I of course don't want to get political here, but it's an interesting concept within Gotham that I'm happy got some attention here. The Mad Hatter has a great side quest that, while being quite short, and while it did break halfway through for me, it was still really fun and reminiscent of the Scarecrow encounters from Arkham Asylum. I think this was my favorite encounter with the Hatter in the series for its psychedelic visuals alone.
You were very cordially, you are very cordially invited to a party. And it will be a grand affair.
Grand affair.
And it will be a grand affair hosted by the Hatter. We do hope that you can come.
You can come.
You can come. We do hope that you can come to share in all the joy.
Finally, let's talk about the Riddler. In this game, he isn't called the Riddler, and I think it's a little hilarious how he gets his name of Enigma.
Think of me as a great big mystery, one you're never going to solve.
Enigma, then.
Oh, you must think you're so clever.
Enigma has hacked a lot of the relay points for the Batwing, which disables your fast travel. After unlocking all of them, you can get to his hideout, and upon arriving, you see that you have to disable all of his relay points in order to take down his operation. This operation is actually pretty reasonable. He's just blackmailing corrupt people as a form of punishment and justice. He even makes the argument to Batman that at least he's just destroying the careers of these corrupt people rather than destroying their teeth. After taking down the relay points, you can shut down his servers and effectively close the case. However, there are still data packs hidden throughout the city that are much like the Riddler trophies in the previous games. These data packs contain juicy bits of lore, and finding them is much easier since you can have them marked on the map. The downside to this is that getting these packs is never a challenge. I mean, there was not a single data pack that took more than a few seconds to reach, and this is coming from a guy who plays games like an enraged gorilla on a good day. There's also a strange absence of the actual riddles. I can assume this is probably because Enigma is yet to take on the title of the Riddler, but I still wish they were here. Half the time, it seems like the challenge of getting these data packs is just finding them, and when they're marked on the map, it just feels cheap. Don't get me wrong, I like that they marked them on the map, but I wish they were at least somewhat challenging, such as the ones in Arkham City, Arkham Asylum, and Arkham Knight. Here, it's less of a test of intelligence and more of a test of patience. I must admit though, finding them all does give you a really awesome Easter egg. Upon finding all the data packs, you get access to Riddler's secret room where we see his gamer setup and a few prototypes of the pressure pads that he has littered throughout the city. Upon breaking a wall in the corner of the room, however, we come across a room which shows some of the cages present in the later Arkham games and even a Riddler trophy that we can pick up. This felt like such an oh shit moment, and it really felt rewarding, especially considering the ludicrous amount of experience you get for picking this thing up. Sorry, I know I'm gushing a lot about this, but I love Easter eggs like this, and this game is chock full of them. Another downside to this mission, unfortunately, is that you don't really hear from Enigma as you work through his side quest. I mean, the best part about getting these trophies in the other games was the way the Riddler would lose it as you got closer and closer to beating him. Here, after you collect all the data packs, you get nothing, at least no dialogue, and it just felt a little empty. Anywho, I think the side quests here were okay. I mean, don't get me wrong, some side quests like the Mad Hatter and Anarchy missions were really good, but a lot of the side missions felt forgettable or just more like busy work. I think the side missions in both Arkham Knight and Arkham City were more rewarding, however the moment-to-moment gameplay here was enough to at least warrant playing through these side quests at least once. Okay, finally, let's talk about the story. The story is definitely the most controversial part of the game, and I can definitely see why. So my biggest issue is, of course, with the Joker. He is still the best villain in this game, and the moments with him are awesome, and he even gets some great development, along with the development of his relationship with Batman. We also see the seeds of his relationship with Harley here too. Unfortunately, Harley in this game just isn't packing the typical dump truck, so I'm sorry boys, but this means the game has to receive a 0 out of 10 from me. Anywho, despite the Joker still being an awesome villain, it really felt like he should have been left out of this game. It would have been cool to have another one of Batman's rogues gallery in the spotlight, and having someone like Black Mask feels perfect. Having Joker in the game not only completely pushes Black Mask to the side, both figuratively and literally as he is a side quest, but it also undermines the ending of Arkham City. It's like the Joker never died. Hell, even in Arkham Knight, the Joker was still with you and overshadowed the main villains. I think it would have been better had the Joker been left to a post-credit scene where Batman gets a call about a bank robbery by a guy named the Joker. Thankfully, Bane plays a pretty big role in the story too, and I think that's great, as he truly is a match for Batman rather than a polar opposite like the Joker is. I like the way Batman is challenged in the story by Bane not only physically but mentally. His actions are challenged and argued by Alfred on multiple occasions, and I appreciated some of the dialogue surrounding Bruce's nightly escapades.
Master Bruce, I will not in good conscience allow you to go. You're outmatched by these assassins.
What?
You're not some hardened vigilante. You're a young man with a trust fund and too much anger. You're in over your head, and I don't want this to be your end.
Bruce and Alfred have a really good relationship here that we don't get to see in any of the other games. Alfred even has some words of wisdom if you talk to him after some major story events.
Sir, if I may, how did Waylon Jones come to be the way he is?
Atavism from the look of it. An unfortunate genetic mutation.
He even has a few lines which seem to be pretty foretelling of the game's reception.
All part of the human condition, I suppose. We've a tendency to fear, often outright despise, that which is different. But you already knew that.
It was nice seeing the different ways Bruce came into contact with his allies like Barbara and Gordon. Gordon's arc in this game is really well done, as at first he has a near hatred for the Caped Crusader, but by the end of the game, they're uneasy allies. Barbara even explains how mad her dad would be if he found out that Barbara was working for Batman, and if you've played Arkham Knight, then you know how well that went. I also appreciated that there was an actual threat to Batman's identity. This was the first game in the series to actually have a villain act on the knowledge of the Batman's true identity, aside from Arkham Knight. Bane legitimately goes to his house and basically tears the place apart, and seeing this consequence was pretty refreshing. At this point in Batman's career, he's still new to crime fighting, and he's still seen as a myth to criminals, so seeing this reflected within the story too was so badass.
What the? Grab the hostages!
You seeing this? What the hell is it?
I'll pull this.
Even in the first scene at Blackgate, they talk about how he isn't supposed to be real, and the camera reflects this as it focuses on the shadows that Batman projects. Batman is also quite brash in the game and hasn't refined his crime fighting style yet, which leads to some pretty interesting story moments. I think the story here could be my favorite in the series, as it achieves what it tried to do, even if I don't agree with the direction that the story went with the Joker. I would have personally preferred a Black Mask-centered story, but the one they told with the Joker was still good and further showed the origins of their duality. So while the story didn't do anything special or outlandish, it still ended up being pretty good. I think that while this game has some flaws, it's still an awesome Batman game. I think the real issues arise when looking at the game from the standpoint of a sequel. It didn't do much to separate itself gameplay-wise from Arkham City. Sure, they added some new gadgets and a few new enemies, but I couldn't help but feel like I was playing an expansion for Arkham City. If Arkham Asylum was Batman number 1 and Arkham City was Batman number 2, then it felt like Origins was more of a Batman 2.5 than a full Batman 3. The story was definitely a highlight, along with some of the boss fights, which could be argued as some of the best in the franchise, but this game also consists of some of the most boring side missions I've played in any Arkham game. I've heard that the DLC for this game was quite good, however that's for another video. Even if it doesn't do a ton to expand the gameplay as a sequel, it certainly does a lot to expand the lore and the world of the Arkham series. Despite this, Arkham Origins is still a fantastic game that is ultimately more of what you love. I still recommend you play this game despite what bad things you may have heard and despite the criticisms I have for it, because even if the game has some boring side missions and even if it doesn't do much to separate itself from the other games, its main campaign is top notch and well worth your time, and I think it's still a worthy Batman game. So even if it doesn't do much to separate itself from the other games gameplay wise, I still think it's definitely a fantastic Batman game and one that you should definitely play if you haven't already. Batman Arkham Origins is still seen to this day as one of the worst in the franchise and as a type of ugly duck in a lot of Arkham fans' eyes. Despite having awesome combat that is arguably the best in the franchise due to its aggressiveness, stealth that was as good as ever, boss fights that are the best the series has seen, and a story that easily stands with the rest of the series, a lot of people, including myself, still felt that the game was a little unoriginal and that it had a bit of an identity crisis. I think that while I had quite a few problems with Origins, I still hold it as my second favorite in the series, above both Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. One thing that a lot of people had asked me about in my Arkham Origins video was my thoughts on the DLC, specifically Cold Cold Heart. I figured I should take the same method I took in covering the DLC within Arkham Knight and take a look at the season pass within Arkham Origins. I do this because it's an easy way to compile my thoughts on all the DLC in one video rather than have multiple short videos. A season pass for a game is also often quite cheaper than buying all the DLC individually, so I can also comment on if the season pass is worth it as a whole. Before we start talking about the content, I need to talk about the price point that this season pass is at. Arkham Origins on Steam is 20 Canadian big ones. Unfortunately, the season pass is also $20. In fairness to the game, I bought both of them on sale for $5 each, and these sales are quite a common occurrence. Despite this, the content here is nowhere near the length of the main story, as the main story of Arkham Origins took me about 8 hours, not including side quests, and all the DLC content here adds up to about 4 hours. Because of this, off the bat, I'd have to say that the season pass is only worth grabbing if it's on sale for $10 or less. That's not to say that the content here is lacking in quality, but to say that when compared to the main game, which has the same level of quality and a much longer playtime, $20 is a little too much to ask. Let's firstly talk about the different skins you get for the game. The skins here are all well made, and there's a decent selection here. I personally love the all-white Brightest Day Batsuit, as it's unlike any other Batsuit seen in the Arkham games. Others, such as Gotham by Gaslight, are cool enough to warrant a few uses, and I'm sure there will at least be one suit for everyone that would warrant a New Game Plus playthrough. I don't have much to say on this part of the season pass, as it's the most subjective. The quality of it really depends on how much you like the different skins. If you do enjoy the different skins but don't feel like going through the entire game again, then you can use them in the challenge mode. This is one of the many things I decided not to talk about in my Arkham Origins video because I didn't really have much to say about it. I found that they function the same as other challenge modes in the other Arkham games. As much as I enjoyed them here, I felt that they were just pretty standard. Most of the different maps are just areas from the main campaign where you can fight some increasing waves of enemies. You do get some extra challenge maps if you buy the Initiation DLC pack, which sees you taking the role of Bruce as he finishes his training within the League of Assassins. I was particularly excited for the story pack as I always wanted an Arkham-style game based around the monasteries that Bruce visited and the different trials he would have to overcome. Having such a different architecture style really got me pumped to play as a Batman that leaned more towards ninja rather than vigilante. Unfortunately, I was left pretty disappointed by this DLC, which is essentially just a collection of challenge maps with a few cutscenes in between. The reason I was so psyched was due to the description of the pack, which reads, travel back in time, journey to the days before Batman even existed and take control of a young Bruce Wayne in the final stages of his martial arts training. Experience exotic locales including a bamboo forest and a mountaintop monastery. It's probably my fault, but I was expecting a miniature sandbox akin to the carnival scene in the Batgirl DLC featured in Arkham Knight's Season Pass. That's not to say that there were not some highlights, however, but we can get to those as they become relevant, first of which being the design of these levels. The environments look really nice, with bamboo foliage cloaking the battlefield and shadows casted by the pale moonlight, and architecture that makes me want to play more Ghost of Tsushima. The enemies here are dressed up as ninjas, and it was a nice thing to see, and I'm not sure why I enjoyed this particular aspect so much, and maybe my gender studies minor is showing, but having female enemies was a nice choice. I know that this part is terribly subjective, but damn it if I don't love some equality and female representation. The designs of the bulkier enemies look like samurais, and there are plenty of more complex sword enemies and the all too fun martial artist enemies here too. One of the bigger changes this DLC offers is the ability to play as a Bruce Wayne that is still in training. This initiation Bruce is quite different from the Dark Knight as he moves with more speed and finesse than the brutality he features when donning the pointy cowl. Bruce seems to fly across major gaps much faster, and the enemies featured here are much faster too, which I appreciated. I assume his faster speed is due to the much lighter apparel. Despite having a limited moveset without his gadgets, I found it most fun to play as Initiation Bruce for the faster, more ninja-like movements, and fighting against the harder enemies made things a whole lot more fun. Stealth with Initiation Bruce also sees some different caveats, and unfortunately the lack of a detective vision is not one of them. He's obviously lacking a lot of his gadgets and his cape, however, his grappling hook is still here and his shuriken functions like the Batarang does. He also has smoke pellets and caltrops, which can be used to give the enemy the slip. I wish I didn't give him detective vision here, as it, like all the stealth in this game, made it pretty easy. I sound like a broken record at this point, but they should have some characters that can't use detective vision, as it can force the player to think on their feet more. I can understand that I can just not use it, but the issue is that people, including myself, would just fall back on it the minute something goes wrong. I think if they took the detective vision, or in Initiation Bruce's case, concentration mode out of the game, it would make playing his character a bit more of a challenge for those seeking it. Regardless, while the environments are pretty cool here, the stealth functions as normal, though I found the enemy layouts here to be quite difficult and a fun challenge. After cruising through the different stealth and combat challenges, you'll come against your final challenge, a rematch with the Master Assassin, Shiva. Well, I guess it's not a rematch because this is canonically the first time you fight her, but it's the second time that you fight her as the player, but anyways, if you remember Shiva's side quest boss fight from the main game, then you know I wasn't really a fan of it. Shiva didn't really function any differently from the martial artist enemies, and you were able to take her down really quickly. I appreciated that here she has a bit more complexity, one of which is the large number of enemies surrounding her. It prevents you from performing a beatdown on her too easily, which is one of the major ways in which the Master Assassin can be hit without her blocking your attacks. You may have also noticed that she can counterattack you like the martial artist enemies, except here there's no counter icon, and I think it's a great addition. Not having a prompt that essentially tells you when to press a button forces you to pay a bit more attention. It's not like you have to memorize all of her attacks, as the game slows down a little bit when she's attacking you, so you're not being fed to the wolves too hard here. Failing to counter her counterattack will of course result in the loss of a combo and the loss of some health, but these repercussions take on a different consequence here. In the main campaign, losing your combo didn't matter too much, however, if you lose your combo here, then you're missing out on some big points, and when the amount of stars you receive on these maps is dictated by your score, it's a pretty big deal and a decent challenge for those wanting 3 stars. Overall, this boss fight against Shiva was much more challenging and demanded more from the player than simply waiting for the counter icon. Now, I know I've talked a lot about the good things here, but honestly, there's just one big issue that I have with this DLC pack. Judging by the different environments, the brand new enemy designs, the characters that seem to have had thought out background stories, the short cutscenes, and even a boss fight, it seemed like this DLC was begging to be turned into a full-fledged campaign, akin to the Batgirl DLC on Arkham Knight. I would have loved to see a full campaign surrounding Bruce's training, and being able to explore the monastery would have been awesome. I mean, I guess wanting more of a DLC is a good problem to have, but the reason it bothered me was because it was basically there. It just needs some more pieces to put it all together. I hope that if we do get another Batman game that we expand upon Bruce's time in training and before he actually dons the cape. Regardless, I enjoyed the different challenge maps a lot, and specifically the combat maps were a good challenge even for someone like myself who has played all the Arkham games on multiple different occasions. If you pre-ordered the game, then you get access to a brand new playable character, being Deathstroke. Exclusive to this game, Deathstroke plays quite similarly to Batman, however there are some both major and minor tweaks to make him fun in his own way. When it comes to combat, you might notice that Deathstroke has a larger tendency to slam people across the map, and it really instills this idea that this guy is fighting with the intention of killing. Batman pulls his punches enough not to do lethal damage most of the time, but Deathstroke swings so hard that his metal staff is bending. Like, are you seeing this? I wish his brutalized combat style carried over to his stealth, however, for some reason this mercenary isn't snapping necks and breaking spines like we saw characters like Red Hood do in Arkham Knight. Back to his combat though, the different animations for Deathstroke look really neat, and his special combo moves have some variations such as the special Batarang takedown. In the main game, this took out everyone on the ground, and while Deathstroke's Bullet Storm functions the same, it also stuns everyone in the area, allowing you to get some easy hits in afterwards. There are a few other alterations in his animations, such as when taking down a riot-bearing enemy. Deathstroke will add a little flair to his attacks and do a flip before slamming down on his opponent. I even appreciate that his beatdown ability is near identical to the beatdown he performs on the player during his boss fight in the main game. While he might function quite similarly to Batman, his different animations and different costumes are reason enough alone to swap to this mercenary every now and then. Of course, much like the Dark Knight himself, Deathstroke has his own utility belt of sorts that includes his staff, which doubles as a gun that shoots non-lethal rounds, proximity mines that are also non-lethal somehow, which serves a great way to catch foes off guard, a neural pellet which can be placed on an enemy and can have a stunning gas remotely dispersed for an easy stun, and of course he has both the grapnel gun used for getting to vantage points and the line launcher which works the same as it does when using it as Batman. I found that specifically the staff and the proximity mines were quite useful, along with a flash grenade that serves the same function as the smoke pellet. Unfortunately, his different stealth animations, limited aerial movement, and limited new gadgets are the only thing that separate Deathstroke from the Caped Crusader, so while stealth was still fun, it didn't feel as fresh as it could have been. Another part of this DLC that felt lacking was the challenge maps that came with it. There were only two, one combat map and one Predator map. The Predator map isn't really anything special, as it's just a room that you already completed during the main campaign, but at least the combat map has something interesting to offer. The only combat map included in this pack is titled 0 to 100, and it sees you taking down a 100-man wave of enemies. They don't swarm you all at once, and keeping up with the different enemies is definitely possible for those who are familiar with the combat. However, keeping a good combo going for this entire challenge will take some serious skill and patience. Especially since by the time you get about 3/4 of the way through, you'll have so many weapons on the ground, specifically riot shields, that almost every enemy will have one, so be prepared to be dodging a hell of a lot of knives and taking down a lot of riot shields. Overall, I found this map to be pretty fun, and one I came back to quite frequently just to see how high of a combo I could get. Playing as Deathstroke, while not an incredible experience, was still pretty good considering it was a free pre-order bonus. So the final piece of DLC that I want to talk about is the most requested piece of Batman Arkham related DLC content, and that is Cold Cold Heart. Now I really like this DLC for the most part, as it not only told a great origin story for a beloved villain, but it also changed up the Arkham formula enough to where I think it may be my favorite piece of DLC in the Arkham series. So gameplay wise, it's the same Arkham Origins that you remember, however you now have the EX or Extreme Environment suit, which converts your shock gloves featured in the main game to thermal gloves, which allow you to brand enemies while flying from one end of the room to the other. The thermal gloves also allow you to break through ice, and I'm glad that this ability was not overused within the DLC. Your Batarangs also get the extreme heat treatment, as before using the Batarang, you can heat it up through the use of those thermal gloves, and it can be used to break the ice covering certain electronics, and it can also be used to break icicles hanging down from the ceiling, allowing you to non-lethally take down a thug. Because having a 60-pound block in the shape of a spear falling on you would only leave some bruises, right? There's also a new enemy type introduced, which is the Mr. Freeze-like henchman that wields a massive freeze ray and can seal the Dark Knight in ice, leaving him open for an attack. I found that these guys, when attacking, let their freeze beams go off for way too long, and I found that they tracked a little too well. You're told to evade out of the way in order to dodge the beams, but this almost never works, so I ended up just trying to take these guys down as quickly as possible. I'm sure there is a legitimate way to dodge these attacks, but regardless, either it is just as hard for you guys as it was for me, or they didn't explain it very well. I did appreciate that the freeze beam enemies can freeze their fellow henchmen, making for an easy takedown. As far as the gameplay goes, it's much the same as it was before, however there was one thing that the game did which immediately made me love this DLC. When you begin the DLC, you get a banquet taking place at Wayne Manor, crashed by our main protagonist, Mr. Freeze. Because Bruce Wayne doesn't have the Batsuit, he has to fight enemies and even do a stealth section with nothing but his bare hands. No detective mode, no gadgets, and no cape. If you guys are familiar with my other Batman videos, then you know that this has been something that I've been asking for a long time now, and seeing it here was so good, and the only downside is that it doesn't last very long, and it's the only time the game does this. While we're on the topic, I really liked having some set pieces within Wayne Manor, and we even see some of the entrances into the Batcave. There's even a short platforming section because the place is just about falling apart due to the events with Bane in the main storyline, and there's even some dialogue about it. I also want to mention a small detail about this DLC that kind of blew my mind, and another thing that made me giggle. I realized as I was playing this game that the Arkham series has conditioned me so hard. I realized this when trying to enter a room within GothCorp. I tried every vent, floor grate, everything, but the one thing I didn't try was the door itself, and I thought that was pretty funny because every Batman game has taught you time and time again that the front door is almost never the answer. I'd also like to call attention to this vent here. Notice anything strange about it? This is, and I'm pretty sure I'm right about this one, the only vent in the series that is not square. I mean, it has a square grate, and its ends are quite boxy, but otherwise, this is the only circular vent in the entire series, and I have no idea why this one in particular is different. Of course, with the DLC surrounding a particular Mr. Freeze, there's sure to be a boss fight against a Sub-Zero supervillain. The fight is very reminiscent of the fight against Freeze in Arkham City to the point where it unfortunately feels a little samey. I mean, sure, there are a few different things in the fight, such as the ability to drop those icicles on Freeze for some damage, and of course he adapts to your different takedowns, but I wish that they had taken it in a different direction. Because of how good the Arkham City fight is, having a stealth-based boss fight is an uphill battle, because if you try to make it the same, then it feels like a rehash, but if it's a little different like it is here, then it feels a little shallow in comparison to Arkham City. I feel like Arkham Origins would have been better off doing something balls to the wall and different because by the time this DLC released, the game was already seen as the ugly duck in the franchise, so why not solidify that by doing something totally new? A combat-based Freeze fight could have been cool, where you had to perhaps fight a bunch of Freeze goons, and of course the Freeze beam guys would be there, so in order to get some hits in on Freeze, you have to wait for the Freeze beam guys to shoot at you and perform an evade over Freeze, making him get hit by the beam instead of yourself, causing Freeze's suit to malfunction, which releases a massive cloud of ice that freezes everyone, including himself. Of course, having the XE suit would prevent the Dark Knight from getting frozen, and during this time you could get a few hits in on Freeze. It's tough to explain ideas like this, and I'm not a game designer, so take my ideas with a massive bag of salt, but what I'm trying to say is that something different could have been really cool. Of course, that's not to say that the boss fight isn't fun, but it's to say that the boss fight isn't very innovative. Regardless, it was pretty good, and the environment was pretty solid for me, as it started with you having to sneak around to different generators while Freeze is perched at the top of the room. The side quests featured here aren't really side quests, but more just a series of collectibles, and the rewards are just It's just things like faster thermal batarang charge times, and the rewards were not worth the hassle for some of these, especially the anarchy symbols. The story overall for this DLC was pretty good, despite being very short. It tells the story of Mr. Freeze invading Wayne Manor looking for Bruce Wayne's new friend, Ferris Boyle. After suiting up in the new XE suit and tracking down Freeze, who's located in the newly made Goth Corp, we put an end to his charade and even nab the Penguin while we're at it. We find out that Ferris was in fact responsible for cutting Freeze's funding, which was allowing him to save his wife. I like that Freeze is depicted here, as usual, as not such a bad guy. He just wants to save his wife, but takes things a little too far. I want to mention that the voice actor for Freeze did a really good job, except his first line was hilariously delivered.
Bring me Ferris Boyle.
Bring me Ferris Boyle. In all seriousness, the story was fun, if a little basic, and in the end credits, we see talks of Quincy Sharp wanting to open Arkham Asylum, which I really liked. I wish I had more to say, but there's unfortunately not a lot of story to sink my teeth into here, and even less to say about the characters that haven't already been said. Freeze's arc and his tragic villain story is the same as it always is, and while it's still well done here, it's nothing terribly special. I think all the DLCs included in the season pass were pretty good, and overall, I think it's worth the $20, however, I think it's best to wait for this one to go on sale, because when comparing it to the main game that retailed for the same price as of right now, it's just not worth it. Playing as Deathstroke made the challenge maps a whole lot more interesting, and that goes for the initiation package too, as the new maps and enemies spice up the sometimes tired gameplay. It's clear that a lot of passion went into this DLC, and I think it does a good job on expanding upon the Arkham Origins universe and providing some changes of scenery. Content like the initiation DLC showed that if Warner Bros. Montreal wanted to, they could really pull off an awesome pre-Batman game taking place during Bruce's training. I think Cold Cold Heart did a lot of things great, and ultimately is the main selling point of the season pass, along with some skins. I think that the season pass is ultimately pretty good, and while I wouldn't recommend it at its current price for a casual fan, I think the diehard fans will surely find something to love here. A lot of you know about the Arkham series, Arkham Asylum, City, Origins, Knight, but what if I told you that there is a hidden 5th Arkham game that I'm sure quite a lot of you have not played and some of you may not even have heard of? You know what? I know I try to be Mr. Positive here, even in videos like Assassin's Creed 2. I try to at least be calm and collected when I describe what I don't like, but I can't do this here. I was going to do this big introduction about how this game is right up your alley if you're an Arkham fan, but no. Okay, maybe play it for a laugh, but please do not play this game. It is arguably one of the worst games I've played in recent memory, and I'm gonna try and explain myself here. If you still don't know what game I'm referring to, I'll spoil it for you now. It's Batman Arkham Origins Blackgate. Taking place between the events of Arkham Origins and Arkham Asylum, it sees what is the 3rd breakout now in 6 months at Blackgate, and we are tasked with taking down 3 of the major criminals located there, being the Penguin, Black Mask, and the Joker. This game was originally released for the 3DS and PS Vita, and from what I've heard, they function quite similarly and look about the same too. I, however, am playing the PC port of this game, and that's why you're seeing everything in an upscaled 1080p and 60 FPS. This entire video discusses the PC port of this game. The 3DS version has got to be better than the PC port because there's no other way that the game got such good scores. So I'm going to look at the different aspects of this game and give my general, if not abrasive, thoughts on it. Now, I can comment all I want about the graphical fidelity here and the muddy textures, but I won't bother. It looks like a 3DS game, plain and simple. It may look bad on whatever TV or monitor that you're watching this video on, but I'm sure it actually looks pretty decent on the 3DS's smaller screen. As far as animations go, they look familiar. Batman moves essentially the same as he did before and even has some new takedowns mixed in here. Sure, some people's mouths aren't animated, but again, it's a handheld game. I don't want to judge it too much. Where I believe I can offer some actual criticism is in the comic book cutscenes present at the major story points. Look, I'm not sure what the budget is for this game, but these bad boys look cheap, which is weird because it's not like the art style or even the art itself is bad. It just seems like it lacks a little bit of flair. Shots look awkward, and to give a decent comparison, we can look at the Infamous games. I know that these are full-blown console games, but again, it's not some sort of graphical fidelity that makes these scenes work. It's the way these cutouts and assets were used that allowed them to leave much more of an impact. My biggest gripe with the presentation is the stop-and-go nature of everything. A lot of animations cancel each other, but not in a way that gives you a ton of freedom. To give an example, in a typical Arkham game, you can easily press the R1 button while running, and when in range of something to grapple to, Batman will execute the action. Here, however, pushing the bumper will grind Batman to a halt, and if there is something to grapple to, then you're fine. But if there isn't, then Batman just stands there like a jackass not doing anything. The issue I have with this is that in some cases, perches and other grapple areas would be painfully close and definitely within grapple range, and yet you would not be able to get up there unless you were in a very specific area, and what makes this worse is that I found this happening mostly in stealth scenarios, which made those encounters even more frustrating. Opening crates in the game is another inconsistency, as you have to be weirdly perfect with your placement, and there were quite a few points where I just had to walk around and try and finagle my way into the correct spot to interact with whatever was in front of me. Also, we should talk about the story since it's so simple. Batman is out on his nightly patrols when he runs into Catwoman for, I believe, the first time. They get into a bit of a scrap, and as she escapes, Batman gets word that Blackgate is now for the third time in less than 4 months under siege, with riots and anarchy reigning over it. We get there and meet up with Catwoman, who says she wants to help since it would potentially allow her to serve a shorter sentence. She explains that while there are hostages in the Arkham wing of the prison, in order to free the hostages located in the Arkham ward, Batman must stop 3 villains controlling the different districts of the prison. Upon doing so, Batman opens up the Arkham wing to find no hostages but just Bane. At this point, Catwoman shows up and explains that she made the entire hostage plot up to convince Batman to take out the different villains around the prison and get her easy access to Bane, who she is tasked with breaking out. She explains that there are 5 real hostages that Batman must go save, and with it he gives chase while letting Catwoman achieve her goal. After saving the hostages, he is able to barely catch Catwoman, though he is interrupted by Rick Flag, who explains that he and his special ops have it under control. We are then shown that Amanda Waller is responsible for hiring Catwoman, and while not securing Bane, was able to pick up Deadshot and Bronze Tiger, and implies that they can be useful soldiers. That's essentially where the game ends, and I don't have a ton to say on it. It just felt like a very standard story that serves as an excuse to get you to complete the tasks in front of you, and that's fine. I really wish I had more to say, but there isn't a ton to sink my teeth into here. It wasn't bad, but it just wasn't that good either. So I know it doesn't seem like this game is that bad, but allow me to transition into the gameplay and I'll probably change your mind. The gameplay here, combat-wise, is as primitive as it gets. Basic punches, counters, evades, and beatdowns are all that's in store here, and that's fine, man. Honestly, that's not a big deal because as you can see from the footage here, it really looks like an Arkham game with Batman bouncing around the room, but this was only the case 90% of the time. The rest, it was a janky mess that caused me more game overs than any other Arkham game. Let me explain further. We eventually get introduced to the knife-wielding enemies, and much like Arkham Asylum, they are taken down by stunning them with your cape. However, this initiates a short-lived beatdown. Further into the game, we're introduced to the armored enemies, which are taken down the same way. However, the beatdown takes much longer. Problems quickly arise when these 2 types of enemies are thrown in together. You see, the knife-wielding enemies should be taken out first, because if you try to take down the armored enemies, the knife wielders will stab you and you can't counter them. The issue comes from the controls and when more enemies are thrown in. You can only point your stick in the left or right direction. If the knife-wielding enemy is behind a regular enemy to the left and you need to get to him, you can try, let's say, punching through him. This isn't going to work too well since you'll just bounce to whoever is closest to you, and it's essentially again gamble to see if you'll be pulled towards the target you want to hit or not. This same issue applies to when you are trying to evade, which is if the evade even works. You're supposed to tap the X button twice to evade an enemy and jump behind them, but I found this not working and I'd have to triple or quadruple spam the living shit out of this button just to get it to respond, and I've used the same controller on other Arkham games, so I know this isn't just my controller bugging out. Regardless, with that option out of the way, we essentially just have to bounce around avoiding their attacks, and if by God we can actually close the gap, the cape stun ability is just as hit or miss as the evade, and what's worse is that it doesn't have any lunge. In most Arkham games, attacks, evades, and stuns have a lunge to them. In the case of the stun, if you hit the circle button in the direction of an enemy, Batman will lunge towards them. I believe they do this so that some forgiveness is given to the player, assuming they are not quite close enough to stun an enemy. It also accounts for if the input isn't exactly on the nose. Here, however, you'd think that it can be a little more accurate since enemies are directly left or right, but I don't think that is the reason to remove the lunge. If you use the cape stun, you just do it in place and it'll miss enemies more often than not, despite them being directly in front of you. Another little detail to consider about the Arkham games that gets taken for granted is that when you use the stun ability and the game lunges, it prioritizes the enemies that require a stun. Try it in Arkham Knight. If there's a heavy enemy that needs to be stunned and he's in a crowd, press the circle button in his general direction mid-combo and you'll be able to pass the regular mooks and just target him. And this works with the takedowns too. Basic takedowns aren't present here in Arkham Origins Blackgate, but whatever, focusing on the cape, here you do not target the enemy that needs to be stunned, and considering how inaccurate the combat already is, this just adds a new layer of frustration. Again, if you can even close the gap, sometimes for literally no reason, the enemy will just block and deflect the only possible way that they can be taken down. Like, what? Why is this here? The game doesn't explain it at all, and it's so frustrating when you finally get the opportunity to stun an enemy or a boss, but you just get a few pixels off, so the game punishes you. You could argue that you should just get good, but this isn't necessarily a matter of getting good. The issue is that this is an Arkham game, and in an Arkham game, we have the lunge. So this game, for whatever reason, has decided to get rid of the ability that we have spent the last God knows how many years being conditioned into relying on subconsciously, and the worst part is that this is where all the difficulty comes from. They don't make it challenging by throwing large amounts of enemies at you or challenge you with precise knife dodges like the other games. Or God forbid they use a quick time event, which they dabble in, but they just throw seemingly random assortments of enemies at you and they contradict each other in gameplay. If they added the lunge to the combat, it would be far easier, even on the harder difficulties where there are no counter icons, and when seeing an enemy attacking you is twice as hard, considering his animation is obscured by however many inmates are in front of him. It's so difficult to get into a flow here because of how consistent it is. And that's the main appeal of Arkham combat, is the free flow combat. You'll press an attack button in the direction of an enemy and sometimes it just won't work. Either the input will be dropped or you'll be sent in the wrong direction, and this applies to all of your moves. It just made the combat so frustrating, and it gets just as bad when you look at stealth. The stealth in this game on paper actually seems like it could work. It sees Batman perching on vantage points, and it's the classic stealth takedowns from there. You're missing some moves like corner takedowns and whatnot, but nothing that really affects the gameplay. And besides, I don't want to criticize it too much because, again, it's a handheld game. I understand that they wouldn't have the same budget or resources to make it work, and that's not my issue. The issue I have with this system is the vision cones of the enemies. These guys can see you before they are even on your screen. Considering that enemies typically respawn when you enter rooms, this means you'll be on your merry way, and literally before you even know it, you are getting riddled with bullets, resulting in either a sliver of health left or just a straight up death. On top of that, enemies track you for way too long. Losing enemies is so much harder because their cone of vision covers over half the screen, and trying to lose more than one enemy is nothing but a pain. It's all just so tight that it's brutal to properly sneak around here. In the other Arkham games, enemies would be startled by your presence in most cases, and it would prevent them from shooting you for at least a second or two. Again, this was done to not only build the atmosphere of being Batman, but also to give you a little forgiveness for making the wrong move. Here, however, they near snap to you, and on harder difficulties, hell, even easier difficulties in some cases, it'll leave you dead in seconds. When we consider that enemies off-screen, unbeknownst to the player, are able to spot you and begin shooting you, the problem gets worse. Now, there's no issue with getting killed by an enemy you didn't see, but here, you literally can't see them. The only way to tell that these enemies are in here is to stay in detective mode for basically the entire game and just be on the lookout for any orange cones. Gadgets and whatnot are useful to an extent, but when it comes to using a batarang to, say, knock an enemy down and finish him with a ground takedown, the ground takedown for whatever reason has the most stubborn hitbox, as you have to be lined up perfectly to execute it, and if you're not, Batman will fumble around, giving the enemy ample time to get back up, defeating the purpose of it. To again reference the other Arkham games, they allowed you some leeway in the ground takedowns. You could jump pretty far to pull one of these bad boys off, and it helped a lot. Here, there's none of that, and on one hand, it's fine, because there's nothing wrong with a game asking you to have some precision when executing a move. However, on the other hand, the game's controls and movement are so janky that it's unreasonable for the game to ask this of you. Fortunately, there are few stealth sections in this game, with the most major ones being left to boss fights, but we can get to those later. What we should talk about right now is your best friend in stealth, detective mode. It functions like you imagine, and thankfully it also shows you the vision cones of enemies in the room, making stealth just the tiniest bit more tolerable. It also shows you the different interactables within the map, such as weakened walls, lights that can be cut, and possible puzzle pieces. Furthering this is the Analyzer. The Analyzer is a really neat tool, as it clearly analyzes and explains what certain interactables are and how to interact with them. Now, for the first hour of the game, it's pretty nice, as with this game's Metroidvania style, you may be unsure of where to go. For example, you might enter a room and not know how to proceed. Scan the room with the Analyzer and see that there is a part of the floor that is breakable. Now for me, the first issue is that the breakable floor and the non-breakable floor have no differences or distinction between them, meaning there are a lot of cases in which you enter a room and solely rely on the Analyzer. What makes this worse though is that even on my 7th hour of the game, I was still forced to scan items. Even though I knew I had to interact with an object, say some debris that had to be pulled down or a wall that has to be destroyed with explosive gel, I would not be able to actually interact with it unless I analyzed it first. Analyzing an object takes about a second or two, and that's not that bad, really. But when it's done hundreds of times over the course of an 8-hour grind, it is beyond frustrating, and I'm left questioning this decision. The Analyzer should be something that beginners can rely on if they are stuck, not something that all players must rely on. Furthering the frustration of these scans and interactables are the gadgets associated with the interactables. Take some debris. In one section of the island, you'll use your explosive gel to tear it down. Another section will see you using your bat claw, and in another, you'll use your batarang. Why is this necessary? I assume the reason they did this is that so any player can get through any section of the game. What I mean is that you enter the industrial district and you use your explosive gel, which is obtained in that part of the prison. We use a bat claw to tear down debris in the cell blocks, and finally a batarang in the administration sector. I don't understand why they would make it so inconsistent though. Why not just make all the debris destructible through your batarang, which is available from the start? The reason this frustrated me was because I sat there shooting my grappling hook at some debris and wondering why it wasn't working, and in order to figure out what I'm supposed to use, I have to read the Analyzer's analysis. I have no issue with reading, but the text here crawls so slow, and that is on top of a 2-second animation of a simple bar filling up. As I mentioned before, no big deal, but an event that is no big deal after the 100th time will eventually become even more and more irritating. Plenty of boss fights see you taking time to analyze parts of the arena, and you often don't have enough time to properly scan something, and then read through what you need to do to interact with the scanned object. So I've already talked about it, but we should at least look at the design of Blackgate. As I've alluded to, the prison is separated into 3 different districts, and each subsection is ruled by a villain. The industrial area is ruled by Black Mask, the cell blocks by the Penguin, and administration by the Joker. They have pretty distinct designs, and I have to commend the administration section as it feels like where most of the effort went. When you first enter, you're walking over the graffitied dead bodies of prison guards as you get through a seemingly empty hallway. The lights go out and we hear the maniacal screams of laughter coming from none other than the Joker, and when the lights come back on, there's a handful of dead bodies hanging from the ceiling, and the atmosphere here was just awesome. It eventually became a little more frustrating though, as getting through this section, much like all others, is just a wild goose chase, which sees you hitting one roadblock after another. I can at least say that level design wise, it was pretty okay. A lot of open hallways, but there were a few different areas with quite a bit of verticality. However, the way you traverse some of these areas wasn't the best. Take this one where you have to cross a part of the prison that is on fire. You have to cross from the foreground to the background, and in order to do so, you don't grapple to the perch across the way, you have to go to the very far right of the room and grapple across to another walkway. I also have to question the decision to put random spikes on the floor. All they did was get in the way, and they were not a challenge at all to get over, you just have to evade them. But what it did show me was how broken the inputs are and how inconsistent the delay was, since sometimes I would get hit despite evading and sometimes I'd clear it no problem. Fortunately, on harder difficulties, it does minimal damage, so I ended up just tanking damage in order to keep my momentum going. Speaking of movement, Batman also has this strange ability to enter doors on multiple occasions and just turn around despite my position on the stick not changing at all. There are also some collectibles around the map which can be destroyed, and most of the time they serve as annoyances such as the cage bird, which if you don't notice, will drop onto you and bring your health to a sliver. Why not just let them hang there? Like, why make it damage us? What's the point in that? It just made no sense. Speaking of making no sense, the map was so strange. It left me disoriented on multiple occasions, and the strange 3D angle which seemed to rotate whenever was just beyond confusing. I can at least say that the way the game introduces the gadgets is done pretty well, as they are rolled out at a relatively steady pace and they are all the center focus within the location in which they are found. The explosive gel is located in the industrial section and will be integral to exploring that area, and will help you find secrets in other areas. The gadgets here all function like they do in the other Arkham games, but with a 2D spin on them aside from the cryptographic sequencer, which I really like. So the cryptographic sequencer in other Arkham games was pretty lame. It just saw you spinning the sticks in different directions and it wasn't very engaging. In this game you have a series of different numbers in front of you and you have to figure out the proper code by trying different sets of numbers. If a number in the sequence matches up, then that corresponding square will turn green, and it was far more engaging than the typical gadget setup. They even add some spins to it, such as scrambled numbers which if hovered over will scramble the board, changing the layout, and they even have some that are on a pretty strict time limit. This is the only thing I can say that this game does better than any of the Arkham games. I also want to mention that a lot of people have criticized the game for forcing you to collect gadgets around the prison because why would Batman forget his utility belt and why would he store these weapons in a prison? I don't think it matters that much, to be honest. It's just a video game thing. Let's be real, this game has far greater issues. Okay, let's now talk about the bosses. There are a few boss fights in the game, and some of them are pretty cool and others are borderline maddening. Let's start with the ones I liked and slowly transition into the more annoying ones. Black Mask sees you analyzing parts of the environment and distracting the dual pistol-wielding foe while sneaking up for a takedown. I like this fight a lot because it used the analyzer in a productive way, and on top of that, it was beyond hilarious seeing Batman get absolutely melted in an instant the moment he stepped into a spotlight. The beginning Catwoman fight was really simplistic, and that's okay because it takes place within the first 10 minutes of the game. It sees you performing basic dodging and countering, and while it is incredibly simplistic for myself, seeing as I'm a veteran of the series, I can appreciate that it can be a good way to test a new player's combat skills. A second version of this fight takes place halfway through the game against Bronze Tiger, which adds in an extra layer of complexity which sees him lunging towards you and you just have to evade him. This type of fight is finalized in the final boss fight, which is against Catwoman again, and the first two phases function the exact same as Bronze Tiger, which I felt was whatever, and the third phase sees you blinded and relying on counter icons to take the thief down. These fights are pretty basic and they didn't evolve as much as I'd like, but it's actually way better than some of these other fights, and it's a handheld game so I don't really mind. I actually enjoyed the Deadshot fight a lot too, as it sees you moving through an open section of the administration through the view of Deadshot's sniper scope. It was an interesting take on a boss fight that, while not groundbreaking, was enjoyable and challenging as you had to time your movements from cover to cover, and bait out a shot from the sharpshooter, otherwise suffering a game over. I say this is probably my favorite fight in the game. The Solomon Grundy fight was pretty fun and it works well in concept, though it slips due to how movement reliant it is. Grundy runs at you charging and you need to use your gadgets to create traps for him to run into and evade his charges. It's some pretty decent juggling in concept, and when my button presses were registered, it was a good time. You generally speaking need to have some well-timed button presses, and considering that button presses don't always register, there were moments where I was just smashing the X button and yet I just stood there on screen. The Joker is one of, but not the most annoying boss fight in the game. It sees you on the other side of a pile and you need to use your new line launcher to take down the Joker, but the issue is that the game gives you no indicator as to how to defeat him, leading to some frustrations, but ultimately the thing that annoyed me is that when he's in his third phase, you have to dodge his gunshots and get a hit in, and when you do, he alternates to his cattle prod weapon and immediately charges you, so he just gets a free hit in, and I cannot escape this no matter how hard I tried, and it pissed me off so much because I felt like the game was really just taking the piss at me. Finally, the worst boss fight by far is the Penguin. The Penguin, for me at least, was the last bot that I fought, and essentially it's a fight against a few waves of goons rather than the Penguin himself. The Penguin is in the middle of the arena and we have to take down his guards in order to get a hit in on him. His guards, however, have miniguns that kill you faster than any other enemy barring Black Mask. You can't take these guys down through normal means, but of course the game doesn't tell you that, and on top of that they seem to know exactly where you are at all times the second they spot you. They typically sandwich you, and if you're god forbid in their line of sight, you'll just be deleted. On top of that, enemies are always looking at perches, meaning those aren't safe either, and since you can only take these guys out through an explosive backclaw takedown that takes a few seconds, you can bet your ass these guys will be on you like white on rice the moment you make a move. You have to hit the Penguin 3 times, and the second wave introduces 3 minigun guards and a drone that can spot you, though it can easily be taken out by a batarang. The third wave sees you fighting 3 minigun enemies and 2 drones, and it was beyond frustrating because there's so little room to move around, and by this point I was just so done with the game, and the only saving grace was the fact that there is a checkpoint at each phase in the fight. I also want to mention here that aside from this fight, the checkpoints here are absolute ass, as they often set you back relatively far, and especially in boss fights, they on most occasions send you back before the boss room, meaning you have to watch the first few seconds of the cutscene introducing the boss, and then the in-game cutscene afterwards, and you're not able to immediately skip these, and it was so lame, but I understand if this lands closer to a nitpick than anything else. So those are my general aggressive thoughts on the game. I know I've been a little bitch this entire video, but I swear playing this game is just a different experience. It seems like everything in the game is built to waste your time and annoy the living hell out of you. Even the credits are being taken up by only half the screen, and they move at the slowest crawl I think I've seen. I was really excited to finally knock this game off my list of Arkham games played and reviewed, and while I wasn't expecting anything insane as I acknowledge that it is a handheld game, I could have never imagined it would have been this irritating. I understand that it's a handheld game, and my expectations are not that high, I swear. I'm not saying it needs all the bells and whistles of the other Arkham games, but there are some omissions here that make the game more tedious than anything. The game doesn't need special combo takedowns and a million gadgets, but when a game is on a handheld and it's restricted by the hardware, changes need to be made to compensate for that, and I feel like they've done the near opposite here. If you're a fan of Metroidvanias, this is not for you. If you're a fan of Batman, this is not for you. If you're a diehard Arkham fan like myself, this is not for you. At most, I can suggest that you watch the cutscenes online or read a synopsis, as the game is completely unrelated to any of the mainline games. I hate being this negative, but I can't in good faith recommend that you pay this game's $20 asking price on Steam. It's a clunky, irritating game that feels more like a pre-alpha for Arkham Asylum than an actual game at times. I mean, at least now I know why it's the one forgotten Arkham game. Batman Arkham Knight. Now, there are a lot of criticisms people have with the game, and I want to clarify that while this is a defense, and while a lot of people have strong opinions on the flaws of this game, they didn't say that the game was terrible. Well, most of them didn't. The general consensus was the game wasn't the Arkham swansong that they were expecting, and due to multiple reasons, which I will get into, they felt disappointed. I personally feel like this is the perfect Batman game, and on top of that, I think it's the only Batman game that truly lives up to the series tagline of Be the Batman. I want to address every criticism that people have made against this game, and while some of them are valid, others I'm confident I can reasonably counter. Of course, there's an element of subjectivity to all this, so I don't think you're wrong if you didn't enjoy Arkham Knight, and you're entitled to that opinion just as much as everyone else. So please, be civil in the comments. I also want to clearly state that I'm playing this on a PlayStation 4 Pro. I must clarify, like always, that there will be spoilers ahead. The game came out 5 years ago now, and if you haven't played it, I implore you to give it a shot, as it's quite cheap now. A lot of this video will be going on the assumption that you have already played at least one Arkham game. Hence, if you haven't played any of them, stop the video and go play at least one of them. They're all really good. Let's firstly start with the way the game looks. The world of Arkham Knight was masterfully crafted and sprawled out for miles, making it much more extensive than any other world in Arkham City, Origins, or Asylum. Asylum. Despite this, some have argued that the game should have been larger. I agree that a bigger world would of course be better, but the world size we have is incredibly dense. Despite having the entire city evacuated except for some criminals, the city feels alive. Neon signs and billboards cover the Gotham skyline, and the way it reflects off the rain and the Caped Crusader himself looks good even by today's standards. The attention to detail that went into the design of the world is impeccable, and something that is usually absent in a lot of reviews for this game. You see a big neon sign advertising Vicky Vale, a reoccurring character in the Batman universe. You can see this attention to detail in the opening moments of the game, where you take the role of a cop that enters a diner. If you explore the diner, you see a newspaper that declares an elderly Henry Adams missing. If you've played the story, then you know that Batman has kidnapped Adams along with a few other civilians infected with the Joker's blood. The other captured civilians can be seen in the newspaper alongside Adams. At the front of the diner, you can see a set of Halloween decorations. You can, of course, find pumpkins and other Halloween decorations all over Gotham, since the game does take place during Halloween. Looking at this set of ornaments, you can see it reflects the story that is about to be told. There is, of course, the Scarecrow, who represents Scarecrow, the 6 bats, which are indicative of the 6 Batman-related characters in the main story, that being Batman, Oracle, Robin, Alfred, Commissioner Gordon, and Nightwing. The 2 ghosts can be applied to Arkham Knight and the Joker, as they are ghosts from Batman's past. You could even argue that the plant here is representative of Poison Ivy, who also plays a significant role in the story. Other aspects of the story are reflected well, such as when Batman becomes infected with the fear toxin and starts seeing a hallucination of the Joker. I'll talk about the Joker's role in the story and the character more later, but for now let's look at the way the game presents this hallucination. To give some context, Batman was infected with the Joker's blood, and a significant plot point in the game is that Batman is at risk of going insane and becoming more like the Joker. If Batman were to become a ruthless killing machine like the Joker, he would be unstoppable, which is Batman's greatest fear. Therefore, he sees the Joker when infected with the fear toxin. The worse his fear overdose gets, the stronger the Joker in his head becomes, and a large portion of the story revolves around this battle within Batman's mind. You may not have noticed this, but as the game progresses and as Joker starts becoming more and more in control, when you first see him, he looks like hell, but after a few hours, his blemishes start healing, and by the end of the game, he has no facial damage whatsoever. Another fun fact, when you see Joker in the flashback with Oracle, he's wearing a hat that says flashback, which I find pretty funny. You see the Joker everywhere in this game, as he's always taunting you with hilarious dialogue related to your situation. Something that a lot of you may not have noticed, however, is that the hallucination is present in a direct way as you actually see the Joker, but you can see him in more subtle ways, such as with the billboards around Gotham. When a billboard is loading, there's a chance that it will be replaced with a Joker-fied version, where it depicts the Joker in some goofy pose, usually imitating the billboard. Every time you look away and come back, this Joker-fied image has a chance of reappearing. I never noticed this on my first couple playthroughs, and only noticed now while getting footage for this video. It's such a cool idea, and it's executed so well because the game never calls any attention to it. Oftentimes I'd find myself gliding through the neon-covered sky and I'd catch a Joker-fied billboard and think, wait, what was that? And upon swooping back around, I'd see it was just an ordinary billboard, which left me feeling pretty uneasy. While the Batman Arkham games have never been horrifying, this game does have a few creepy moments, such as the billboards I just mentioned. Another way the game achieves this is through the way it presents Batman through other people's eyes. You could always imagine how a thug must feel when getting randomly knocked out by a brute cloaked in black, but still, this game on a few occasions actually shows it to you. It made me realize how terrifying Batman is. For example, when you take the role of Commissioner Gordon for a brief period, as Gordon you explore a bit of the Batcave, and as you turn around, Batman's just there, and it made me jump like hell. I'll talk more about how the game presents its story later on, but for now, we should shift back to the world and its design. The streets of Gotham are littered with trash, and there are cars full of goons continually patrolling. You can listen in on these thugs as they walk the streets, talking about a whole number of things, which can, on one hand, help you get immersed in the world, but on the other hand, it can get kind of annoying after a while.
Where's Robin anyway? We're supposed to keep watch for that kid.
A vast majority of the world can be impacted by the players, such as papers flying when throwing a goon into the ground, and the corners of buildings will be taken out by the Batmobile. The design of the Batmobile looks fantastic, and this goes for Batman himself. He has such high-tech gear, and, well, despite this, he still gets hacked multiple times in the game. You may notice that when starting a new game, you're in the Arkham City suit. However, about 15 minutes in, you get a new suit which has a description which explains gameplay limitations in previous games. In the now scrapped Arkham City video, one of my biggest gripes was with the grapnel boost, as it felt like it killed the momentum more than it actually boosted you. I wish we could have glided and grapnel boosted much farther, and it turns out the developers actually have an in-universe explanation as for why the grapnel boost was so slow in Arkham City. It's because the batsuit Batman was wearing wouldn't be able to withstand the rapid acceleration of the grapnel boost. This upgraded suit, however, happens to have a titanium dipped mesh, which allows you to handle more Gs when in the air. It even explains why Batman couldn't perform one of his fear multi-takedowns in previous games, as his what seemed to be a spandex suit restricted his movement, but with this new suit, he has much more flexibility and he can do much more. It's not just the Dark Knight's model that gets gets some love in this game, as every character model has an incredible amount of detail to them. I have a theory that the main character models were designed by one team at Rocksteady, while in contrast the side character models must have been created by a B team or something. For example, when looking at Christina Bell, a character you have to pick up, you can see that whatever junk she has in the trunk is very polygonal and jagged. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn is packing a dump truck, which leads me to believe that whoever designed the main characters were a bunch of horn dogs. I mean, look at this.
Damn, boy. Damn, boy, he's thick. Boy, that's a thick-ass boy! Damn!
But seriously, these character models look great, and the whole game has a tremendous amount of detail and love put into it. Some of the camera angles we see in the story make it feel like a movie, and coupling that with the 2008 movie skin, I felt like I was playing through a lost fourth film from Christopher Nolan. I might also mention that there are a fair number of suits in the game, with many of them being locked behind the game's season pass, which I find to be 100% worth your time and money. Having a large number of suits and costumes is a must in any superhero game, and seeing some of my favorite Bat get-ups here is one of my favorite aspects of the game. They don't have special abilities or anything, and they're all purely cosmetic, except this one, which is the only suit that doesn't involve any hockey pads. I should again clarify that the majority of these costumes are paid DLC, and the DLC will be covered in a future video. Animations in the cutscenes look great, and the way Batman's cape reacts to the world seems realistic, which is nice since you'll be seeing it for a vast majority of the game. The world of Arkham City looked like a bomb went off in it, but it lacked illumination and life. However, Gotham this time around nails the open world and makes gliding and drifting around always visually pleasing. The Arkham games, much like a lot of action games these days, have always had three different aspects to them when it comes to gameplay: stealth, combat, and traversal. With each new iteration of the franchise, those three facets saw an overhaul, and that is no different for Arkham Knight. The combat has introduced some significant changes that spice up the normal free-flow combat, but the old favorites are here too. The Arkham games have previously been criticized for having button-mashing combat. Still, the changes to the series have alleviated these criticisms, such as having critical strikes, which are punches and kicks that do more damage to enemies if you push the square button with rhythm rather than just spamming it. And other special moves are here too, such as being able to perform a unique takedown if you achieve a certain number of hits in a row. New features such as environmental takedowns make combat more flashy, as you can now take down an enemy by throwing his head into a circuit which electrocutes him. You could drop a light on someone, or hell, drop someone onto a light. You can also finally pick up an enemy weapon in this game, which I myself have been wanting since Arkham Asylum. You can only pick up the baton-like weapons, but seeing Batman beat the daylights out of a group of enemies with a baseball bat and shattering that bat against someone's skull is incredible. These weapons and environmental attacks ignore enemy defenses, such as riot shields or cattle prods. The environmental aspects made me analyze a room more before jumping in, which is something I never really did in Arkham Asylum, City, or even Origins. The necessary foundation of Batman's combat is attacking and countering, and as I explained, attacking is made more enjoyable by rewarding you for timing your punches. Well, this however applies to the countering too. If you wait for the last bit of an enemy's attack to counter rather than countering right as you see the attack coming, Batman will grab the enemy and throw him across the room, damaging any enemies in the way. It turned out to be an excellent addition, as it not only prevents you from spamming the counter button, but depending on the situation, you're better off just regularly countering the enemy rather than throwing them. When an enemy is on the ground, Batman can continue to punch them, which makes a huge difference in combat, as you no longer have situations where one enemy is still on the ground. You'd always have to wait for them to get up, and it would kind of ruin your combo. Enemies have new moves up their sleeves too, as they can grab Batman from behind, locking him in place. Enemies can also try and charge at you and tackle you to the ground. There's a new enemy type that the game introduces that makes combat way more exciting and much more fun, which is the medics. These guys can not only heal fallen enemies, but can charge their fellow baddies with an electric charge, which needs to be hit with the grappling hook to neutralize the current. These medics for me were the first enemies I'd go for in a room, and coupled with the fear takedowns, I found myself enjoying entering the room more, knowing that there was an optimal order in which I should take out enemies. And that order was somewhat dynamic. What I mean when I say it was dynamic is that sometimes the medics would be the first ones I'd go for, but in other cases I'd go for the brutes first, as they were often the most aggressive and did the most damage. These brutes can't be taken down with a fear takedown, but can be taken down with one of your special combo moves. However, the brutes with proper armor need 2 takedowns to be knocked out for good. Because they needed a decent combo to be instantly taken down, I'd find myself entering a room with a fear takedown, taking out the medics and a few armed thugs. Because I would take down 5 henchmen with an upgraded fear takedown, I'd start the actual fight with a combo of 5 hits, which is conveniently enough to pull off a takedown on one of the brutes, or any enemy for that matter. I also appreciate that as a veteran of this series, this game spares no time in giving you some complex enemy types and throwing your local mall's population at you. You're quickly introduced to the different enemy types that you know from previous games, and across this game, new enemy types are introduced. I appreciated this, and it almost felt like the game game was saying, yeah, you know the drill by now, let's get to the good stuff. A new type of combat that they've introduced to the game are companions. In specific missions, a character might join you on whatever you're doing. When they do join you in combat, you can eventually fill a circle that indicates when you can perform a special takedown on an enemy. These moves look incredible and always seem pretty brutal and flashy. The combat can be complicated, as sometimes you have what feels like a million thugs to keep track of when entering a room. You got the guys with riot shields who you need to stun with your cape to jump onto, the guys with guns who can end you quickly, the brutes who do colossal damage and take massive damage too, the guys with electric batons that need to be attacked from behind, the medics who can revive fallen enemies, the ninjas that act as speedy glass cannons, and being able to jump into a room and finish off all the enemies in one combo that reaches up to 3 digits gives you an insane feeling of accomplishment, especially when you do it on Nightmare difficulty, where the damage you take is increased and the counter icon is taken away. I personally love the combat and felt it did everything right, as it perfected the free flow combat that was established in previous games while also making it more complicated. Of course, the hand-to-hand combat only takes half of the responsibility for the amount of broken noses Batman deals out, as the other half easily goes to stealth. These Predator sections of the game have been, much like the combat, perfected. The same enemies are used here, such as brutes and medics, and they have the same effect on gameplay, such as being able to revive fallen enemies. But these enemies now have some new tech that helps to keep you on your toes. One of the first ways stealth changes is with its AI. The AI in the game will change their tactics on the fly, so if you insist on sticking to the vantage points at the top of the map, enemies will start setting up mines. Enemies will also begin setting up sentry guns and will drop thermal charges in the floor grates if you stick there too much. Some enemies have a detective mode detector, and if you stick to detective mode too much, then they'll triangulate your location. Enemies will also have drones that can spot you, and to take them out, you have to knock out the person operating the drone. It's not just as simple as taking out the person controlling the drone, however, as when you do this, the drone will crash, which lets everyone know that the drone controller has just gone down, causing everyone to move to his location, which can lead to some issues for those who aren't prepared.
Our drone controller's not responding. We should check it out.
Another tool enemies have to use against you is the optic camouflage, which can make them invisible to your detective vision. For the longest time, I never bothered looking at the side of the screen where it said how many hostiles were on screen until now, because I thought it was useless. But these situations completely changed that. I would look at the left and see 9 hostiles detected and only see 5 on screen and immediately panic a little. Enemies can also carry detective mode jammers, which can serve as a cool hurdle to get over, but they don't ultimately change much. All it changes really is the order in which you take thugs out. I wish individual rooms had a jammer in the ceiling or something that you couldn't always get to, forcing you to think differently on how you approach a situation, and of course not to rely on detective vision. Like I mentioned earlier, the brutes here can't be taken down silently, as they are simply too buff. They walk around with these huge miniguns that, if they were to spot you, can shred you to pieces real quick. And since these enemies can't be taken out quietly or quickly, you'll have to leave them for last, which adds some complexity to the scenarios. It's important to note that the enemies are not the only ones who get some new tools, as you have a few predatory abilities at your disposal too. The most significant change being the fear takedown, which plays well into the game's AI, as once the numbers get low, enemies will start doubling and even tripling up in order to make sure you don't get the drop on them. You can use a fear takedown before entering a hand-to-hand combat scenario too, leading to some really cool moments where I combine fear takedowns with environmental takedowns to subdue an entire room in a flash. Batman can now also use his Batclaw to perform corner takedowns from farther away, though I found that whenever I did this, the baddie's body would end up contorting, and my god, some of the results were horrifying. Don't worry though, he's not dead, he's only unconscious. Much like the combat, you can find yourself in stealth scenarios with a partner. You're able to call a partner to take down an enemy, and it was pretty cool even if it didn't add much to the overall formula. One advantage it does add is when it comes to the brutes, as they can be very quickly taken down through the use of a team takedown. While it's not very quiet, it's still effective and much faster than the way you would typically take down one of the brutes. Unlike the hand-to-hand combat, the Predator set pieces were really interesting this time around. Some scenarios occur in a bank where there's an alarm going off, meaning you can be as loud as you want without anyone hearing you. There isn't the typical box with a couple of gargoyles here that we saw in previous games, though we do see some of those here. The only issue I have with the set pieces of the stealth is that most of them take place in the open world, leading to an easy escape if you were to be spotted. You can just dive off the roof and swoop back around, which can take away some of the challenge. Of course, the way you get to these different action set pieces is pretty fun too, so why don't we talk about the traversal. One of the ways you can get around is through that cape of yours. Gliding around is similar to how it was in Arkham City, but they improved upon its speed. You can now launch yourself over buildings at the rate that was often faster than the Batmobile itself, and being able to start at one end of the map and quickly get to the other side through well-timed dives and grapnel boosts without even touching the ground is just about as cool as it gets. This, coupled with the much taller buildings in the game, makes gliding around in Arkham Knight arguably the best in the series. Unfortunately, it can be argued that not much has been changed when it comes to gliding with the cape, but I don't think any changes were necessary. That, however, doesn't mean that they didn't add some nice bells and whistles, such as when jumping off a building. You can choose to either just run off like usual, or do a neat little dive that looks different based on the speed at which you approach the ledge. Of course, gliding and grappling is only one of the ways to get around, and the other way to get around is of course through the most controversial part of this game. The Batmobile was described by some critics as being tedious and overwhelming. The Batmobile has two modes of operation. The car side is used for getting around and the tank side is used for drone battles. As far as I know, driving around in the Batmobile wasn't an issue for people as the thing can really haul ass around the map, and the chase sequences that take place in the car mode were fun and not too abundant. The tank battles, on the other hand, are criticized for being too frequent and boring. I personally disagree with the tank battles feeling boring despite its simplistic nature. I always found myself enjoying the moments where I would bob and weave in between lines of fire while demolishing the enemy drones. There are enough different drone types to keep the battles interesting for the first stretch of the game. For the first few hours, you'll see new drones being introduced, but you very quickly become familiar with the different types of drones, and as such, subsequent battles that take place after the halfway point can feel repetitive. Some have argued that the tank gameplay itself doesn't make sense. If the Arkham Knight knows Batman and knows about his no-killing rule, why not put soldiers inside the drones instead of having them be what I assume is computer operated? I think this criticism makes a lot of sense, however the developers could have made any number of excuses in which Batman could, with his tank, fire a pin-sized EMP that upon entering a surface disables the drone. The issue is that it wouldn't look nearly as nice as the explosions we got. I also think this criticism is a little unfair because it can be applied to literally any part of the game. Why are there so many soldiers that just don't have guns? I mean, the Arkham Knight has the budget to fund a futuristic military, but he can't afford a couple thousand guns? Of course this criticism is valid because, yeah, it's not realistic that he would just leave a bunch of enemies unarmed directly in front of the guy who has had years of advanced close combat experience, but you have to take some liberties with things like this or else you just wouldn't have a fun game. Why is it that during the Predator sections in the game full of 10 or so enemies, they don't sit back to back in the corner of a room and just wait for Batman to show up? Because then stealth would be pretty dull. Why didn't Scarecrow and Arkham Knight grab some hostages and take them to a desert where there's nowhere to sneak and bring a couple hundred soldiers there and tell Batman that if he doesn't submit his life, they'll shoot the hostages? They didn't do that because there wouldn't be a game if they did that. The same reason why the military doesn't come in and handle a citywide takeover, and the same reason Superman doesn't swoop in and finish a 10-hour story in a few minutes. The point I'm trying to make here is that I don't understand how a criticism based on the realism of the game can be applied to one aspect of the game but not the other. Godzilla Mendoza, a popular YouTuber, has a well-done series of videos about how he feels about Arkham Knight and how he feels it was a disappointment for him. He explains in that series of videos that while the tank can be fun and while he enjoys it a lot, it just doesn't fit with the game for the reasons I just mentioned, like the unrealistic effect it has on the world.
The problem is that it's all in this game, and it just doesn't fit here at all.
Mendoza also points out that while driving the Batmobile, you can smash into people and there's no way the game can play that off as being non-lethal. And while I agree with it, I feel the same in that you really need to have a high suspension of disbelief to enjoy the gameplay of any Arkham game. It's not like Batman is clearly running people over during the cutscenes. It's okay to have gameplay mechanics that are unrealistic because gameplay is one of the most critical things in a game. It's also a little unfair to not mention that the Arkham series as a whole has had many different scenarios in which Batman does lethal damage to someone during both gameplay and cutscenes. One of Batman's most iconic gadgets in the Arkham series is his explosive gel. It is shown to have enough force to bring down an entire wall, but when using it directly on the Joker's face, granted a Titan-fueled face, it only blows out his teeth and damages parts of his face. Batman, when dealing with a riot shield-bearing enemy, will, once the enemy has already been dropped to the floor with his head smashing into the concrete, take the shield and smash it into the enemy's throat. What about when you throw a propane tank in someone's face and it explodes in their face? And the game still declares them as unconscious. You can't take a criticism that applies to almost every aspect of a franchise's gameplay and only apply them to parts of the game that you don't like. I think the Batmobile tank sections, while being fun, are by no means the best aspect of the game. In fact, had it not been for the way the game handles its story, it might have been the worst part of the game. But that's not because the Batmobile is some atrocity against the Arkham series, but because every other aspect of the game is so well done. I want to clarify that with any YouTubers that I mentioned in this video, and especially Godzilla Mendoza, I don't want these points to come across as an attack on them or their character. You should go watch Godzilla Mendoza's Batman videos, which I will link in the description, as he is very clearly a Batman fan who knows a lot about the character, and it gives his videos an interesting perspective, and he has a lot of excellent points and insight about the story of Arkham Knight. Another thing Mendoza mentions is that the Batmobile sections are far too abundant in the game. He claims that a majority of the game takes place within the Batmobile.
Arkham Knight takes the gameplay ideas we loved from previous games and applies them to about 1 hour of this game, then spends the entire rest of the game in the Batmobile.
And he's not the only one who thinks this, as Angry Joe's also claimed that 50 to 60% of the game takes place within the Batmobile, and that is just factually incorrect.
Then fighting drones, which pretty much sums up at least 50 to 60% of this game. That's not a good thing.
I understand that these people are likely being hyperbolic, but it paints the game in an unfair light. I recorded every frame of gameplay for this video, and I completed the game 100% in 21 hours. All the side quests, all the Riddler trophies, everything. In those 21 hours, I was in the Batmobile for just under 4 hours. This is 19% of the game. If you include the downloadable content, which gives you an extra 4 hours of missions and gameplay, only 3 minutes and 30 seconds of which was in the Batmobile, then you get a total of 16% Batmobile throughout the entire game. That is just less than a fifth of the game. Just because the Batmobile isn't in the game as much as people say, doesn't mean that the Batmobile didn't overstay its welcome for some players. Critics will also say that the game forces the Batmobile on you, which has a large element of truth to it. To again go back to Godzilla Mendoza, he says that the Batmobile inserts itself where it doesn't belong, such as during a mission where you track the Arkham Knight's vehicle with the Batmobile.
Every minor gameplay sequence in previous games is now handled with the Bat Tank. Following a trail of clues that leads you to the bad guys. Do it in the tank!
While I agree that in this case the Batmobile does insert itself onto a situation that could otherwise be done on foot, Mendoza presents this mission as evidence that every minor gameplay sequence is handled by the Bat Tank, which just isn't true. There are still missions where you reconstruct a crime scene and others where you have to use cameras to track a target. In fact, in the same mission that Mendoza cites for using the Batmobile to track something, you start the mission by following the target using the camera feed and end the mission by reconstructing a crime scene, both of which are done on foot. So while the Batmobile isn't the next big thing, it's a pretty enjoyable tool. I think the biggest reason as to why people don't like it is because of the amount of times it's used in boss fights. There are multiple boss fights within the Batmobile and they all kind of stink. This goes for almost all the boss fights in the game, and it's one of the ways I think Arkham Knight can be seen as a bit of a disappointment. Most tank boss fights are boiled down to taking a stealth approach to a couple of high armored drones and then taking out the big drone. Combat boss fights are boiled down to tag teaming a room full of enemies with a partner, building up your meter for a team takedown on the big bad boss in the middle of the room, and stealth boss fights are just like standard stealth, except there's a boss you need to perform a stealth takedown on multiple times before completion. The Arkham Knight boss fight felt like a huge missed opportunity, as it would have been cool to have another boss fight like Mr. Freeze in Arkham City. Maybe have a combat-centric battle against the Arkham Knight where you have to use different takedowns and combat tactics, such as the beatdown technique or the grappling hook in order to do damage, but every time you do an attack, he adapts to you. It would be a really cool boss fight that would keep you on your toes. Other boss fights in the game are so quick and shallow that I wouldn't even consider them bosses. Firefly is just a matter of chasing him down, which makes it virtually a race. Two-Face goes down like any other thug, and Man-Bat is just a matter of finding the guy. Since we're on the topic of all these villains, we should mention the side quests that are tied to them. There are 14 side quests in the game, and about 7 of them are interesting. The ones I consider to be pretty interesting are Creature of the Night, Two-Face Bandit, The Line of Duty, Here to the Cowl, Riddler's Revenge, Gunrunner, and The Perfect Crime. The rest of them I found to be either too short to be interesting or didn't do anything outside of giving you an excuse to participate in some more combat and stealth scenarios, be that on foot or in the tank. Creature of the Night is a pretty basic quest that involves tracking down Man-Bat. After he gives you a jump scare, you have to track him down and get his blood, and upon doing so, you can find out his name is Dr. Kurt Langstrom. Due to his experiments, he ended up turning himself into a half-man, half-bat. Upon going into what can only be described as a primal rage, he kills his wife, and upon catching him, you bring him back to GCPD and tell him what he's done. He has quite the reaction.
She's dead, Kirk.
No. She can't be. I didn't. What have I done?
I found the side quest to be pretty fun, as when flying around doing something else in the game, I'd randomly hear the screech of the Man-Bat and immediately stop what I was doing to go catch him. The actual act of catching him is pretty repetitive, and having a boss fight where you have to confront the Man-Bat on a roof or something while he swoops down to attack you would be pretty cool. You could subdue him by spraying explosive gel on the floor and detonating it when he swoops down or something. Instead, you have to glide into his general direction, leading to this side quest being pretty lame gameplay-wise, but at least it had an interesting character. Two-Face Bandit sees you heading to different banks around Gotham as Two-Face tries to rob them. After you take out his goons, you then have a boss fight against him where he acts like a regular enemy with a massive gun, and he goes down like one too. I'm not sure why they didn't reuse his boss from Arkham City, as the way he functioned there worked well enough. Overall, the set pieces alone made this quest pretty interesting. The Line of Duty is a side quest where you have to find a bunch of missing firefighters. They give you an excuse to put the beat down on some baddies, but the overarching story is pretty interesting. You find out that Gotham has been relatively fireproof for the past few months. When the firefighters were at risk of being laid off, however, the chief decided to burn down vacant buildings around Gotham so that the firemen wouldn't be out of work. It's an intriguing side quest because the fire chief isn't really a bad guy, he just made a wrong decision. He even redeems himself a bit by saying that he wants to tell the crew what he did.
Try and make sure the men don't find out. I want to be the one who tells them. You're right. They deserve that much.
Here to the Cowl is a semi-continuation to the side quest presented in Arkham City, where Azrael tells Batman that he won't be around much longer and that he needs to essentially pass the torch sooner rather than later. In Arkham Knight, he says he'd like to seize that possibility and summons Batman via a really cool burning bat symbol. Batman sets up an AR training mission for Azrael to complete, but the catch is that you can't take any damage. These challenges were pretty fun, but never too difficult. After the third challenge, you analyze his brain somehow and find that he's been brainwashed by a cult of sorts, and upon uncovering that, we switch to Azrael once again, where we can either kill Batman or walk away. Both result in the end of the quest. The challenges here were fun, and playing as Azrael was cool too, even if he is a carbon copy of Batman. Riddler's Revenge was a surprisingly fun questline. It deviates quite hard from the quests we saw in Arkham City and Asylum though. Instead of having intricate puzzles and hostage situations, we have simple puzzles and combat for half the mission, and the other half are Riddler racetracks. I have to admit that I mostly enjoyed the races, but I feel like I would have preferred some more brain-racking puzzles, and this goes for the trophies this time around too. Your goal in this mission is to rescue Catwoman, who is somehow taken hostage by Riddler. The only way to get it off is to use 9 different keys, which the Riddler will only give to you if you complete specific puzzles. Upon doing so, he decides that he wants to crush you in a mech. You see, when fighting Riddler at the end of the side quest, he exclaims that you don't deserve the privilege of fighting him until you solve all 234 riddles. These riddles include riddles you have to scan for, hostage situations that were so forgettable I almost forgot to include them, Riddler trophies which can be picked up by solving a basic puzzle, and there are also particular breakable objects that are hidden in little nooks and crannies. I found the Riddler trophies to be really easy this time around, and I think they were the most difficult in Arkham City. Also, don't bother trying to find them all on your own, it's not worth it. Just search up a guide. If you really want to do it on your own, then you can interrogate some of his thugs, which are blatantly highlighted in green. If you take them down, then they'll give you some info on the riddles hidden around the map. There's even one in a police station that you can interrogate.
You're working for Riddler. Hey, what? You're crazy! Batman's gone crazy, guys!
What are you doing, Batman? Back off!
Stand down, Batman! I don't know what he's talking about, guys.
Are you sure?
Okay. I do favors for Enigma. Tell him when Gordon's on his trail. Stick those dumb trophies of his around the place. That kind of stuff. But that's it, really. I'm not such a bad guy. I swear.
I don't care.
Hey, you can't throw me in here. I'm a cop.
While we're here, we can also see a thug from earlier in the story who taunts us, and we can knock him out again. Come back even later and we don't even have to touch him. When it comes to the Riddler boss fight, it's a basic team fight where you beat on some drones and do a finisher on the boss. Except that individual robots can only be attacked by either Catwoman or Batman. I think this boss fight was okay, though seeing Riddler actually fight Batman seems a little out of character. I want to quickly point out that there are some people such as Angry Joe that have claimed that there are specific Riddler trophies that are exclusive to certain areas, and once you finish those areas in the story, you can't go back.
And worse, if you don't get 100% with all the collectibles and all the Riddler puzzles and doing all that, sometimes having to do it in New Game Plus because you couldn't do it originally and you can't get back to that area, just to get the satisfying ending. No.
This is again not true, as you can easily go back to every area in the story after you finish that area. The only area you cannot return to is Ace Chemicals, but there are no Riddler trophies there. You can complete the game 100% on your first playthrough, and there's nothing in the game that forces you to play it a second time. Gunrunner is a mission that involves taking out many weapon caches run by the Penguin with your partner, Nightwing. It's an easy excuse to have a huge room full of enemies and fight those enemies with Nightwing doing team takedowns. During the side quest, Nightwing eventually doesn't show up for one of the raids. I didn't notice this until the fight was finished, and by the time I did notice, I was shown a video feed of him being held hostage by the Penguin. We run in and save Nightwing through a neat set piece, and we send the Penguin back to the holding cells. I like this side mission as it gave you a pretty solid excuse to team up with Nightwing, and the overall storyline was pretty basic, but it was good enough. The last side mission I found to be interesting was The Perfect Crime. This side mission sees you finding different corpses around Gotham, and their faces have been mangled to the point where you can't even identify them. In order to discover who they are, you examine their bodies looking for quirks such as scars, while cross-referencing them to hospitals around the world. After tracking down enough of them, you have to confront the murderer, who is Professor Pig. I have never heard of this character until this game, and the gimmick he presents is pretty cool. He throws goons at you that can't feel any pain, and because of this, you have to take them down with a ground takedown or use one of your special takedowns. Meanwhile, you also have to dodge the knives that the professor is throwing at you. I enjoyed the weird theatrical charisma that Pig presents, and because of that, I enjoyed this side mission a lot. And those are pretty much all the side missions that stood out to me, and I'll quickly glance over the rest. Gotham on Fire sees you taking down Firefly using the Batmobile. You have to keep up with him until his jetpack runs out of gas, so it's basically just a race. It took about 10 minutes and didn't really do anything interesting. Lamb to the Slaughter sees some dude who's trying to sacrifice a reporter, and all you do is beat down a massive number of thugs and take him out within 5 minutes. I don't even remember the name of the villain because he was just so forgettable. The last two I really want to focus on more because I think they were really disappointing. Firstly, let's start with Friend in Need. Wayne Tower has gone into lockdown, and you go out to investigate as Bruce Wayne. You go to the computer to access it and you're locked out, so you beat the living hell out of Fox, and it's at this point that you realize that you were playing as Hush the entire time. You now enter as Batman, and when confronting Hush, the game makes it seem like there's so much history between you and Hush. However, as far as the games go, you have barely any history with him. He shows up in Arkham City, and during a side quest of his, you see that he has reconstructed the face of Bruce Wayne and alludes to his return, and according to some sources, the writers of Arkham City planned for Hush to be the main villain in the game alongside Scarecrow, but it was scrapped when a new writer came on board. I think this is why Batman acts so shocked when hearing that Hush killed his parents.
He saved your mother's life.
He denied me what was rightfully mine.
The car crash wasn't an accident. It was you. Okay.
Because there is no setup to this at all. Finally, there are 4 side quests tied to Deathstroke. By the time you get to the end of the story, the Arkham Knight will have disappeared, and since there's no longer a leader for the militia, Deathstroke steps in. If you take out a bunch of cars, do way too many tank battles, liberate the militia camps on the road, and liberate the militia watchtowers, you can challenge Deathstroke to a fight. I was so hyped for this because if you remember correctly in Arkham Origins, the Deathstroke fight was one of the best in the series. Here, it's a tank battle. And not only that, it's brutally similar to the boss fight against Arkham Knight in the Cloudburst. I don't have much to say on this other than it felt like the biggest missed opportunity. It's unfortunate too because this guy taunts you the whole 3 hours leading up to his battle, and it's finished with a tank battle and a cutscene. The side quests were pretty good in this game and were for the most part on par with those in Arkham City, but unfortunately the stories to some of these side quests just didn't click for me. The main questline is essentially the last thing I want to talk about in the game, so I think it's time we cover that. Now when it comes to the story of this game, there have been a lot of criticisms against the Arkham Knight's identity, the inclusion of the Joker, and the overall pacing, and I pretty much agree with most of these points. Allow me to quickly summarize the story. Scarecrow has taken the city hostage and most of the population evacuates. Batman tries to stop him from releasing a nuclear-sized bomb filled with fear toxin, but is interrupted by a new foe, the Arkham Knight. When shutting down Ace Chemicals, Batman overdoses on fear toxins and it causes him to see a constant hallucination of the Joker. We see during a flashback of sorts that the Joker injected his blood into 5 patients before he died, and they are all turning into him. One of the patients, however, is Batman. Batman tries to stop Scarecrow from completing his plan, and it takes him to an airship where he finds the Scarecrow and his device called the Cloudburst. But due to a Joker-induced hallucination, he gets away. While heading back to his secret hideout at an abandoned movie studio, we see that Harley Quinn has taken over the studio. As we clean up her mess, we see a flashback of Jason Todd.
Thrown you away like an unwanted puppy. Can I have him, Daddy? Oh, please, 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 please. I'll take real good care of him. Anything to make you happy, princess.
Barbara is captured in the meantime, and in a hallucination, Batman sees her die. Batman goes to Poison Ivy for help, but it's too late and the bomb goes off, plunging Gotham into even more chaos. After freeing some ancient roots to help Ivy neutralize the toxin, she uses so much of her power that she fades away Infinity War style. Keeping in mind that this whole time the Joker has been slowly manifesting himself inside Batman, with the power of the plants, the Cloudburst is neutralized and Batman gets a lead on the Arkham Knight's whereabouts. Once there, we get a tank battle that leads to the Arkham Knight revealing himself as Jason Todd. Who could have guessed? After taking him down in a stealth sequence, we confront Scarecrow with Commissioner Gordon, and upon seeing that Barbara is still alive and rescuing her, we head back to GCPD, which after setting Oracle up at her new gamer PC battle station, the building is under attack. This is easily the hardest part of the game, as over 50 drones are outside and over 50 soldiers are on the roof. After dealing with them, we see that Scarecrow now has Robin and Gordon, and the only way to get them back is to submit to Scarecrow. We take off our utility belt and get in a truck and end up at Arkham Asylum. Fun fact, the scene where we are driven to the asylum heavily parallels the opening scene in Arkham Asylum. Once we get there, Scarecrow ties up Batman and the whole world sees who he is. Upon doing that, we have an internal conflict with the Joker where we see his greatest fear, and after dealing with him, we overcome the fear toxin and Scarecrow gets taken down after the Arkham Knight saves us. We then take Scarecrow back to GCPD, and that's where the story almost ends. There's something called the Nightfall Protocol that can only be activated through completing 7 out of the 14 side quests. Upon doing so, we see a cutscene where Batman heads back to Wayne Manor. Hundreds of people are flocking there for answers. And hey, even Calendar Man is here, who foreshadowed his appearance in Arkham City.
And the end of days is coming. I was there at your beginning, and I will be there at your end.
The mansion blows up and
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
After completing all the side missions, you get the full ending, which is basically the same thing, but there's a new cutscene that shows a strange mythical bat creature stopping some thugs. So here are my thoughts on the story. It made barely any sense. When I played the game upon its release and on subsequent playthroughs, I totally turned my brain off. I cared about what was happening, of course, but not why or how these things were happening. Now, I could very easily spend the next half hour pointing out plot holes and discussing the things that don't make any sense, but so many such of Godzilla and Mendoza have already done that and have done a better job than I ever could. I know this video is about defending Arkham Knight, but the issue I find when defending a story is that I am one of those people who don't really care about plot holes and whatnot. I'm not gonna sit here and say that the story here was good. In fact, I think critically speaking, it was barely okay. I will, however, say that I personally didn't mind it. There were some really cool moments in the game, such as the hallucinations with the Joker, as it gave us a strong visual representation of what Batman is going through, even if it does lack a fair bit of subtlety. We might as well discuss the Joker while we're on the topic, and the addition of the Joker really rubbed people the wrong way. And I have to agree that his inclusion felt a little strange. I also have to say that the Joker and his plotline is easily the best in the game, however. I feel like the Joker's inclusion is one of the few things that makes sense in the story. Batman is clearly seeing that the patients at the Batcave are turning into the Joker, and he knows just as well as anyone else that he will be absolutely unstoppable if he turns into the Joker. Because of that, he has an actual fear, which is himself turning into the Joker. The plotline surrounding this, which unfortunately overshadows more important plotlines, is actually pretty good. I think it relies too heavily on themes that were established in other Batman media, and even multiple times within the same franchise. By now, most of the player base gets it. Batman and the Joker are two sides of the same coin. They both lead extreme lifestyles due to one really bad day. People have criticized the Joker as taking tension away from a scene, and this is true for some scenes. Having Batman talk with the voice of the Joker is of course hilarious, and in fact, most of the things Joker says is hilarious. However, the timing is usually what throws it off. By the end of the game, we end up playing as Joker and we get to see his biggest fear. It's shown that the Joker's biggest fear is just being forgotten, which makes sense, and the scene surrounding this revelation is pretty cool. However, I don't get why we need to see this. Narratively speaking, it makes zero sense because Batman just permanently cures himself of the Joker virus by locking him away in a corner of his mind? I don't really get it if I'm being honest, and I feel like the entire scene could have been taken out. I actually feel this way with a lot of scenes in the game. Certain portions of the game, such as when Harley takes over Panessa Studios, felt very separated from the rest of the game. If the scene was cut out, then nothing would have really changed in the story. I actually think it might have been better if it was taken out. In the Panessa Studios level, we see the flashback of Jason Todd that we were never present for. Maybe the Joker's blood while turning someone into him also gives them Joker's memories? I don't know. Bottom line, this flashback gave away the identity of the Arkham Knight far too early, and I think it shouldn't have been revealed until he took off his mask. The Arkham Knight is up there with the Batmobile when it comes to controversy in this game because of his identity. Not only was the identity of the Arkham Knight flat out shown to you in a flashback hours before his reveal, but the comic book fans could have easily guessed it. I do want to clarify that the identity of the Arkham Knight wasn't that obvious before the flashback. I mean, Jason Todd was never featured in any Arkham game leading up to this, and a lot of people such as myself who would be considered filthy casuals hadn't heard much of the character at all. This, however, goes both ways, as the Arkham Knight should have been a character that we are familiar with, or at least a character within the series. I think making Talia the Arkham Knight could have been cool. Maybe she was really mad that you didn't kill the Joker, at least intentionally. I could go on with theories, but it doesn't matter. What we got was Jason Todd. I do wish, however, that Batman at least mentioned him at some point in the Arkham games before Arkham Knight, as it would have made his reveal a little less out of left field. It sucks especially because the Arkham Knight is a cool concept for a character. Batman has said on multiple occasions that if he crosses the line of killing, he doesn't know if he could come back. The Arkham Knight is the embodiment of that worst case scenario. He is what would happen if Batman pulled the trigger, if he crossed that line. Since this is still a defense, I should clarify that there are some cool things about the Arkham Knight. His design is spectacular and Troy Baker did a great job voicing him, but I can't help but hear Delson Rowe whenever he speaks.
Don't pretend to understand!
I'm one of them, man. I'm one of them.
And that's about all I got when it comes to the positives. Any part of his character that was cool was pretty much squandered during the story. The idea for a character that knows all of Batman's moves and tricks seems really cool, however, he still falls into that same trap of being impatient. He even has Batman cornered at one point, and instead of getting the job done, knowing that this may be his only chance, he showboats in front of Batman, which gives him enough time to escape.
I told you I knew everything about you, didn't I? Don't worry, Bruce. I kept some secrets to myself.
We know how you think!
I will at least mention that some people have pointed out the Arkham Knight had many opportunities to kill Batman in the story and just didn't do it. However, I want to remind you that it is established very clearly by Scarecrow that Batman does not die until he says so. So it at least explains why the Arkham Knight doesn't kill Batman in scenes like this. He's just trying to slow him down, not kill him. Scarecrow's design in this game has been criticized for looking like too much of an edgelord. While I can agree, I also think that Scarecrow's entire character has been a little edgy from day one. The guy's obsessed with fear, and his new design makes him seem really dirty and ragged, almost like for who knows how long he's been living in a sewer with this guy. I think it's pretty funny how the guy taunts Batman right to his face about how he's won and how he's unstoppable, but Batman still proceeds to beat the living hell out of him. The ending of the game also rubbed people the wrong way. The way Batman submits to Scarecrow, despite the fact that he could have clearly beaten him, didn't really make a lot of sense. The reveal of the Arkham Knight was botched, and the short character arc for Jason happens off-screen and is left in the air. The Nightfall Protocol did at least show us what happened to Bruce, and the true ending, while being a bit of a pain to get for Riddler trophies alone, gave us a decent idea of what life is like post-Batman. Since the ending is quite ambiguous, I'll state what is to my knowledge the most popular theory regarding this ending. Bruce is still fighting crime, however he's changed his crime fighting style to incorporate fear toxin. The only issue I have with this theory is that people aren't scared of Batman anymore. You can hear conversations on the streets about Batman's identity ruining the fear surrounding him.
Gonna feel even more satisfying punching the bat knowing it's Brucey boy under there.
Unless Bruce has found a way to control what exactly is shown to criminals, I don't know how the fear toxin could work this way. I have to admit that while the story wasn't the best, I think it was better than Arkham City and Asylum. Asylum's story was well done, but it was ultimately pretty basic. City, on the other hand, suffered from some of the same issues this story does. Its main villain, or supposed main villain, didn't feel very intimidating. He figured out Batman's identity without really explaining why, and he doesn't do anything with it. You don't really know what Protocol 10 is, so the stakes weren't very high. Of course, having Batman being poisoned with the Joker's blood was very well done, and that does raise the stakes a lot. It felt like something the character would do, and the process in which you get the cure made some semblance of sense. I think the ending of City stumbled a bit when it came to Doctor Strange, as his betrayal by Ra's al Ghul felt, pardon the pun, strange. The mastermind behind the whole operation is a guy you already defeated hours earlier. Then the entire Doctor Strange plot ends with both Strange and Ra's presumably dying, and then the game's like, oh yeah, the Joker's here too. It just felt like the ending fell flat. The conclusion of an Arkham story being not the best is a familiar criticism, as it applies to Asylum, City, and Origins, and now again in Arkham Knight. I think a significant aspect of the plot that Arkham Knight doesn't get enough credit for is how much you accomplish. I personally didn't like that Arkham City most of the time felt like a wild goose chase. To get the cure for yourself, you have to go to Freeze, stop Penguin, track the assassins, beat Ra's al Ghul, go back to Freeze, fight Freeze, catch Joker, stop Protocol 10, stop Clayface, stop Joker, and then you can drink the cure. Arkham Knight at least feels a little more complicated, but when there's more complexity, there's generally more plot holes to be plugged and more care needs to go into it. I think it's interesting that the story is so jumbled because it seems like it has everything there. It has not one, but 3 cool villains, it has an aspect of mystery, it has fantastic set pieces, but it all just came together and ultimately fell flat. The story seemed a little drawn out, but the ending for me at least redeemed it a little. I can't deny that the worst aspect of the game is its story, but that doesn't weigh down the game to a below average rating or slightly above average game. For my own personal standards, I think if the story were better and if the boss fights had more thought put into them, the game would be a solid 10 out of 10. Batman Arkham Knight is easily the best game in the franchise when it comes to gameplay and world. The DLC did a fantastic job of adding more content and making the writing and world much more engaging. Arkham Knight's gameplay has been refined to the point that I would argue it's perfect. Gotham's world looks as good as it ever has, and that's not just from a graphical standpoint, but from a design standpoint too. A considerable amount of detail was put into this game, ranging from the Joker-fied billboards to the diner in the beginning of the game, which you can revisit later on. Unfortunately, I think the game definitely stumbles in the story and boss fight department. In trying to craft a story that brings all of Batman's greatest foes to center stage, the story has forgotten to keep its consistency, and it leads to the story feeling underwhelming and bloated. I want to clarify again that I'm not saying that Arkham Knight is a perfect game. I'm saying that it's the best in the franchise, and that's much better than some people give it credit for. If we consider that this game is $25 Canadian right now and $31 for the game and all the DLC included, then there's no question that this game is worth the price. I think even the $90 Canadian price tag it started with is still worth it, as the gameplay is so top notch. While this game may not have been the awe-inducing swan song we as fans were hoping for, it's still a fantastic game that is easily, in my opinion, the best in the franchise. Batman Arkham Knight had kind of a rocky release. Don't get me wrong, it was a really good game and a lot of you seem to agree with that, but a lot of you also noted that there were some glaring issues. To give a quick reminder, those issues were too much Batmobile, lame boss fights, and a lot of side missions that just felt But the point of a DLC is to expand and improve upon a product. And while I don't think one piece of Arkham Knight's DLC really changes that, I think the Season Pass does accomplish that goal. I also think the Season Pass for Arkham Knight is exceptional for not only the amount of quality content you get, but the price at which you can get it. Something a lot of you mentioned in the Arkham Knight video and the infamous First Light video is the idea of paid DLC being something that should have been there from the start. My personal opinion is that DLC isn't inherently a bad thing. I understand why you might think DLC is something that should have been there from the start on a game, and this is true for some DLC. Having Goro locked behind a $5 paywall is of course not okay because he was on the disc. In the case of Batman, the DLC isn't something that was ready to go from the gate, aside from the 2 pre-order missions and some pre-order skins. Regardless, the DLC is not integral to the experience of Arkham Knight. There are no new story segments, endings, or any radical gameplay changes. It's just more of what you got in Arkham Knight. So for me, I don't mind paying for more of what I enjoyed. So if you feel like it's milking the consumer, I totally get that, but for me, I don't see an issue with it because for a good price, the Season Pass gets you quite a lot of new content. Now, I know that Season Pass isn't technically a DLC, as it's more of a series of DLC. And you guys even mentioned in the infamous First Light video that First Light isn't really a DLC because it's a standalone download. In my opinion, I think DLC can apply to any sort of expansion for a game, so something like a standalone expansion, i.e. First Light, would fall into my own personal definition. Anywho, let's talk about that and let's get into what this Season Pass includes. You get the Red Hood Story Pack, Harley Quinn Story Pack, Batgirl, A Matter of Family, Nightwing, GCPD Lockdown, Catwoman's Revenge, Robin, Flip of a Coin, Season of Infamy, and what feels like hundreds of new challenge maps and skins for your favorite characters. To give you an idea of the value of this DLC, let's look at how much value you get out of the main game. It should take you around 17 hours to complete Arkham Knight. I'm not including the amount of time it takes to get all the Riddler trophies, as judging by the comments on the Arkham Knight video, a lot of you did everything but the Riddler trophies. I'm assuming that the average player would at least complete all the side missions and try every challenge map at least once. Of course, your mileage may vary, as I found myself losing more time to the challenge mode than I thought I would. And since the game is $25 Canadian, that means that you pay about $1.50 per hour of content. The DLC adds about 8 hours of gameplay, again, assuming you played all the new Arkham episodes and tried all the new challenge maps at least once. Now, the Season Pass goes for about $25 if you already have the game, but if you purchase the Season Pass bundled with the game, it works out to only about $15, meaning that you're paying about $3 per hour of content or $1.80 per hour of content. Now, of course, it's about the quality of the content, not the length, but I can personally say that the content in this DLC is on par with everything else in Arkham Knight. And if you don't like the Batmobile, then I'd say its quality is even greater. Firstly, let's begin with the Red Hood and Harley Quinn Story Pack. I'm going to talk about them in tandem because they follow the same formula and are about the same length. They were pre-order bonuses and they are quite short, clocking in at about half an hour for the both of them, assuming you don't die along the way. Because they were developed alongside the main game, a lot of criticisms against Arkham Knight are unfortunately unanswered here. Fortunately, that does not apply to the other pieces of content, which we will get into later. Harley Quinn's story sees you running through Bloodhaven, a location briefly mentioned in Arkham Knight. In here, you run through a police station beating up cops and you free Poison Ivy while also dealing with Nightwing. Playing as Harley was fun because she controls very similarly to Batman when it comes to combat, however her animations are altered drastically. She beats people down with her baseball bat, breaks backs, and pummels faces with her legs, which have a polygon count in the millions. Harley does share some animations with other established characters like Catwoman, but despite this, I feel she has enough new animations to make her feel unique. Harley does have a new ability exclusive to her character, that being her Mayhem mode. When you're taking down the fuzz, if you were to fill up your meter, you can enter a mode which applies a menacing filter to the screen and an even more menacing buff to your attacks, allowing them to instantly take down any enemy. I must admit that this didn't change much with combat, as there was no strategy to filling the Mayhem meter, and when you activate it, it just turns into mashing square. I will admit that playing as Harley was really fun though because of her exaggerated animations, and if we're being honest, because the combat was so good and so well refined, I could play this game as a cardboard box and still have a lot of fun. While Harley may not feel different in the combat department, she most certainly commands a different playstyle in the stealth department. Harley, due to her callow combat experience and due to her overall madness, doesn't quite know how to stay quiet. Every takedown you perform will be loud, and this changes the way I approach stealth scenarios as her. As a Cape Crusader, I preferred to take a ghost-like approach, and I would often just let myself get killed if I were spotted. I enjoyed taking down a room quietly while the guards were none the wiser. As Harley, however, you're forced to take a very quick and aggressive approach to stealth. I enjoyed this as it forced me to think on my feet more. Since Harley can't grapple up to vantage points very quickly, or at least not as quickly as Batman, you have to think on your toes a bit more and think on the fly. Also, before anyone mentions it, I know that Harley is shown here jumping across what looks like 30 feet, and yes, it's ridiculous as Harley doesn't have any canon superpowers, but I think it's okay because the feats of strength and agility she performs are purely for gameplay's sake, and don't affect the story. Because of that, I think it's fine in my books. She also has the ability to enrage some of Ivy's plants that are lying around, causing them to gobble up the enemies on the field. Here, agility and strength aren't the only tools at your disposal, disposal, she also has a few gadgets up her sleeves. Her pseudo-detective vision psychosis mode works like it does with Batman, but it has a Harley spin on it, as the walls are covered in psychotic writings and the screen has a maddening red tint. As far as gadgets go, she has a neat jack-in-the-box bomb, which functions similarly to the explosive gel, except the explosion presented here is much deadlier and the jack-in-the-box plays a song which lures enemies in. Her version of the smoke pellet is the laughing gas, which functions the same during stealth as it can cause anyone in the immediate area to start uncontrollably laughing, leading to an easy escape for the crazed psychologist. She has a snare trap too, but I didn't find much use for it, other than throwing them at charging enemies. Switching to the Red Hood DLC, we take the role of Jason Todd as he infiltrates what I believe is a branch of Sionis Industries to track down Black Mask. I might be a little brain dead, but I was almost positive that this DLC took place before the events of Arkham Knight, but in fact it takes place afterwards. As far as the story is concerned, Jason is planning on protecting Gotham in a way Batman never could, by putting criminals away for good. Playing as Jason is a spectacular experience as he fights with the same speed and brutality as Batman, but he has a few bullet-shaped tricks up his sleeves. His guns are awesome, and the way he blows a hole in someone's head with a little friendliness palette looks so satisfying. I still find it to be quite jarring to see Jason kill someone, as he plays so similarly to Batman. Of course, that is because he shares some animations with our titular Dark Knight, but much like Harley, there are plenty of original animations which make him different from other characters. He of course incorporates his guns into a majority of his basic attacks and counters, making ample use of pistol whips and flying kicks. His guns can be used to shoot enemies charging at him, and they fatally wound whatever enemy is in the crossfire. I like that using his guns isn't a cheese method, as enemies can still hit you when you're using them. His special takedowns always look so brutal, and I've really enjoyed playing as Jason, especially since they give you his Arkham Knight skin, which is just spectacular. Harley also has an alternate costume, which is just sweat-inducing. I mean, Jason also uses a flashbang to stun enemies, and it functions similarly to the smoke pellet in stealth. He also has a zip kick, which sees him launching himself towards an enemy, and he has a grappling hook, which functions like it does with every other Batman-related character. Stealth with Jason can be a trickier ordeal. Not having Bruce's trusty cape made encounters a little tougher than I was expecting, and it made me appreciate the cape so much more. He has some silent takedowns, or at least as silent as the sound of a crunch neck can be, and his takedowns are brutal, but I didn't find much use in his gadgets when it came to stealth. I wish I had more to say, but the stealth is quite similar to the other characters. Imagine it's Nightwing, but deadlier. I haven't mentioned the boss fights or the general plot significance of these two DLCs because they are quite similar in that they kinda sucked. Both boss fights see you tackling a boss who has a large health bar, and that's about it. There's no complexity to it. They do throw a few enemies around you to help get your combo up, but you ultimately beat down the boss until their health bar hits 0. Again, I think they missed a huge opportunity to have a great boss fight against either Nightwing for Harley and Black Mask for Jason. Why not for the Nightwing one, for example, have a boss fight that sees you taking advantage of Ivy's plants? Nightwing should be treated like a real tough enemy that has to be taken down in a complex way. You could have a tactic in which you need to get Nightwing's electric batons out of his hands by jumping behind him, because with the batons he can't counter his attacks or get any attacks in. Once he gets hit from behind, he could drop his batons and temporarily switch to using his fists, which would allow you to counter him. When you do counter him, you do a little damage, but if you take advantage of the counter throw mechanic, you could throw him into one of Ivy's plants, which does much more damage. As far as plot significance goes, the Harley pack only gives extra content that isn't really needed. The Red Hood pack did feel a little more significant, as it did give us an idea of what Jason is up to. The only major downside with this DLC, and this is a criticism that will come up a lot, is the overall length. They're so short that they don't really get a chance to go anywhere gameplay-wise or story-wise. I wanted more combat and stealth scenarios with Harley and Red Hood, and especially more story-related content with Jason. I wanted to see more of what he's been up to and what his connections are. Is he in contact with the rest of the Bat family? How did they feel about him? Is he being hunted? I don't know. Now, the reason why I decided to start this video with these two DLCs is because they were the first ones released, and more importantly, because they were created before the release of Arkham Knight, and didn't really have the chance to improve on the issues of Arkham Knight. I feel like a major role of a DLC is to supplement and improve the base game, and I believe that the DLCs that came after this achieved this goal. These two, however, despite being just as fun and enjoyable as the main game, still suffered from the same issues of the main game. Next up is A Matter of Family. This one is a goodie, let me tell ya. Being the first DLC released post-launch, it had a lot on its shoulders, and while creating a prequel story wasn't my personal preference for a story given the ambiguous ending of Arkham Knight, I think this DLC, much like Infamous First Light, does a good job of expanding upon a side character. I could easily see a full-fledged game surrounding Batgirl, much like how I could see a full-fledged game surrounding Fetch. Regardless, despite this DLC being shorter, it is quite sweet. The DLC sees you in the role of Batgirl, long before the events of the Arkham games. The Joker has taken over an amusement park and has multiple people held hostage. hostage. Commissioner Gordon is amongst those hostages, and Joker explains that if Batman shows up, he'll kill Gordon. This is the reason why we don't really hear from Batman at all during the DLC, but we do team up with Robin for a majority of the set pieces. The amusement park is an awe-inducing setting as you see merry-go-rounds, Ferris wheels, roller coasters, and some bright lights. These lights, however, don't stop you from sticking to the shadows, as the insides of the park, much like the outside, have a vast amount of detail. It's clear that with this DLC and pretty much all the other ones, there were no cut corners in the presentation department. Just this opening cutscene here alone is so badass I never skipped it on multiple playthroughs. Batgirl plays much similarly to Batman, which makes sense as she was trained by him. However, she does have some of her own quirks. Her agility is much greater than the Dark Knight's, but she lacks the brute strength due to her nimble stature and her overall size. She uses her weight to take down the thugs, which are much taller and larger than her. I like that they changed her animations, as she feels like a great alternative to Batman. Batgirl, due to her expert technological background, can do much more with her remote hacking device than Batman can. Unfortunately, that's the only difference from her compared to Batman. She has the same abilities as him during both stealth and combat scenarios, and because of that, I won't talk much about it. The set pieces for these scenarios are spectacular as they all have an interesting backdrop to look at while breaking noses and definitely not killing anyone. I like that there are some quick thinking scenarios, such as when some hostages are trapped inside a tank that is filling with water. You have to take down a seemingly endless amount of thugs before the water fills. After taking down the thugs, you have to break the glass to get the hostages out, but you can't break it with your fists. You in fact need to break the glass with the explosive gel. I like this because the game never shows any hints as to how you could break the glass, and you have to figure it out on your own. Granted, it took all of 2 seconds for me to figure out, and this is the only time I remember seeing this. So I wish there were more puzzles like this where you had pressure and had to use your tools on your feet. My only major gripe was the boss battle. The boss battle for this DLC is against Harley Quinn and Joker. Imagine the boss fights from the Harley Quinn and Red Hood story pack, but now ×2. There's an interesting dynamic where you have to be ready for the Joker to help out Harley and vice versa, but the fight was nowhere near challenging or really all that special. Certainly entertaining though. As far as the story goes, well, it doesn't. Sure, there is a story, but the DLC only clocks in at 45 minutes assuming you don't die, and so the story is brutally simplistic, but I think it was best this way. The DLC ends up being this short and sweet glimpse into the time when Batgirl was on the scene. I think the DLC didn't do much to expand upon the world or gameplay of Arkham Knight, but it did give us more of the perfected stealth and free flow combat we loved from Arkham Knight. Let's move on to the next DLC in the lineup, Nightwing GCPD Lockdown. This one is pretty basic and bare bones. The story is a little complex on this side, so let's discuss it first. After the events of Arkham Knight, the Penguin is attempting to escape GCPD by having his goons raid the place. Nightwing proceeds to stop him. Yep, that's about it. Don't get me wrong, it explains how the Bat family reacted to Bruce's disappearance, but other than that, it's fairly by the numbers. Playing as Nightwing isn't anything new, as you got to control him for a brief period in Arkham Knight during the Gunrunner side quest, but I will admit that the dialogue in this DLC is pretty funny.
Someone talk to me! What's going on?
Sorry, boss. We're not getting you out of there anytime soon.
Why the bloody hell not?
'Cause we just got our asses kicked.
Hang on, who's it? Oh, no.
Hey, boss! We're getting you out!
You are? Where's Nightwing?
Oh, he's right here. We thought you'd want to say hello.
Oh, I do. Sod off.
After that, we have Catwoman's Revenge. This is my least favorite of the DLCs. As far as story goes, it's pretty well explained in the title. Catwoman has to break into Riddler's hideout and destroy his robotic operation. Like the Nightwing DLC, playing as Catwoman isn't really new as you got to play as her during the Riddler's Revenge side mission in Arkham Knight. I enjoyed that the DLC starts off with the objective of collecting 3 keycards from specific guards in order to breach Riddler's security. If you get caught, it's an instant fail, which spiced up the normal stealth and made me think about my movements much more. Once you collect the keycards, you can start taking out the guards, and once that's done, you have to solve a decently tricky puzzle to get in. Once inside, you find some robots and eventually make it to the elevator that takes you to the Riddler's computer. Now, you may be wondering why this one is my least favorite. I mean, it seems like you just get more of the stuff you love. Well, this next section here is... oh boy. I have a bone to pick with this. When fighting a metric assload of robots, the floor panels around you become electrified. This, as you might think, eats your health bar if you step on them. The issue I have is that the combat is not precise enough to make this environmental obstacle work. You obviously want to take out the robots as fast as possible, since once the squares close in, you have barely any room to move. The issue is that when countering an enemy, you might perform an animation where you tackle the robot, so you just so happen to tackle them into the electrified panel. Not only does this damage you heavily, but it also breaks your combo. The same applies to when you use a special takedown. I was stuck on this part for like 30 minutes. It was easily the most annoying part of the entirety of the Batman Arkham series, and the entire encounter is based on hoping to God you get a basic counter instead of one that throws you into the electricity. God, I hate it, man. Anyways, let's just talk about the next one, okay? You know, the Catwoman DLC is decent. This one part sucks so much ass, but that's fine. The final story pack is all about Robin tracking down Two-Face while on his honeymoon with his now wife, Barbara Gordon. It seems like Robin has taken up the role of Batman, and through some dialogue, we see he is struggling in a way to fill the Dark Knight's large boots.
How's it going?
Slow.
Tim, stop that. You're not him.
So everyone keeps telling me.
Good. I'm glad you're not. You can be better, I know it.
I enjoyed this DLC quite a lot, as the factory you're in serves as a really complex stealth section, and when transitioning to the next area, we come across this. Now, I really enjoyed this as it's the best example of stealth being much like a puzzle. I had to patiently wait for all the pieces to line up, and I had to detonate the explosive gel on the brute, disable one of the turrets, make sure I do a fear takedown on the two enemies while staying out of the way of the other two active turrets, and while it took a few tries, finally nailing it was so awesome. These DLC episodes, while not revolutionizing gameplay, did give us more of the borderline perfected gameplay in Arkham Knight. It's perfect for those who didn't like the Batmobile, as it's nowhere to be seen in these episodes. I think while the stories are usually bare bones, the lack of a complex story is a choice I respect. To me, it felt like Rocksteady wanted to give us some pure Bat family action, and these episodes did exactly that. The new characters do control generally the same to Batman, offering a sense of familiarity. However, they all have their own quirks which allow them to feel unique and give you a reason to pick them over Batman. Now, these are just the different story packs that the Season Pass offers, but it also offers a few extra side missions for the main campaign under the name Season of Infamy. These side quests star the Mad Hatter, League of Shadows, Killer Croc, and Mr. Freeze, and they are all really good. The Mad Hatter mission sees you looking around Gotham for police cars that are strapped with bombs. They also have police officers in the trunk. Once rescuing the hostages with a hacking minigame, we get sent into this hypnotized state where we're transported into a storybook. This pop-up book briefly recounts the events of Arkham Asylum, City, and Knight, and each game is reflected through the pop-up environments and the enemies that show up. The level design and structure was enjoyable for me, as it's one of the few supernatural segments the game has to offer. Also, being able to see the individual hairs on the Mad Hatter's face is a borderline disgusting amount of detail, but damn, it does look good. The League of Shadows side quest sees you discovering that the League of Shadows are still in Gotham, and that Ra's al Ghul is on death's door due to the Lazarus Pit being destroyed during the events of Arkham City. I'd also like to quickly mention to the one guy who left a comment about it, I know it's Ra's al Ghul and not Ra's al Ghul, but who cares, man? Anyways, I like the side quest as it gives you decisions that actually seem to have some ramifications. You can choose to either destroy a new Lazarus Pit, essentially leaving Ra's al Ghul to die, or inject him again. I personally chose to destroy the Lazarus Pit as it doesn't feel like killing to me. The guy lived multiple lifetimes, and if we do inject him, he could become even more corrupted. The mission gameplay-wise was quite fun too. This is a mission that was clearly made to address the criticisms of the main game. As the story was really interesting, they added new gameplay elements and mix-ups, and there's about 15 seconds of Batmobile tops. The mission starts off with you trailing a ninja that is bleeding out, and I like that on my second playthrough I already knew where to go and didn't have to follow the trail. I just ripped up to the hospital and went on my way. When it came to the combat, certain enemies would perform a beatdown on you, meaning you had to counter each attack. I found this little mix-up to be quite fun gameplay-wise, especially on the harder difficulties. There were a few puzzle-solving activities littered throughout the quest, and ultimately it left a really good impression on me. Next up is the side mission surrounding Killer Croc. Now, this mission is definitely one of the more basic ones gameplay-wise, but I really enjoy Killer Croc as a character, so it ended up being one of my favorites. An airship prison has crashed in Gotham, so we team up with Nightwing to go investigate. Upon entering, we find Killer Croc looking much larger and uglier than when we saw him in Arkham Asylum, City, and especially Origins. It's implied in this DLC that Croc is becoming more and more monstrous because he's mutating, which seems to happen whenever he suffers extreme trauma. This side mission does a great job of making us sympathize with Croc. Sure, the guy eats people, but we find out that the Warden was doing multiple grueling tests on Croc, leading him to becoming more and more deformed. So when I see Croc strapping up the Warden, I don't necessarily blame the guys. I would do the same to whoever was giving me drugs and using me as a guinea pig against my will. Finally, there's a side quest surrounding Mr. Freeze. We find him on a crashed boat where we see that his wife Nora has gone missing. Nora's been a character that we've rescued once before in Arkham City, and from what I know, she has a disease that leaves her days numbered, until Mr. Freeze decided to suspend her in cryogenic stasis in order to prolong her life long enough for him to find a cure for her disease. This is important as when we save Nora, she exits her cryogenic stasis and tells us that during her time as an ice cube, she was somewhat conscious. She spent years in her own thoughts essentially, and she could hear Freeze talking to her. I can only imagine how torturous this would have been. Mr. Freeze, upon finding out that Nora has thawed, kinda goes a little cuckoo, and we have to speed back to the iceberg in what is easily the coolest Batmobile set piece. After defeating some militia, Mr. Freeze and Nora come to terms with Nora's morality and decide to leave Gotham to spend their last moments together in peace. It was a really touching side story, and fun fact, if you save this mission for last, I mean like dead last, like Riddler trophies and all, you get a Gotham covered in snow. I won't get too far into it, but there are also a ton of new skins for Batman and his trusty tank, as well as a couple skins for the fellow Bat family members. Now, I can't necessarily comment on the design of the suits, as I think it all depends on what you like, but I can say that texture-wise, these all look spectacular, and there's enough variety that at least one skin will stand out to someone. There's also a massive number of challenge maps that are added to the game, but going through all of them would be a little redundant, so I'll just say that I found the settings and different aspects of the environments for these challenge maps, be that stealth, combat, or tank scenarios, were much better than that of the base game. The Batmobile races in particular were awesome for the visuals alone. I found the Season of Infamy to easily be the best part about the season pass, but that doesn't mean the Arkham episodes were not good too. The Arkham episodes were a great way of structuring little bite-sized stories, and if we're being honest, getting the 2008 movie skin warranted another 100% playthrough on its own for me. I don't think Arkham Knight has the perfect DLC by any means, but I think it does a fantastic job of giving us more of what we loved about Arkham Knight, like the combat, stealth, and detective aspects, while cutting down on the parts people didn't enjoy, like the Batmobile. So while it may not be the perfect DLC, I think it's well worth your money, time, and I think it's certainly a DLC done right. The Batman Arkham series is a series of games I've grown up with, and each entry has satisfied a Batman craving and, more importantly, a craving for a kick-ass game. I hold the series in such high regard that it has become some of the most reviewed games on my channel, since I started with Arkham Knight over a year ago. So, after over a year, I've given my full in-depth thoughts on the Batman Arkham series. All of these critiques total 240 minutes of content, and now that all of my thoughts are out there, I'd like to take the time to actually rank the games and give my updated thoughts on which I think are the best. This is the first video of this style that I've ever done, so I'll briefly explain how this is going to go. I'm going to reveal each placement and give my general thoughts on the game while also adding any amendments to any opinions. If you think that the opinion I offered needs some more context or justification, chances are you can find that within the particular critique of said game, which will be linked in the description and will also be attached with a card in the top right of the screen. I'm, as you can assume, going to rank the games with a fair amount of detail. However, after ranking the games, I will also rank a bunch of other things without expanding on my thoughts that much. Of course, a list like this implies subjectivity, so don't feel like you aren't allowed to like the games that I don't, or vice versa. With that being said, let me know your rankings down below, and let's get started with number 5. Batman Arkham Origins. Blackgate. My expectations for Arkham Origins Blackgate were very low going in. Regardless of that, I absolutely hated my playthrough of these games, and I haven't hated making a video in so long. The gameplay is of course quite primitive, as again, it is a handheld game, but simple changes could have been made to make the game far less tedious. In combat, the lunge, which was not present in the combat, made you feel far more inaccurate, especially considering that the lunge, which was present in every other game, was something you were accustomed to. The stealth was perfectly fine, but you were often detected from enemies that were off-screen or just detected immediately upon entering a room. The gadgets, while limited, served their purpose well enough, and the acquisition of upgrades were one of the many aspects of the game that just screamed Metroidvania, as does the backtracking. I'm not really a fan of Metroidvania, so that also made my experience even worse. The detective mode, and more specifically the scanner, was one of the most tedious parts of any Arkham game, and thankfully the boss fights were unique enough to make up for all the other aspects of the game that lacked. The cutscenes that took an Infamous-like comic book approach worked quite well, but I felt that they were cheap. The plot was simple and unfortunately meant nothing within the greater context of Arkham, so I wouldn't even say that it's worth playing for the lore or even just more Batman. The entire package felt like a waste of time in my eyes. Or at least that's what I said at the end of my video, but upon further reflection, I wonder if I was too harsh on the game. At the end of the day, it's a 3DS game that is filling the shoes of an Arkham game, and I think that while I expected little, it's important to remember that we've been blessed with 4 amazing games, that while varying in quality from each other, are still far above where the bar is set with superhero games. So I feel that maybe the rest of the Arkham series spoiled me. I also wonder if my thoughts would be nicer had I played this on the 3DS or PS Vita rather than on the PC port, because it seemed that most who played the game in the comments and thought it was awful played the PC or the console port, but those who played the handheld version ended up enjoying it far more. No matter how much slack I cut this game though, it just can't compare to the rest of the series. Something interesting about the other Arkham games is that everyone has one of them at the top of their list, and for good reason. Each Arkham game has that one thing about it that it does far better than anything else, but Blackgate doesn't really have that, aside from being portable. Our next entry though, while being simplistic and confined, is a tight-knit experience that I can easily replay over and over because of its execution and atmosphere. Batman Arkham Asylum. Arkham Asylum is in the number 4 spot, which might make you assume that I think this is the worst of the quadrilogy, and it is, sort of? I don't know. I think that's the worst overall, but its atmosphere and quality is amazing. Arkham Asylum has a very special place in my heart for not only being the first Arkham game, but also the first Arkham game I ever played. For that reason, I think if I was going off purely nostalgia, this could have easily achieved the number 2 spot. Putting that aside, I can say that the gameplay here is simplistic compared to the rest of the series, but still groundbreaking for not only third-person action adventure games, but also for superhero games as a whole. Its combat was fun and tight, allowing you to wipe the floor with any amount of enemies, and it had upgrades like the critical strikes that discouraged button mashing and gave the fighting a lot more rhythm than anything else I've played. The stealth made you feel like a ghost in the wind as you took out countless thugs, and the fear system is what really drove this home, as you could visibly see the goons getting more terrified and communicating with each other. While both systems were simple and didn't have a ton of room for upgrades, fortunately this doesn't really matter as much because the game is so short, but I don't want that to seem like a criticism, and in fact, I think the length of this game is one of its largest strengths. It never overstays its welcome, and because of that you're constantly moving from one set piece to the next, and they're all really good. Also, you can play as the Joker, and it doesn't really get much better than that. Asylum's story, much like everything else in the game, doesn't do anything out of the ordinary, though I think its ending was a little strange, especially in the gameplay department. It wasn't a test of what you learned and was actually a step back from what the previous boss fights had done, which were also great by the way, and it's the only part of the game that stumbles a bit. Asylum is easily the most consistent experience in the series, as every part of the game is near expertly crafted. All of this, and I haven't even mentioned the atmosphere. There's just something about the setting of Arkham Asylum that is flat out spooky, and it feels like you're intruding on an island that is haunted by the spirit of its founder, Amadeus Arkham. Everything from how old and rotted it is to the eventual wildlife that wraps around the architecture gives the world a supernatural feel that is never matched in any other Arkham game. While the other entries in the series offer higher highs in this game, they also offer lower lows. I think that the consistency of how great this game is can't be overstated, but even with the lower lows of the newer entries, they are still better in my eyes. Hell, this game's sequel literally took everything that worked in Arkham Asylum and did it better. Speaking of which, Arkham City. I know that this is an unpopular opinion, but I don't think that it's that out there if you just hear me out. For starters, Arkham City as a sequel is perfect. It took literally everything from Asylum and turned that shit up to 11. Anything that was bad was now good, and everything that was good just got better. Instead of a few buildings, you had an entire city to explore. Instead of simple combat and stealth, both you and your enemies got an expanded arsenal of tools. And the interior saw more complex designs, and of course, the amount of Easter eggs here were just through the roof. Remember the pretty solid boss fights from Asylum? They look like baby's first Unity game compared to the likes of Mr. Freeze, who was such a masterful boss fight that it is still talked about to this day, and to a point where I'm sure your eyes are rolling as I say this, because yet another Arkham fan is praising the fight. So I'll withhold from going on a rant, but the point is the boss fights here were exceptional, and ones like Ra's al Ghul were so good that they borderline reused the fight in Origins. The city had enough detail to immerse you, but I personally didn't enjoy the aesthetic of the city. I know that it's the point for it to look like a bomb went off in it, and at one point a bomb literally does go off, but I just didn't enjoy the color scheme that much. It's something I can't really argue though, because it isn't based on any logic, and it's boiled down to being no different than liking the color pink over the color red. Fortunately, aside from the strange horseshoe design of the map, which made getting around a little tedious, the map here design-wise is great, offering plenty of buildings for you to bob and weave around as you make use of your grapnel boost and advanced gliding mechanics. These traversal changes were so impactful that they make going back to Asylum a debilitating experience, and the same goes for the innovations to combat and stealth. Tons of ways to take down your enemies, and the expanded systems such as the special combos and quickfire gadgets made combat a symphonic flurry of punches and kicks which see Mr. Dark and brooding, taking out enemies in a quick, brutal succession. On the flip side of this, the stealth allowed for more intense scenarios, with ones like Wonder Tower being at the top of my list for the entire series, as it mixes in both spectacle and challenge in a way that serves as a final test of your stealth abilities and a nice set piece as well. The expanded upgrades also saw an improvement, and we got an official set of side quests which varied in quality. I think some like the Mad Hatters were a great time, but those like the Freeze upgrade were on the short side. I also love the ability to play as Catwoman with a unique moveset and traversal abilities that made her equally as fun to roam around as. When it came to my opinions on the game, none of them were blasphemous or offensive in any way, though my thoughts on the story were not taken too well. I essentially felt that the story was a bit of a wild goose chase, and while I enjoyed individual moments, because of how disconnected the plot was, I ended up feeling like the plot as a whole was lesser than the sum of its parts. Unfortunately, I still don't care too much for the story, and I feel like Hugo Strange is a pretty lame villain. I think the ending with the Joker was strangely paced as he just sort of shows up after you deal with Strange, but I don't want that to distract you from the fact that the individual character writing in the story was great, and specifically the fake Joker twist was impeccably executed. Even the writing of the inmates around the map was interesting and fun. One thing that Arkham City easily has over its predecessors is DLC. There were a few different maps to download for Arkham Asylum, but City had that and some. Harley Quinn's Revenge, while being pretty basic DLC, was enjoyable for its excuse to play as Robin and for its interesting set pieces. Fortunately, despite the DLC's short length, the quality is surely there. The story answers some great questions surrounding how Batman and the rest of the crew dealt with the sudden death of the Joker. Seeing Harley in a wrecked downward spiral wasn't surprising, but what was surprising was how our pointy-eared friend took it. While he doesn't go into his feelings, because, introspection has never really been his thing, Kevin Conroy's delivery of the voice lines says it all. The entire package of Arkham City is so good in my eyes, and it's no surprise that fans have hailed it as the best Arkham game. While I know that giving it third place may seem like a disservice, I want to clarify that this game and our second place entry are so close to one another that depending on the day they could easily swap places with one another. Speaking of which, that second place entry is Batman Arkham Origins. Batman Arkham Origins is the black sheep of the quadrilogy. Despite this though, I ended up enjoying it a fair bit upon its release, and even more a few years down the line when reviewing it. Of course, there are a few major elephants in the room, and the first is that this game did very little to innovate on the concepts presented in Arkham City. Now I'm sure there are reasons for that, one of which could be that Rocksteady was already working on and likely had the foundation for the next generation of combat and stealth for Batman Arkham Knight, so there may not have been a ton of room for expansion in Origins. Regardless of the reason or any others, the game did little to improve of the Arkham City formula as far as mechanics went. That isn't such a bad thing though, because these mechanics were great in City and they still are here in Origins. Some new additions like the reworked gadgets function much the same as their Arkham City counterparts, but I think the boss fights here were where the game excelled. It's not like Arkham City didn't have good boss fights, it did. But there's a far larger variety of fights here and they never really drop the ball. The multiple fights against Bane, the Firefly fight, and the Deathstroke fight just to name a few. Speaking of the Deathstroke fight, I noticed that the animations for Deathstroke were quite similar to that of Ra's al Ghul. This is a trend seen across the game, of certain parts of Arkham City being flat out reused in this game, and I think this is the largest reason as to why I ended up feeling like this was more of an Arkham City 2.5, and the map is the biggest contributor of that. Unfortunately, traversing the map was a pain due to how low you were always flying, and that large bridge in between the islands made getting from one end of the bone-shaped map to the other tedious as hell. The devs must have known this too because they implemented a fast travel mechanic. The look of the city, while pretty, due to being covered in the white of snow, it also felt difficult to distinguish the different parts of the city due to all the white that covered the streets and rooftops. The enemies here were largely the same, but I love the martial arts enemies that force you to counter an enemy's attack and kept you on your toes, but that's just about the extent of the new enemies. Aside from the TN1 thugs that just function like the brutes in City, the hotel lobbies and the sunken ships were some of my favorites, and doing all of this while in the midst of a borderline blizzard where the only thing you can clearly see is the decorations in the distance makes this game a great Christmas game that I plan to revisit quite soon. And if not for its world and gameplay, then definitely for its story. The story here is simple in concept, but it's the execution of Batman's character and the way Warner Brothers crafted the myth of the Batman that was impeccable. Thugs and characters are skeptical of Batman's existence, and the fear on their face is justified considering how angry this young Batman is, still harboring the anger and hatred from the death of his parents. Batman this time around is far more brutal and imprecise. His many interactions with the more level-headed Alfred offer some introspection, which up until this point was generally unheard of. The twist with Joker being Black Mask was pretty lame, but I can at least appreciate more Joker and Batman shenanigans. Now, one area where Origins is legitimately in my eyes ahead of City is in the DLC. The many costumes may not have been as good as Arkham City's, but I think the challenge maps and the DLC story, Cold Cold Heart, was one of the best in the series. The only downside of said story is that the final boss fight against Freeze was too similar to that of Arkham City, and while in concept that sounds fine, it was done far worse in this game. The different characters to play as weren't as diverse as Arkham City, but playing as Deathstroke was fun even if I got little mileage out of it. I still wanted more from the challenge maps, which felt like they were mere hallways away from being a standalone expansion, but what we got still works fine. I think the biggest strength of Arkham Origins at times is that being so similar to Arkham City, it's enjoyable simply for being just more Arkham City. However, its largest weakness is the fact that it's too similar to Arkham City, and as such it ends up feeling like it's always living in the shadow of what most consider to be the best Arkham game. I know that those sentences completely contradict each other, but it's one of those things I'm confident you will just resonate with if you've played both games. Ultimately, I think Arkham Origins is just as good as City, and as I mentioned before, I can't for the life of me decide if I like one over the other definitively. Right now it's Origins, and by next week it'll probably be City, and the week after that, Origins again. But there will always be one game that since its release has been at the top of my list, and I think you all know which game we're talking about here. Batman Arkham Knight. Now, I know this is a slightly unpopular opinion, and when making my Arkham Knight video, I was convinced that I had a wildly unpopular opinion, and I'm so grateful for that video because, while it isn't perfect, so many people told me how much they love the game, and I honestly loved seeing that. So thank you for that, truly. Back to the game, though, I'm not going to sit here and act like the game had no problems. It did. The Batmobile sections, while far more sparse than people say, wasn't the most engaging, and the boss fights that took place in the car were laughable at best. The story also had a ton of holes and strange decisions, and it seemed Rocksteady found the only way to mess up the Arkham Knight's reveal. Despite this though, I genuinely believe that the combat and stealth in Arkham Knight was perfected. The combat was far more exaggerated, and I can appreciate that it could have put some people off since Batman was taking out foes at near super speed and jumping superhuman gaps to lodge a boot in someone's ear, but I loved it. Especially considering the critical strikes, having to have a rhythm when fighting at what feels like 130 BPM was insane, and it made me feel as though the skill ceiling was far higher. Something people didn't enjoy with the stealth was that the fear takedowns were essentially free, because with upgrades you could take down an entire room in one swoop, assuming they were all together, and I agree with that, but I don't care. I'm not a sophisticated man. If that shit looks cool, then that shit is cool. Speaking of which, the game was and still is drop dead gorgeous, even if the PC port still runs about as well as a beached whale. The rain that crashed against the streets and the Bat himself looked almost as good as the snow that would show up after the endgame and coat the city in a heavenly white. The neon signs that painted the skyline in a fluorescent glow made gliding around always visually pleasing. That's if you're even going slow enough to appreciate the city and its masterfully crafted architecture, because you move like a speeding bullet in this game and the traversal at top speed never got old. We've mentioned DLC a few times up to this point, and we also mentioned how my Arkham Knight video was quite controversial, but arguably my video on this game's DLC was even more controversial. Essentially, I thought the season pass for this game was great. It was a little pricey depending on who you ask when it first came out, as it was $40 Canadian, but at its frequently reduced $20 Canadian price and even lower, I think it's a no-brainer. Offering tons of playable characters, tons of levels, stories, set pieces, and letting me play as both Arkham Knight and Harley is something no other Arkham game can offer. Yet. The Season of Infamy was integrated into the main story perfectly, and the Arkham episodes were great and had some of my favorite moments, even if most of them were on the short side. I think this is the best DLC package we have for any Arkham game, and I don't think I'll ever change that opinion. This is my perfect Batman game, or at least as close as we have to it. It's one of those games where despite the flaws, I can't help but just be head over heels for it. I wish there was a better reason too, because some games are important to you because of how good they are, and some are important to you because of when they came out and what they represent. Arkham Knight though just doesn't really have any of that. I just like the game a lot. It's so special to me because its aesthetic is perfect, its combat is complex and challenging but fair, its stealth is much the same, its traversal is exhilarating, and the story, while having its issues, also had its cool moments. All this and the DLC included, and to me, it just doesn't get better than this. I don't think any other Batman game will top this, and that's okay. Something I mentioned at the end of my Arkham City video is that there's so many people looking for another Arkham game, and for me personally, I don't think we need one. I mean, if you want the atmosphere, play Asylum. If you want the boss fights and a solid story, play Origins. If you want the near perfected gameplay and visuals, play Knight. And if you want the most well-rounded package that while not reaching the same highs as the others in the series but also not the same lows, play City. We don't need another Arkham game because we have 4 of the greatest Batman games ever made, and those aren't going anywhere. Plus, the last thing I want from a series like this that I hold so dear is for it to turn out like so many others, where they keep making changes and making sequels to a point where it metamorphosizes into something completely different. I'd rather Arkham die a hero than get dragged on long enough to become a villain. So now that we've ranked the games based on my own opinion, let's do some housekeeping and rank just about everything else in less detail. Now when it comes to the rankings of the suits or the missions or anything like that, I'll just give my top 10 to keep things concise. I'll also be judging everything based on subjective fun factor and not much else. So with that being said, let's start with my ranking of the suits. My top 5 suits are: number 5, Arkham Asylum; number 4, Arkham City; number 3, Arkham Origins Extreme Environments; number 2, Arkham Origins; number 1, Arkham Knight. My top 10 for the alternate skins are: number 10, Batsuit 8.04; number 9, Batman v Superman; number 8, Earth 2; number 7, Sinestro Corps; number 6, First Appearance; number 5, 1970s Arkham Knight; number 4, Batman Beyond Arkham Knight; number 3, Batman Beyond Arkham City; number 2, Brightest Day; number 1, 2008 Movie Suit. As much as you all hate it, my top 5 Batmobile skins are: number 5, Joker Mobile. This only half counts because it's not usable in free roam, but it's too cool to ignore. Number 4, Riddler Mobile. Number 3, Rocksteady theme. number 2, 2008 Tumblr, and number 1, the Robin theme. My top 10 boss fights are number 10, the Riddler, Arkham Knight. Number 9, Clayface. Number 8, Killer Croc, Arkham Origins. Number 7, Firefly, Arkham Origins. Number 6, Ra's al Ghul. Number 5, Killer Croc, Arkham Asylum. Number 4, Scarecrow within the Arkham Mansion. Number 3, TN1 Bane. Number 2, Deathstroke. Not the Arkham Knight version, okay? Don't get it twisted. Number 1, Arkham Knight Cobra Tank. Just kidding, Mr. Freeze. Now my rankings for the top 10 side quests are number 10, Riddler's Revenge. Number 9, Creature of the Night. Number 8, Two-Faced Bandit. Number 7, Heir to the Cowl. Number 6, Shot in the Dark. Number 5, Beneath the Surface. Number 4, AR Training. Number 3, In From the Cold. Number 2, Mad Hatter. Yeah, there isn't a name for this side quest, it's just called Mad Hatter. It's the one from Origins. And number 1, The Tea Party. My top 10 challenge maps are number 10, Rooftop Rumble. Number 9, 0 to 100. Number 8, Crime Alley. Number 7, Silent Night. Number 6, Batcave. Number 5, Wayne Manor. Number 4, Quiet Water. Number 3, Funhouse Brawl. Number 2, Top of the World. And number 1, Intensive Treatment. This is a nostalgia pick. My top 10 locations/dungeons are number 10, Stag Airships. Number 9, Crime Alley. Number 8, GCPD. Number 7, Blackgate Prison. Number 6, Botanical Gardens. Number 5, Iceberg Lounge. Number 4, Intensive Treatment. Number 3, Arkham Mansion. Number 2, Royal Hotel. And number 1, Wonder Tower. My favorite 10 villains are number 10, Shiva. Number 9, Clayface. Number 8, Ra's al Ghul. Number 7, Killer Croc. Number 6, Mr. Freeze. Number 5, Harley Quinn. And I think you know why. Number 4, Bane. Only in Origins though. Number 3, Scarecrow. Number 2, the Arkham Knight. And number 1, obviously the Joker. My top 10 characters excluding villains are number 10, Johnny Charisma. Number 9, Jack Ryder. Number 8, Henry Adams. Number 7, Simon Stagg. Number 6, Lucius Fox. Number 5, Ricky LeBlanc, aka Loose Lips. Number 4, Raymond Underhill. Number 3, Nora Freeze. Number 2, Alfred. And number 1, Amadeus Arkham. And for the playable characters, number 10, Azrael. Number 9, Deathstroke. Number 8, Robin. Number 7, Nightwing. Number 6, Catwoman. Number 5, the Joker. Number 4, Harley Quinn. Number 3, Red Hood. Number 2, Batgirl. And number 1, Batman, also kind of an obvious one there. My top 10 gadgets are number 10, the Shock Gloves. Number 9, the Disruptor. Number 8, the Freeze Blast. Number 7, the Smoke Bombs. Number 6, the Remote Electrical Charge. Number 5, the Bat Claw. Number 4, the Remote Hacking Device. Number 3, the Batarang. Number 2, the Explosive Gel. And number 1, the Grapnel Boost. And finally, my top 10 Easter eggs. Number 10, Ra's al Ghul in the Arkham Mansion. Number 9, the fake Catwoman ending. Number 8, the many Joker hallucinations around Gotham. Number 7, basically every Calendar Man encounter, including his Arkham Knight appearance. Number 6, Pregnant Harley. Number 5, No Bones Joker. Number 4, Scarecrow's secret message, Arkham City. Number 3, The Disappearing Sword. Number 2, The Warden's Secret Room. And number 1, The Arkham Knight in Polly's Diner. Now this one needs some explanation. Essentially, at the beginning of the game, the guy smoking in the diner has an A carved on the table, and according to the game's files, this character is named Jason Todd. This would make sense, as I don't imagine Scarecrow trusting anyone else with this task, and maybe this is like a well-known thing, but I just learned this a few months back, and it blew my mind. So these are all of my lists. If you'd like any further context, I'll answer any of the comments below, and of course, I'd love to hear your list too. So now, you know just about all my thoughts on the Arkham series, and now just about all my rankings. So thank you so much for watching, and if you have any feedback on this style of video, I'd love to hear it. The Arkham series means a lot to me, and I'm kinda sad knowing that I won't be able to talk about them anymore. I mean, I could've just made the previous 10 plus lists into their own videos and milked the series dry, but I felt it was just more efficient to put them here. With that being said, I look forward to talking about Suicide Squad and Gotham Knights when they release, but until then, stay safe and take care.